June, the examination hall for the college entrance examination. The stifling air induces a sense of lethargy, while the clock on the wall ticks away incessantly. The candidates are fervently scribbling, and the only sound permeating the hall is the rustle of pens against paper. In a corner, a young boy sits with a pale face, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. His gaze is blank as he stares at the exam paper, his lips twitching slightly. What on earth is this? The densely packed text and symbols on the paper send shivers down his spine, resembling an ancient script or arcane formula, seemingly mocking his intelligence. It's over, completely over. The boy takes a deep breath, trembling as he flips the paper, desperately hoping to find a few questions he can answer on the back, only to plunge further into despair. Fill in the blank. No idea. Multiple choice. Not even sure which option to pick. Essay questions. Can't even comprehend the prompts. In the entire examination hall, he is the only one too demoralized to even pick up his pen, fixated on the paper as if it were an age-old nemesis. I studied for an entire year just to meet my doom today. His mental state has shattered. Around him, classmates are engrossed in their work, while the invigilator patrols the aisles. The time on the blackboard ticks away second by second, each detail a stark reminder after another hour. His fate will be sealed. His mind buzzes, an inexplicable rage boiling within him. I'm done with this. To hell with this cursed paper. The next moment, darkness envelopes him as he collapses onto the desk. Hey, hey. Wake up. A voice, unfamiliar yet urgent, breaks through his haze. The boy jolts awake, instantly met by a brilliant blue sky, fresh air rushing to greet him, surrounded by dense forests. The melodious chirping of birds fills the air, sunlight dappling the ground through the leaves. But this isn't the examination hall. He sits up abruptly, glancing down to discover he is clad in a tattered blue martial arts uniform, his arms noticeably shorter than before. A peculiar itch at his rear prompts him to touch it, only to find a furry tail. What the hell? His mind momentarily blanks, heart racing as he lifts his gaze to a girl nearby. With blue hair and large eyes, dressed casually and holding a strange device, she looks at him with a mix of anxiety and trepidation. That face, it's eerily familiar. Bulma. Before he can utter a word, Bulma exhales in relief, patting her chest. You scared me. I thought I ran you over. Thank goodness you're alive. The boy stares blankly for a moment before his lips twitch. You mean you almost killed me? Bulma nods, unabashed. Yeah, you suddenly rolled down the hill, right in front of my motorcycle. I couldn't brake in time, and bam, you flew. A flicker of fear crosses her face. I thought I was going to be in big trouble. The boy is left utterly speechless, gazing at the device in Bulma's hands, and then at his furry tail. A flood of memories explodes in his mind. I crossed over. No more exams. To hell with the college entrance examination. To hell with university. To hell with the 996 work culture. He leaps to his feet, laughing maniacally, the sound echoing through the forest. Ha ha. Bulma jumps back, taking 2 cautious steps away, her expression wary. Hey, did I knock your brain loose? The boy pays her no mind, his heart soaring with elation. The college entrance examination? Does that even matter anymore? Just moments ago, he was being tormented by the exam paper, and now he has suddenly traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, becoming Son Goku. This is the ultimate beginning. With that thought, he trembles with excitement and delivers a punch to a nearby tree boom. The tree splits in half, splinters flying everywhere, crashing down. He stares for a second, then erupts into joyous laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to be the strongest in the universe. Bulma is left utterly dumbfounded. This kid possesses extraordinary strength. Has he lost his mind? Bulma can't help but rub her forehead. All right, I must have really knocked something loose in your head after laughing heartily for a while. He finally takes a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Indeed, the college entrance examination is now a thing of the past. He stands in a brand new world, with a brand new identity. This is the Dragon Ball universe. And he is no longer the pitiful soul tormented in an examination hall, but Son Goku. Hey, what's your story? Bulma questions, hands on her hips, her gaze piercing with curiosity. What's your name? Why are you alone in these mountains? The boy hesitates briefly, then a smile creeps onto his face. Now that he is truly in the world of Dragon Ball, having transformed into little Goku, why ponder further? Son Goku. Bulma blinks in surprise. Son Goku? The boy no. Son Goku beams brightly, That's right. My name is Son Goku. From this day forth, he is Son Goku. The college entrance examination? Go far away. University? Who cares? The burdens of society, workplace struggles, mortgages, none of it concerns him now. Son Goku, Bulma raises an eyebrow. A smirk forming on her lips. Sounds like a country bumpkin's name. Goku's expression darkens. Just as he opens his mouth to retort, Bulma continues unabated. Regardless of who you are, you don't know me. Remember, Bulma, the genius girl, Bulma. Goku's eye twitches as he observes Bulma's expectant demeanor, inwardly rolling his eyes. Yes, the smartest woman in the universe, I'm well aware. Bulma waves dismissively, her tone dismissive, in the brightest in West City, destined to become the world's leading scientist, far surpassing a little brat like you who grew up in the mountains. Goku's lips twitch despite knowing Bulma's personality. Experiencing it firsthand is still a test of patience. By the way, Son Goku, why are you alone in these mountains? Where's your family? The question gives Goku pause, and his heart sinks. He has become little Goku, and according to the original narrative, Goku lived with his grandfather, Son Gohan, since childhood, but his grandfather is gone. With that thought, a complex expression crosses Goku's face, but quickly returns to normal as he scratches his head, casually responding, Grandpa is no longer here, so I've been living here. Bulma blinks in surprise. Wait, you've been living alone in these mountains? Goku nods. Bulma scrutinizes him, muttering, no wonder you look like a wild child, Goku. Bulma, is that polite? Bulma strokes her chin, eyeing Goku, recalling the scene from earlier. She had just witnessed him effortlessly obliterate a massive tree with a single punch. That tree was thicker than an adult. What kind of monster is this child? How could an ordinary person possess such strength? Plus, the fact that Goku lives alone in the mountains is already abnormal. A child surviving in the wilderness and thriving like Tishi certainly doesn't seem ordinary. Wait, this could be a treasure. Bulma's eyes light up, suddenly realizing that Goku could be immensely useful. She cleared her throat, striving to adopt a tone that sounded casual and natural. Seeing you all alone in the mountains seems rather pitiable. What do you say? Would you care to join me on an adventure? Sun Wukong paused, taken aback. Adventure? Bulma, with a sense of pride, patted the small bag at her waist. Indeed, I'm on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Dragon Balls. Here they come. The classic storyline unfolds. Bulma continued. The Dragon Balls are a wondrous treasure. Gather all 7, and you can summon the eternal dragon to grant a single wish. A slight smile crept across Sun Wukong's lips. Although he was already aware of the Dragon Ball's existence, hearing Bulma articulate it ignited a thrill within him. Noticing that Sun Wukong seemed somewhat intrigued, Bulma seized the opportunity. Living alone in the mountains must be dreadfully dull, don't you think? Join me in the search for the Dragon Balls. We could explore many fascinating places and meet countless people. And besides, with a mischievous glint in her eye, she added, that punch you threw earlier was quite impressive. If you're willing to help protect me, I wouldn't have to fear danger. Sun Wukong inwardly chuckled. It was evident that Bulma had been scheming to make him her free bodyguard from the very beginning. However, he did not mind. Just imagine, traveling alongside Bulma would mark the true beginning of the Dragon Ball adventure. Remaining in this secluded forest might allow for training, yet would be rather monotonous. In contrast, venturing into the outside world, encountering Master Roshi, Krillin, the World Martial Arts Tournament, Demon King Piccolo, and the Saiyans. That is where the true excitement of Dragon Ball lies. With a broad grin, Sun Wukong replied without hesitation, sure, it'll go with you. Bulma was taken aback, surprised by his prompt agreement, and immediately felt a surge of pride. It seems that following me is indeed the most entertaining option. Chapter 2, What on Earth? How could there be Uzumaki Naruto? Upon arriving at the base of the Hokage building, the Umbu ninja finally deemed it appropriate to release Lu Hong. However, before Lu Hong could regain his balance, the Umbu ninja forcefully shoved him from behind, barking, hurry up. Turning to face the fierce Umbu ninja, Lu Hong furrowed his brows in displeasure. Yet, considering that this was the Hokage building and that he was likely the son of the 4th Hokage, he felt compelled to uphold his family's honor. Thus, he refrained from expressing any dissatisfaction and obediently stepped into the Hokage building. As he walked, Lu Hong surveyed the bustling ninjas around him. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that he detected disdain on their faces. Could it be that he was viewed as a notorious troublemaker? Had his past misdeeds led even those on his father's turf to despise him? Move it. The Umbu ninja, noticing Lu Heng's hesitation, shoved him again, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Though Lu Heng was tempted to turn back and hurl insults at the Umbu ninja's family, he ultimately remained silent, acutely aware of the power disparity between them, and continued his ascent under the watchful eye of the Umbu. Upon reaching the door to the Hokage's office, the Umbu ninja's demeanor transformed dramatically. He cautiously extended his hand and gently knocked twice. Observing this sudden shift from arrogance to deference, Lu Heng scoffed dismissively. Then, under the Umbu's displeased gaze, he boldly kicked open the slightly ajar office door. What a farce. Acting so grand before me, yet here you are, having to behave. Lu Heng thought, just wait until I get inside. If I don't make you kneel and apologize, I won't consider myself your benefactor. He shot a provocative glance at the Umbu before stepping into the Hokage's office. To the Umbu ninja's astonishment, he had not anticipated Lu Heng's audacious attitude, especially the act of kicking down the Hokage's office door. Lu Heng, relying on his memories of bluffing Menma, was emboldened by his knowledge of his identity. However, upon entering, he was utterly taken aback. Not only him, but the Umbu ninja who had brought him, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uzumaki Naruto, who was joyfully munching on snacks on the sofa, were all equally startled. Indeed, in the office sat a child who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Heng, 99 alike, even down to their identical clothing. The only discernible difference lay in the distinct whisker-like markings on their faces. Naruto? No, you are Naruto. Rito. What on earth is happening? Sarutobi's gaze flitted between Lu Heng and Uzumaki Naruto. Had he not noticed that Lu Heng bore no signs of transformation jutsu, he might have believed that a rogue was using such techniques to mock him. Yet, the emergence of a second Uzumaki Naruto posed an entirely different conundrum. Eventually, an irate Sarutobi turned his attention to the Umbu ninja who had brought this second Naruto, demanding, what is the meaning of this? Lord Hokage, I am. He is. The Umbu, known as Rito, was caught off guard by the Hokage's anger. He never anticipated that there could be two Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Moreover, one was the very individual he had escorted here. What could possibly explain this? Realizing that the issue likely stemmed from the peculiar Nine Tails Jinchuriki he had brought, Rito felt an urge to interrogate the Uzumaki Naruto he had introduced. However, he soon noticed the scrutinizing gaze of the third Hokage and felt compelled to restrain himself, stuttering without a coherent explanation. Just then, Uzumaki Naruto, seated on the sofa, regained his composure. He pointed at the Lu Heng standing near the door and curiously looked at Sarutobi. Grandpa Hiruzen, who is he? Why does he look just like me? In response to Naruto's inquiry, Sarutobi quickly donned a smile. Stepping out from behind his desk, he approached Naruto, saying, Don't worry, Naruto. Let me ask him who he is first. Approaching Lu Heng with a warm smile, Sarutobi gently inquired, Naruto, can you tell me where you came from? At this moment, Lu Heng understood that he was indeed bluffing Menma. However, the Umbu had mistaken him for Uzumaki Naruto. Lu Heng was not Uzumaki Naruto, yet the Umbu ninja had treated him as such, thus ignoring his words and maintaining a dismissive attitude. While the explanation may sound convoluted, it essentially meant that Lu Heng had traversed into this world, which was currently unfolding the authentic narrative of Naruto. Regaining his composure, Lu Heng mimicked Uzumaki Naruto's earlier gesture, pointing at the Naruto on the sofa and asking Sarutobi, Grandpa Hiruzen, who is he? Why is he here? Lu Heng's question left Sarutobi momentarily perplexed. He turned to glance at the Naruto seated behind him, then back at the Uzumaki Naruto before him. After scrutinizing them closely, he finally discerned their differences. The Naruto sitting on the sofa bore a hint of melancholy on his face, along with 3 distinct whisker marks, while the newcomer, Lu Heng, exhibited only curiosity and lacked any facial markings. Furthermore, this latter Naruto addressed him as Grandpa Hiruzen, which felt far more intimate than the former's Grandpa Third Hokage. Thus, it was evident that this Uzumaki Naruto was likely someone with whom Sarutobi was quite familiar. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Heng faced the seated Uzumaki Naruto, feigning confirmation of Sarutobi's observations. His mind raced, and he pointed once more at the original Naruto, asking Sarutobi, Grandpa Hiruzen, who is the Uzumaki Naruto you mentioned? Is it him? Sarutobi was once again taken aback, placing a hand atop Uzumaki Naruto's head and responding to Lu Heng, yes. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. What? Do you not go by Uzumaki Naruto? In response to Sarutobi's question, Lu Heng simply smiled. With a wave of his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. My dear grandson. Have you forgotten? I am Menma. Menma? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired further. What is your full name? Lu Heng exhibited a puzzled expression but dutifully replied. I am known as Namikaze Menma. Today, Grandpa Hiruzen seems rather peculiar. As he spoke, Lu no? We shall now refer to him as Namikaze Menma exhibited a demeanor of familiarity with the office, which, indeed, he possessed, and without hesitation, plopped himself onto the sofa. Then, with wide eyes brimming with curiosity, Namikaze Menma addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. By the way, Grandpa Hiruzen, where are my parents? Why is it not father who is here today? You may leave now. In a mere few minutes, Saratobi Hiruzen had been astonished thrice by Namikaze Menma. Just as he was about to pursue further inquiries, he suddenly remembered that Tanuki was still present. Thus, he promptly commanded Tanuki to depart. Tanuki, eager for the Hokage to expedite his exit, realized he had unwittingly committed an exceedingly foolish act. As he left, he did not forget to close the door behind him. After casting a glance at the securely shut door, Saratobi Hiruzen then took Naruto Uzumaki by the hand and approached Namikaze Menma, with a warm smile still adorning his face. Saratobi Hiruzen scrutinized Namikaze Menma and kindly asked, "Menma, you just mentioned your parents. Could you share with Grandpa who your parents are?" Chapter 003. The Peculiarities of Namikaze Minato and the Child of Watergate. Grandpa Hiruzen, you seem rather strange today to be asking such questions. And you too. You look just like me. It's quite baffling. As Namikaze Menma expressed his confusion regarding Saratobi Hiruzen's inquiry, he also took a moment to call out to Uzumaki Naruto. The summoned Naruto immediately scrunched his face in discontent and shouted back at Menma, "I'm not just like you. Clearly, it's you who resembles me. You're the annoying mimic." Observing the irate Naruto, Menma let out a dismissive snort. "Humph. You know full well who the real imitator is." "Enough. Naruto, Menma, please do not quarrel." Truthfully, watching the spat between Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Menma, Hiruzen Saratobi felt an uncanny sense that they were one and the same, which left him quite unsettled. Once he managed to intervene, Hiruzen turned to Menma and posed another question. "Menma, you haven't answered your grandfather's question yet. Who are your parents?" Menma glanced at Naruto before replying to Hiruzen. "My father is Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage of Konoha. My mother is Uzumaki Kushina. Dad says she was the host of the Nine Tails. He also claims that Mom is 100 times stronger than him and is the most powerful person in Konoha. Of course, I know more than just my parents. There's Grandpa Hiruzen. I know you're the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. And Grandma Bawako, she is your wife, Grandpa Hiruzen. Jiraiya is my dad's teacher. Tsunade is my mother's sister. But it's strange, Mom says she is in her 40s, yet she looks so young." Menma rambled on, counting off the people related to him on his fingers. Naturally, Naruto was unfamiliar with these individuals. Among those Menma mentioned, he only recognized Saratobi Hiruzen. The names were overwhelming for Naruto, but for Hiruzen, the implications of Menma's revelations were profound. Could it be that he hails from another world where the Nine Tails incident never occurred? Minato, Kushina, Bawako, even Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. As Hiruzen immersed himself in visions of how splendid such a world might be, Menma, caught up in his excitement, raised his voice. "Oh, and there's Itachi. Dad says he is incredibly strong. In terms of speed, he might even rival Dad. When I grow up, I want to be a ninja renowned throughout the shinobi world like Dad and Itachi." "Itachi?" Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly. "Are you referring to Uchiha Itachi?" "Yes," Menma continued, seemingly oblivious to Hiruzen's concern. "The Uchiha clan is so impressive, not just Itachi. Sasuke is annoying, but Aunt Mikoto is so kind. And her cooking is even better than Mom's." If Hiruzen had any lingering doubts about Menma's identity, they began to dissipate. By the time Menma mentioned Tsunade, Hiruzen was convinced. The Menma before him likely came from a world untouched by the Nine Tails rampage. Yet, Hiruzen harbored many questions regarding Menma's arrival. How did he come to this world? Did he arrive alone, or were others with him? Furthermore, did the world he came from possess a jutsu that allowed its people to traverse into other realms? Was it this jutsu that brought Menma to their world? Such inquiries would require Hiruzen's careful consideration. After a moment of reflection, he smiled at Menma and Naruto. "Menma, Naruto, I have matters to attend to. Why not venture out together and enjoy yourselves?" "Together? No way," Menma retorted, feigning disdain as he coldly huffed at Naruto. Before Naruto could respond, Menma declared his reluctance. Although he initially felt a surge of joy at the prospect of playing with Menma, Naruto's expression darkened when he sensed Menma's disdain. "If you don't want to, then fine. I don't want to play with you anyway, you annoying mimic." Hiruzen observed this exchange silently, only reaching out to touzle both boys' hair. He noted that their hair felt strikingly similar. "Come now, don't be upset. Menma is Menma, and Naruto is Naruto. The resemblance is a remarkable coincidence. Off you go now." With that, Hiruzen ushered the two young boys out of his office, disregarding their willingness to play together. Standing at the door, Menma and Naruto gazed at the closed office door with their identical eyes. Finally, Menma shrugged, feigning exasperation. "Just so you know, it was Grandpa Hiruzen who insisted I accompany you. It's not my choice. Same here. Grandpa said I should keep you company." Despite their protests, the two set off from the Hokage Tower together. As they walked through the halls, the ninjas working within the tower couldn't help but express their astonishment upon seeing the two boys who looked so alike. Some rushed to inform Hiruzen, prompting him to explain repeatedly until, overwhelmed by inquiries, he resorted to posting a notice clarifying that Naruto and Menma were indeed two distinct individuals. Additionally, he dispatched several Umbu to investigate the location where Menma had been discovered. Unbeknownst to them, Menma and Naruto had already left the Hokage Tower and were now strolling along the streets of Konoha. With his hands behind his head, Menma began to ponder his current situation. First and foremost, given his striking resemblance to Naruto, he feared that the villagers might unjustly transfer their disdain for Naruto onto him. This, indeed, constitutes a point of significant importance for him at present. Furthermore, during his recent conversation in the Hokage office with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he engaged in extensive dialogue that was far from futile. Primarily, he explicitly conveyed his identity to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Simultaneously, he enumerated all the individuals he recognized from his memory, signaling to Sarutobi Hiruzen that not only is his background commendable, but he is also acquainted with numerous ninjas within the village. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen or anyone from this village contemplate any hostile actions against him, they must first weigh the potential repercussions of such decisions. Regardless of whether this village belongs to this world, one must consider the presence of these individuals within it. Among these mentions, he notably highlighted the Uchiha clan, even asserting that he shares a close relationship with them. This assertion holds true, as Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto were indeed dear sisters. It can be said that, had Uzumaki Kushina still been alive, the relationship between their two families would undoubtedly align perfectly with what Namikaze Minato has articulated. Consequently, this compels Sarutobi Hiruzen to reassess and elevate the significance of Namikaze Minato in his thoughts. This, in turn, would greatly enhance the likelihood of success when Namikaze Minato later presents his requests to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 4. The Villager of Konoha. Ataki Kakashi within the confines of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just received a report from the Umbu he had dispatched. They had returned from the location where Tanuki had discovered the boy named Namikaze Menma, yet they found no traces of any jutsu being used. Upon receiving this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen, already troubled, grew even more agitated. At that moment, the office door was forcefully swung open, and in strode 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. Danzo, my door can be opened without such force. There is no need for your brutish entrance every time. Shimura Danzo, his body wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane, paid no heed to Hiruzen's reprimand. He marched directly to Hiruzen's desk, slamming his intact hand down upon it. Enough with the pleasantries. Hiruzen, I have just received startling news. A second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has appeared in the village. What on earth is going on? In response to Danzo's inquiry, Hiruzen shook his head, denying that Menma was the second Jinchuriki or even the same as Naruto Uzumaki. He is Namikaze Menma. Do you truly believe whatever he claims? Monkey, you have grown weak. Danzo squinted his remaining eye. Hand him over to me, and you shall soon uncover his true origins. Danzo's proposal garnered the unanimous support of the other 2 elders, Tsunade and Mito. They felt an inexplicable sense of urgency regarding this boy who bore a striking resemblance to Naruto, but was called Namikaze Menma. Their apprehension fueled their eagerness to uncover the truth behind his lineage. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen, unusually hesitant to outright dismiss Danzo, elaborated on Menma's origins and his own conjectures. Once everything was clarified, Hiruzen countered Danzo's demands. If what that child claims is true, then he is backed by the entire strength of Konoha. This includes the formidable Minato and Kushina, and even potentially myself, Lake Biwa, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the Uchiha, Nara, Yamanaka, and Hyuga clans. All of Konoha's ninjas stand behind him. Danzo, are you truly certain you wish for me to hand that child over to you? Do you genuinely believe you can extract the information we seek from him? Danzo's ambitions were vast. So much so that he would even go so far as to attempt to assassinate Hiruzen for the position of Hokage. However, this foolishness did not mean he was reckless. Therefore, upon hearing Hiruzen's account of Menma's origins, Danzo fell into silence. If Hiruzen's words held any truth, and if there truly existed a means for someone from another world to arrive in this one, then what would he do? After much contemplation, Danzo chose not to take that risk. After all, he was uncertain he could survive Minato's wrath. Furthermore, should he take action, he would have to contend with the entirety of Konoha seeking his demise. Additionally, Hiruzen had mentioned that the boy named Namikaze Menma bore no connection to the Nine Tails within him. This implied that all his efforts might yield merely a talented ninja, while simultaneously courting danger from those who supported Menma, a poor bargain indeed. I do not know. Hiruzen, exasperated, shook his head in response to Danzo's inquiry. The fact that Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is common knowledge in the village. Now, Menma is seen alongside Naruto, and they are practically identical. I truly do not know what course of action to take. As he spoke, Hiruzen cast a resentful glance at Danzo. Even Tsunade and Mito, who had remained quiet thus far, now regarded Danzo with a hint of reproach. Even Danzo's thick skin could not prevent a flush from rising to his face. Before Danzo could respond, Hiruzen waved him off. Though I have yet to devise a plan for their arrangement, I intend to have Kakashi and Shursui accompany them for a time. Simultaneously, I will issue orders to the village to cease discussions about Naruto. As for everything else, we shall proceed with caution. Hiruzen's arrangement was undoubtedly reasonable, leaving even Danzo with no objections. As for Danzo's reluctance to allow Uchiha near the Jinchuriki, that would depend on the circumstances and the individuals involved. He was aware that Shursui Uchiha was one of the few from his clan who had garnered Danzo's respect. Meanwhile, As the discussion heated up in the office, Menma and Naruto, walking through the streets of Konoha, felt a growing discomfort. Say, did you steal something from them? Why are they all staring at you? I feel like I've been caught up in this too. On the street, Menma accompanied Naruto, both enduring the palpable hostility emanating from the villagers surrounding them. Ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, Menma turned to Naruto, hoping to divert his focus. In response to Menma's question, Naruto, still young and somewhat oblivious, shook his head firmly after reflecting on his brief life. Of course not. I would never steal anything. Gramps III said stealing is wrong. I wouldn't do that. But since I can remember, they've always treated me this way. Menma understood that Naruto's disdain from the villagers stemmed not from any theft, but rather from being a Jinchuriki. It was a universal truth that all Jinchuriki faced ostracism, no matter the village. Except, of course, for a certain rap-loving boy from the Cloud Village, who had isolated the entire village by himself. Indeed, he was an exceedingly unique existence among Jinchuriki. As Menma and Naruto conversed, suddenly, an egg flew from the crowd, striking Menma squarely on the head with a resounding crack. The unexpected assault left Menma momentarily stunned, with yolk and egg white dripping down his face. Naruto, quicker to react, rushed to Menma's side. Let me help you clean that off. However, before Naruto could reach him, Menma grasped his hand firmly. Don't move. Menma scolded Naruto before turning to confront the hostile gazes of the surrounding villagers, shouting back, You think you're so tough, huh? Your looks could eat me alive. But if you're brave enough to throw something, why not step forward? Can a coward, who can only hide amidst the crowd, dare to gaze at me in such a manner? The man who concealed himself behind the throng, hurling eggs at me, was enraged to hear me insult him further. Defiant, he seized 2 more eggs, intent on repeating his previous act. However, his movements inadvertently revealed his position to me. Upon identifying the instigator, I released my grip on Naruto's wrist and charged towards the coward. The onlookers, witnessing my advance, swiftly transformed their expressions of disdain into sheer terror. Before I could reach them, they began to shove each other aside in a frantic attempt to escape. Without any obstruction, I directly confronted the feeble individual. As I had surmised, he possessed a most unsavory appearance. Despite my youthful visage, I was a university student with over 2 decades of education behind me. Did he truly believe he could toy with me? With a vigorous sprint, I summoned all my strength and delivered a powerful blow to his midsection. In an instant, the man crumpled to the ground, resembling a boiled shrimp. Seizing the opportunity, I pursued him relentlessly. From a nearby shelf, I gathered eggs in both hands and launched them at his face. You wretched fox spirit. The thought of being so publicly humiliated by a fox spirit filled him with rage. Covered in egg whites, he staggered to his feet, brushing me aside as he grasped my ankle, lifting me off the ground. Naruto, witnessing my plight, summoned an unexpected surge of strength. Mimicking my earlier move, he executed a decisive strike that dealt another crushing blow to the man. You too. The man lay on the ground, clutching his midsection, glaring at us with a look of pure animosity, as if he wished to devour us whole. It was then that a realization dawned upon him. Why were there 2 fox spirits? At that moment, the other villagers finally comprehended the situation. They stared at the 2 identical figures before them, their faces etched with fear. Observing the terror in the villagers' expressions, Naruto appeared utterly bewildered. In stark contrast, I remained unfazed, even adopting an attitude that dared them to try and harm me. After scanning the area and confirming that the villagers posed no further threat, I swept my gaze across the ground and picked up a stone. Approaching the man, I looked down at him from a position of superiority. I see you bristle at being called a coward, yet you only dare to hide behind the crowd, utilizing their numbers to shield your actions. What else could you possibly be, if not a coward? With a disdainful snort, I raised the stone, ready to strike. Just as I was about to bring it down, a masked figure with white hair appeared in an instant, blocking my swing. Do you intend to kill him? The white-haired ninja inquired, gazing at me intently. Are you attempting to stop me? I retorted, locking eyes with the enigmatic ninja. Chapter 005. The Confession Bureau. Not long ago, the ever-dedicated Kakashi Hatake was unexpectedly summoned by the 3rd Hokage. It was then that he received a startling revelation regarding the existence of a boy named Menma Namikaze. Kakashi could hardly fathom the extraordinary nature of this world, where another Naruto Uzumaki had inexplicably arrived from an alternate reality. According to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, this boy, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Naruto, was raised in a world where he had both parents. This implied that the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident had never transpired in Menma's universe. If the Nine-Tails incident had indeed been averted, it was conceivable that his own father, Rin Noara, and Obito Uchiha might still be alive. With a surge of excitement and an insatiable curiosity, Kakashi soon spotted Menma and Naruto walking together along the streets of Konoha. However, before he could observe Menma further, he noticed a disturbance in the crowd as someone hurled an object in their direction. Although it was merely a small egg, Kakashi couldn't help but frown. Just as he hesitated, he was taken aback by the stark contrast in temperament between Menma and Naruto. Upon identifying the culprit responsible for the thrown object, Menma charged at the individual without a moment's hesitation. Kakashi was now certain that Menma was indeed the child of his dear mentor, for their fiery tempers were strikingly similar. However, when Menma picked up a stone, intent on retaliating, Kakashi felt compelled to intervene. While he could feign ignorance regarding the egg incident, the possibility of serious injury loomed if Menma were to throw a stone. Grasping Menma's wrist, Kakashi gazed into his furious eyes and said, "Menma, he didn't do anything excessively wrong. If you're truly upset, you may seek out the third Hokage. Did he do nothing excessively wrong? Well then, imagine if I were to randomly assault you on the street and hurl insults while throwing things at you. How would you feel?" Menma retorted, struggling against Kakashi's grasp. Yet, the disparity in their strengths rendered his efforts futile. At that moment, the startled older man finally regained his composure, laboriously rising from the ground. He directed his ire at Kakashi, exclaiming, "Hey, you're a ninja, right? Quickly apprehend those two. Did you not see? They attacked me. Damn fox spirit. Silence." Kakashi's cold, emotionless growl silenced the man, who instinctively recoiled under Kakashi's menacing gaze. Observing this, Menma scoffed, "Am I mistaken? You're nothing but a coward. What an embarrassment." After silencing the villager, Kakashi took hold of both Menma and Naruto, leading them toward the Hokage's office as onlookers watched curiously. All the while, Menma continued to struggle against Kakashi's grip, demanding, "Let me go." Inside the Hokage's office, the bustling ninjas took note of the two identical boys being escorted back by the Umbu. This time, their surprise had diminished. However, once Kakashi and the boys had departed, whispers began to circulate as they speculated about Menma and Naruto's identities. "Come in." The Hokage's voice rang out as Kakashi opened the door, ushering Naruto and Menma inside. "Oh, it's Kakashi. And Naruto and Menma, you say?" Hiruzen Sarutobi greeted them with a smile, but his expression faltered upon noticing the disarray atop Menma's head. Releasing their hands, Kakashi lowered his mask and knelt before Hiruzen, succinctly recounting the earlier events. "Is that so? I understand now," Hiruzen remarked, his smile fading, replaced by a grave expression. "I see. Kakashi, you may leave. Additionally, prepare that house for them. From now on, Naruto and Menma will reside there." "What? Hokage-sama, that house is..." Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively looked back at Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen merely gestured for him to depart, indicating he wished to say no more. Realizing Hiruzen was done discussing the matter, Kakashi nodded in acquiescence and exited the office without looking back. Once he had left, Hiruzen retrieved a handkerchief and approached Menma, gently wiping away the remnants of egg from his hair. "Menma, you have likely realized by now that you have entered a new world," Hiruzen remarked, smiling as he tended to the boy. "Yes," Menma replied, feigning a dazed expression, mechanically responding to Hiruzen's inquiry. Hiruzen then crouched down to meet Menma at eye level and asked, "So, what do you think of our world?" "It's not good at all." Menma feigned disappointment. "This world has no father, no mother, and the villagers are nothing like those I encountered before. I don't like it here at all. Grandpa Hiruzen, I want to go home." As he squeezed out a few teardrops, Menma grasped Hiruzen's sleeve. Moved by Menma's display, Naruto's eyes glistened with tears as he turned to Hiruzen, asking, "Third Grandpa, why does Menma have parents, but I don't? Where are my mom and dad? Why don't they come back? Do they not want me?" "Menma." "Naruto." Hiruzen's heart ached as he faced the two boys, whose faces mirrored their longing for parental love. After a long pause, he sighed helplessly. "Menma, I apologize. I do not yet know how to send you back to your world. Therefore, you may need to stay here for a while longer. And Naruto, your parents. They love you very much. It's just, I don't want to hear that." Naruto interrupted, turning away from Hiruzen's outstretched hand. "I just want my mom and dad," he cried as he dashed out of the Hokage's office. "I only want my mom and dad. Naruto." Hiruzen's heart felt heavy as he watched the boy flee, engulfed by a sense of helplessness. However, at present, the most pressing matter lies with the situation concerning the Wind and Waves clan. As for Naruto, with Shursui discreetly observing from the shadows, there should be no cause for concern. Chapter 6. The true identity of Naruto Uzumaki. Sarutobi. Hiruzen withdrew his gaze from the fleeing figure of Naruto Uzumaki, and then took the hand of Namikaze Minato, guiding him to sit upon the sofa in his office. Once Minato's emotions had settled somewhat, Hiruzen seized the opportunity to inquire, "Minato, do you recall how you arrived here, from your world to ours?" "I don't know," Minato replied, perplexed about how he could possibly explain his sudden transition to this realm. He could hardly confess to Hiruzen that he had merely donned a Naruto costume to attend a comic convention, only to be transported across dimensions by a truck from another world while crossing the street. Observing Minato's despondent demeanor, Hiruzen reflected that it was understandable, given that Minato, like Naruto, was merely a 3-year-old child, incapable of grasping the intricacies of his arrival. Hiruzen also ruled out the possibility that Minato's original world possessed any ninjutsu capable of traversing dimensions. As long as such techniques did not exist, the rest could be addressed. Nonetheless, the lack of clarity regarding Minato's arrival left a twinge of regret in Hiruzen's heart. After considering this, Hiruzen turned to Minato once more and said, "Minato, I would like to discuss something with you." What is it, Grandpa Hiruzen?" Minato gazed at him with the innocent expression typical of a child. Hiruzen carefully organized his thoughts before continuing. As you heard earlier, Naruto lives alone, and you are alone here as well. Therefore, I would like you to live together with Naruto. What do you think? Live with Naruto? Minato looked at Hiruzen, but hesitated. But Grandpa, the villagers seem to. Can I not live with him? Naruto Uzumaki was the protagonist of this world, and Minato instinctively understood that being with him would be most beneficial. However, as a small child, the events of the day had left him reluctant to establish ties with Naruto. Having lived several decades, Hiruzen could easily surmise Minato's thoughts. Nevertheless, in order to foster a positive relationship between Minato and Naruto, Hiruzen pressed on. Minato, you are a good boy, aren't you? I believe that Minato and the others have taught you the importance of helping the villagers, correct? Surprised that Hiruzen would invoke Minato's parents, the young boy feigned a conflicted expression. Hiruzen, perceptive as ever, noticed the turmoil on Minato's face. Seizing the moment, Hiruzen added, how about this? Once you and Naruto start living together, I can arrange for the village to provide you with a little extra support. Minato's interest was piqued at the mention of support. After a moment of contemplation, he pouted, adopting an indifferent demeanor. It's just support. I don't need it. Mom told me we have an entire street in Konoha. Suddenly reminded of the street belonging to Kushina Uzumaki, Hiruzen's smile faltered. Minato, noticing the change in Hiruzen's expression, pressed on. What's wrong, Grandpa Hiruzen? Doesn't my mom have a street here? After all, you have one. Hiruzen involuntarily grimaced, thinking, what do you mean I have one? The implication made him feel objectified. However, as Minato pointed towards a photo of Minato as father on the wall, Hiruzen instinctively looked up and, for reasons unknown, felt an uneasy flutter in his chest at the familiar image. It's not that they're ISNTA street. Minato, keenly perceptive, seized upon Hiruzen's hesitation. So there is one. I knew it. Mom didn't lie to me. Watching Minato leap with excitement in the office, Hiruzen ultimately relented. After all, it was indeed Kushina's legacy. Whether it was now or later, the essence remained the same. Hiruzen gathered his thoughts and called out to the bouncing Minato. So, about you living with Naruto. Grandpa Hiruzen. Minato returned to Hiruzen's side, a mixture of curiosity, confusion, and determination evident in his expression. That Naruto is actually me, right? But he is the version of me from this world. Precisely. You are quite astute. Hiruzen affirmed, directly acknowledging Naruto's identity. Minato continued, and what about Naruto's parents? It was a tragic battle. In our world, Minato and Kushina. Then why do the villagers harbor animosity towards Naruto? He is just like me. And his father is. It's because of the Nine Tails. Hiruzen placed a hand gently on Minato's head. You previously mentioned that Minato told you Kushina was the host of the Nine Tails, correct? Yes. Minato nodded. Dad said Mom was the Nine Tails host in Konoha. Is it possible that Naruto is also? Indeed. Both Naruto and Kushina share the same identity as hosts of the Nine Tails. Hiruzen confirmed. A look of confusion crossed Minato's face. But Mom was treated that way by the villagers. They were always kind to her. And she often took me out shopping. Hiruzen explained, that is where your world diverges from ours. In our world, when Naruto was born, a calamity known as the Nine Tails incident occurred. The aftermath of that disaster resulted in the deaths of Minato and Kushina, which in turn led to Naruto being shunned for his status as a host. I see. Minato nodded resolutely. I understand now, Grandpa Hiruzen. I will take good care of Naruto. If possible, when I return home, I will make sure my parents accept him as well. Let us discuss that later. For now, you will start living with Naruto. Okay, I understand, Grandpa Hiruzen. Chapter 007. All adverse factors in the world stem from the inadequacy of the individual's abilities. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his conversation with Kazekage Menma. He then summoned a member of the Umbu, who guided Menma on his quest to find Naruto Uzumaki. After exiting the Hokage building, Menma could not resist glancing back at the towering structure. Assuming all goes well, he had surmounted this particular hurdle regarding his identity. From here on, he merely needed to reside peacefully in Konoha and watch as Naruto fulfilled his destiny as the prophesied child. Of course, the origins of his memories and whether he truly was the Menma from another world remained questions he must resolve himself. Accompanying Menma to locate Naruto was a female Umbu ninja with flowing purple hair. By the color of her hair, Menma deduced her identity, a skilled kunoichi of Konoha's Special J-Nin, a member of the Hokage's elite Umbu. Her name was Yuzuki Yugao. Under Yugo's guidance, Menma successfully found Naruto lying atop the Hokage rock, lost in thought. Hey, what are you doing here all alone? Upon locating Naruto, Yugao vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Menma to approach Naruto directly. Upon hearing the voice, Naruto simply turned his head slightly, finally recognizing Menma. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? Noticing Naruto's despondent demeanor, Menma chose not to pry further and sat beside him in silence. After an undetermined period, Naruto finally spoke. Hey, can you tell me what your parents are like? Following the sound, Menma turned to glance at Naruto, contemplating briefly before responding. My father is named Menma Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. He is a kind man, always smiling and beloved by the villagers. My mother, Kushina Uzumaki, is a gentle soul. Though her temper can be fierce, her vibrant red hair might make her seem intimidating to outsiders. However, I know she is the kindest person in the world. Minato Namikaze? Your father's name is the same as the fourth Hokage's? No way. Could it be? You are the child of the fourth Hokage? Naruto suddenly sat up, exclaiming as if he had stumbled upon a groundbreaking revelation. Honestly, how could you be so oblivious? Menma retorted, unable to suppress his frustration. You're making me look like a fool here. Just think about it. We bear an uncanny resemblance. Even the villagers often mistake us for one another. When we first met, you, I, and Grandpa Hiruzen were all startled by our identical appearances. So with Menma's hints laid bare, even Naruto's sluggish mind began to grasp the situation. Are you saying you are me, and I am you? Precisely, Menma affirmed, nodding. In essence, I am you from another world, and you are me in this realm. That is why our names differ. I inherited my father's surname, thus I am Menma Namikaze, while you are Naruto Uzumaki. Don't forget, my mother's name is Kushina Uzumaki. This means your mother is also Kushina Uzumaki, hence your surname Uzumaki. Do you understand now? With that, Menma rose, his gaze fixed straight ahead. While I am uncertain why I have arrived in your world, I recently learned of your plight from Grandpa Hiruzen. It is highly likely that I came here to save you in this world. However, I must express my disdain for those simple-minded villagers. But alas, I am the son of the fourth Hokage. Therefore, despite my reluctance, I will do my utmost to assist you in resolving the misunderstandings with those villagers. Provided, of course, that we do not encounter any more of those troublesome individuals like before. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to confront them. Menma's words were a blend of sincerity and pretense, intended not only for Naruto, but also for the elderly figure observing them through a crystal ball and the hidden ninjas likely surveilling their exchange. How absurd. I must consider the implications of my words. This is Konoha observing Menma. Naruto found himself in disbelief, grappling with the astonishing truth that he was indeed the son of the heroic fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had vanquished the nine-tailed fox that once threatened their village. But why? If I truly am the child of a hero, then why do the villagers? Why? Lowering his head in despair, Naruto murmured to himself, since I am the son of the fourth Hokage, why do they treat me this way? In a sudden fit of rage, Naruto surged forward, pinning Menma to the ground. This unexpected turn startled all present, including the concealed Uchiha Shursui and Yuzuki Yugao, who nearly rushed to intervene but were halted by Kakashi Hataki's timely arrival. In contrast to the others' heightened reactions, Menma maintained a tranquil demeanor. Everything unfolding was well within his expectations. Why do the villagers treat me this way? If I am the son of the fourth Hokage, why do they call me a demon fox? Why do they abuse or scold me? Why? Naruto's voice was filled with anguish, his grip tight on Menma's collar. Menma, spattered with Naruto's spittle, felt a surge of annoyance. Hey, calm down. With a swift maneuver, Menma subdued the agitated Naruto. He then activated his passive skill, Betensai. I anticipated your reaction. However, at this moment, besides incessantly questioning me, what else can you accomplish? You are so weak, so powerless. Aside from asking me these meaningless questions, what else can you do? Right now, you can't even free yourself from my grasp. As he spoke, Minato Namikaze drew closer to Naruto Uzumaki. Under Naruto's intense gaze, Minato suddenly began to speak in an extraordinarily calm tone. His voice resonated through the air, clear enough for anyone to hear. All adversities in this world stem from the inadequacies of those involved. If you truly wish to understand why they have treated you in such a manner, if you genuinely seek to exact revenge on those villagers, then wait until you have acquired sufficient strength to confront them personally. Of course, by then, I might very well intervene to prevent you. After all, like you, I am also the son of the fourth Hokage. Protecting Konoha is, indeed, our mission. Chapter 008, From a Small Room to a Grand Mansion to be Candid. Uttering such preachy words from one's own lips felt rather revolting to Kazama Menma. Moreover, he found it particularly distasteful to be speaking on behalf of those villagers who had recently bullied him. However, as Menma had just acknowledged, he currently lacked the strength to confront them. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Kakashi, he could only bury his discontent deep within. Nevertheless, Menma swore to himself that once he gained power, he would make those villagers understand, each and every one of them, why the flowers bloomed so vividly on their faces. Returning to the present, after Menma's earnest persuasion, Uzumaki Naruto came to a realization of his own inadequacy. Consequently, he ceased his struggles and resigned himself to compliance. Observing this, Menma released Naruto, allowing him to rise from the ground. Where shall we go now? Back home? Will you be living with me? Naruto inquired, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Although he did not verbalize it, Menma discerned a resolute glimmer in his eyes. Just as Menma prepared to guide Naruto back to the village, a swift sound pierced the air as a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared before them. Is it you? Menma furrowed his brow upon recognizing the newcomer. It is I, Kakashi affirmed with a nod, addressing both Menma and Naruto. Come. I am here to escort you back to your residence. Without waiting for their reactions, Kakashi proceeded towards the village. Menma and Naruto exchanged glances before hurrying to follow him. The trio moved together, with one in front and the others in tow. As they walked, Naruto suddenly spoke. Could you tell me more about my parents? I have never met them and know nothing about them. Menma turned to Naruto, shaking his head. What is there to say? They were just like any ordinary parents. They cared for their children, felt anger, laughed, cried. Nothing more beyond that. Sensing his words might have sounded overly curt, Menma softened his tone, adding, even if I spoke at length, you would only be able to imagine them based on your own conjectures. Instead, let us focus on how to enhance our abilities. After pondering Menma's statement, Naruto nodded in understanding. I see. Under Kakashi's guidance, Menma and Naruto returned to the streets of Konoha. However, this time, the villagers, despite their simmering discontent, dared not display any outward expressions due to Kakashi's presence. Moreover, not long ago, the third Hokage had issued another warning, forbidding them from harboring animosity towards Naruto or discussing him as a demon fox. Simultaneously, a notice was circulated regarding another child who bore an uncanny resemblance to the fox demon Kazama Menma. Upon hearing the familiar surname, villagers began to murmur amongst themselves. The last individual with the surname Kazama was the fourth Hokage, Menma Namikaze, who had saved Konoha during the Nine Tails incident. When this revelation spread, the villagers were left astonished. If Kazama Menma was indeed the son of the fourth Hokage, then what of Naruto, who bore an identical likeness? What are they doing? Naruto inquired, frowning as he observed the villagers occasionally pointing in their direction. Oh, it's nothing much. They are likely discussing why the demon fox they had loathed now has a counterpart. Menma replied with a disdainful glance at the villagers lining the street. When he accidentally locked eyes with a few, he thought he discerned excitement on their faces, perhaps a trick of the light. Is that so? How dull. Realizing the villagers' triviality, Naruto found them thoroughly uninteresting. They were merely cowards who only preyed on the weak. Earlier that morning, without a ninja at their side, these villagers had dared to act aggressively in broad daylight. Yet now, with only a single white-haired ninja present, they lacked the courage even to glance in their direction. Hey, Menma, what is it? Menma turned to Naruto. I suddenly feel that retaliating against them lacks significance. Naruto candidly confessed. Oh, what brings about this sentiment? Not only was Menma curious, but even Kakashi, who had been walking ahead, perked up his ears, eager to hear Naruto's thoughts. Naruto pointed at the villagers surrounding them, saying, look at them. During the day, they acted as if they would devour us whole. Yet now, with merely one ninja by our side, they have withdrawn into their shells like turtles. Striking back at them feels like bullying the weak, just as they once did to me. I refuse to stoop to that level. I will not oppress the vulnerable. My mission is to protect them. Gazing at Naruto, whose face radiated determination, Menma inwardly sighed. Truly, he thought, Naruto was remarkable. If anyone else were in his place, Konoha would have faced annihilation countless times over. Only he could withstand such trials. Despite his grievances, Menma could not utter anything that might undermine unity under Kakashi's watchful gaze. Thus, he resigned himself with a shrug. As you wish, as long as it brings you joy. Satisfied with the responses from both Naruto and Menma, Kakashi straightened his posture and led them to a tidy little villa. Although he claimed it was clean, the truth was that the house had always been well maintained. Kakashi frequently visited during his breaks to ensure its tidiness. Pushing open the gate to the villa's courtyard, Kakashi announced to Menma and Naruto, this will be your home from now on. Step inside and take a look. Us, living here? Naruto gazed at the grand house, momentarily at a loss for words. Just this morning, he had awakened in a cramped room, and now he found himself on the threshold of such an expansive dwelling. What are you so excited about? Menma tugged at Naruto, stepping inside with a demeanor far less expressive than Naruto's. This was originally our parents' house. They are merely returning it to us. Standing at the entrance, Kakashi watched the two enter, remaining outside. Chapter 009. The Meeting of Konoha Village within the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed with a motherly smile at the crystal ball, which displayed the figures of Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto entering a house together. With a satisfied expression, he formed a hand seal and subsequently closed the image on the crystal ball. At that moment, a ninja entered the room and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, Lord Third, as per your instructions, the clan heads and other elite shinobi are already waiting for you in the conference room. Excellent. I shall make my way there immediately, replied Sarutobi Hiruzen, taking his crystal ball and following the ninja to the conference room. Upon opening the door to the meeting room, he found it already filled with the clan heads and elite shinobi from various families within Konoha. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the seldom-seen head of the Uchiha clan, was present. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the main seat at the front and, as he sat down, addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, I apologize for summoning you at this hour, but there is a matter of great importance that I must share with you. Just then, Nara Shikaku, the strategist of the Hokage, was the first to speak. Inquiring of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lord Third, have you called us here due to some new issue at the borders? At this question, a wave of unease swept through the gathered clan heads. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku understood the reason for his attendance. recalling that each time he was summoned to a meeting, it was during times of conflict for Konoha. Assessing the other attendees around him, he realized that all of Konoha's elite were present. With this realization, feelings of dissatisfaction began to rise within him. So this is why you wish for the Uchiha to step forward? As he observed the anxious expressions on the faces of those present, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly waved his hand, dismissing Nara Shikaku's assumption. You are mistaken, Shikaku. I have not summoned you due to problems at the borders. In fact, there has been a recent peace along the frontier. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively glanced at Hinata Hisashi, the leader of the Hyuga clan. Among those present, he was perhaps the most authoritative voice on the matter of Konoha's current tranquility. After all, it was last winter when ninjas from the land of lightning, Cloud Village, came to Konoha to sign a peace treaty. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of Hinata Hisashi's brother, Hinata Hayashi. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved his crystal ball and began to weave hand seals to perform a jutsu. Soon, the crystal ball emitted a dazzling light, projecting the images of Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto. What is this? The attendees looked at the projected figures in confusion. Lord Third, if I may speak candidly, Nara Shikaku interjected again. Is there a problem involving the Nine Tails, or Naruto? As he spoke, the room filled with tension once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. No. Shikaku, look closely. There are two individuals. Two individuals? The attendees gasped in astonishment at Sarutobi Hiruzen's revelation. They rose to examine the figures of Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto more closely. Indeed, observe, the one on the left lacks facial hair. Quite so, their expressions are distinct. And the one on the right appears taller. After a flurry of speculation and comparison, Nara Shikaku managed to squeeze through the crowd to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lord Third, what is the meaning of this? After signaling for everyone to take their seats, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice took on a surprising tone. The individual on the right is named Nara Shikamaru. He has suddenly appeared within the confines of Konoha, and I suspect he may very well be Naruto from another world. What? How can this be? Sarutobi Hiruzen's declaration reverberated through the assembly like thunder, igniting a cacophony of voices within the meeting room, reminiscent of a bustling morning market. Silence. Everyone please. Sarutobi Hiruzen called out several times, finally managing to restore order. He continued, furthermore, based on information I gleaned from him, it appears that in this child's world, the Nine Tails incident never transpired. Thus, Nara Shikaku quickly interjected, so, in his world, the fourth Hokage is still alive? Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed, not only Minato, but also Kushina, Hayashi, Jiraiya, and the rest remain in the village. Even Orochimaru. The revelation sparked a sense of yearning among the assembly, particularly within Hinata Hisashi. Upon hearing that his brother, Hinata Hayashi, might still be alive in another world, his typically stern demeanor gave way to visible excitement. With the discussion reaching this pivotal point, the attendees turned their attention back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. They could not believe that he had summoned them merely to introduce the identity of the boy named Nara Shikamaru. Although he was not the Nine Tails host of their world, his striking resemblance to their own Naruto was unmistakable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, perceiving the expressions of disbelief among the assembly, sighed and continued, because of Nara Shikamaru's emergence. Naruto has now come to understand his true identity. Nara Shikaku murmured, is that so? Compared to the news of Nara Shikamaru, the revelation that Uzumaki Naruto had come to realize his identity was evidently less shocking to the group. Seizing the moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen elaborated, therefore, I hope that moving forward, you will extend your care towards Naruto. Previously, I was concerned about Minato's reputation in the shinobi world, as well as the villagers' sentiments after the Nine Tails incident. Hence, I ordered a concealment of Naruto's identity and advised you to maintain distance from him. However, with Nara Shikamaru's appearance, this matter is no longer a secret. Thus, you may privately engage with Naruto. After all, he is the child of Minato and Kushina, and I trust that with your bonds with Minato, you will look after him well. Lord Hokage. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was speaking passionately, a voice interrupted him. The assembly turned to see Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, standing slowly. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he began, I believe this matter does not concern our Uchiha clan, considering that it was the Uchiha clan that controlled the Nine Tails during the incident. Before Fugaku could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to halt him. Fugaku, I understand that the aftermath of the Nine Tails incident has placed your clan in a precarious position. However, I recently heard from Nara Shikamaru about matters concerning another world related to your clan. Furthermore, I am aware that Mikoto and Kushina were dear friends. Thus, fear not, Fugaku, for I am willing to place my trust in you. However, concerning the faction of hawks within the Uchiha clan, I advise you, as the clan leader, to manage them diligently. To speak candidly, while I place my trust in you, my confidence does not extend to them. Should Naruto fall under their influence, the ensuing calamity would be incalculable. Therefore, among those present today, Fugaku, you are the sole individual invited separately. Your presence here is due to your family, rather than your title as the Uchiha leader. Is that so? Uchiha Fugaku nodded, acknowledging, I understand, Hokage-sama. I will ensure the affairs within the clan are handled appropriately. With Fugaku's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Then, let us conclude today's meeting. Afterward, I trust you all know what must be done. Chapter 10. Dispute Madness. Monkey, you have truly lost your mind. How could you permit Uchiha Fugaku and his clan to come into contact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Are you planning another Nine-Tails incident? Or have you succumbed to the Uchiha's Jinjutsu? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just returned and was about to gaze into the crystal ball to observe the activities of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo burst in, evidently aware of the meeting's contents. He pointed an accusatory finger at Hiruzen and unleashed a barrage of insults. Seated in the Hokage's chair, Hiruzen supported his chin with his hand, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon Danzo. With an icy tone, he stated, Danzo, whatever I say or do is not for you to criticize. Moreover, how dare you even mention the Nine-Tails incident? Very well. If we are to discuss the Nine-Tails chaos, let me ask you, where were you and your root during that fateful day? Why was I unable to see you or your root members throughout the ordeal? The once confident Danzo, confronted with Hiruzen's question, felt a pang of guilt, causing his bravado to falter significantly. Observing the guilt etched upon Danzo's face, Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger. Danzo, you are utterly outrageous. At a time when Konoha was in peril, when the villagers were in danger. Even the Uchiha clan recognized the need to save lives, to assist the villagers. Yet you, with your root, forcibly obstructed the Uchiha, preventing them from aiding those in need. Do you think I am unaware of this? Do you think I reduced your root without reason? Are you truly so oblivious? Danzo was momentarily silenced. And after a long pause, he finally spoke. What I did was solely for the sake of Konoha. Hiruzen, we both know that the Nine-Tails was controlled by the Uchiha Sharingan. How can you be certain that the Nine-Tails incident was not orchestrated by the Uchiha? Furthermore, how can you be sure that, in that chaos, the Uchiha would not have exacerbated the situation for Konoha? And do not forget the will of our teacher. The Uchiha are a malevolent clan. We must remain vigilant against them. You haven't forgotten this, have you? Hiruzen gazed at Danzo, whose face was filled with earnestness, and exhaled heavily. Disappointment flooded his expression as he replied, the will of our teacher is not as you claim. That is merely your distorted interpretation. If our teacher truly wished to target the Uchiha without restraint, if they were indeed an evil clan, then he would never have accepted Uchiha Obito into our ranks. Shall I clarify this for you? Danzo, how did Obito truly meet his end? I believe no one in Konoha is more aware of this than you. Upon hearing Hiruzen's inquiry, Danzo acutely sensed a shift in Hiruzen's stance towards the Uchiha. He snapped back, Hiruzen, what do you mean by this? Are you truly prepared to defy our teacher's wishes and side with the wicked Uchiha? Hiruzen erupted, pointing towards the door of the office, shouting, get out. Danzo, take your warped interpretation of our teacher's will and return to your root. From this moment forth, without my orders, you are forbidden to leave root even a single step. Danzo was taken aback by Hiruzen's unexpected outburst. Anger surged within him. You wretch. Hiruzen, you are the true traitor to our teacher's will. You are unworthy of being Hokage. With a dismissive wave, Hiruzen retorted. Whether I am worthy of being Hokage is not for you, Shimura Danzo, to decide. Now leave. You will surely regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo, I am Hokage. With a loud bang, Danzo slammed the door behind him as he stormed out, leaving Hiruzen alone in the office. He felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him, collapsing into the Hokage's chair. After a prolonged silence, Hiruzen lifted his gaze to the portrait of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, hanging on the wall. Staring at the image of his mentor, he muttered in despair, Teacher, why has Danzo become this way? Could it truly be that I have erred? Meanwhile, back at root, Danzo seethed with fury over the earlier confrontation. Initially, following the Nine-Tails incident, he had believed he could seize the Hokage position after the death of Namikaze Minato. However, he never anticipated that Hiruzen would return to power. And upon doing so, he had severely diminished the root, nearly dismantling the structure Danzo had meticulously established. It was precisely due to Hiruzen's decision to reduce root that Danzo sought to recruit the lost and directionless Kakashi Hatake, blaming Hiruzen for all the misfortunes. Hoping that the son of Konoha's White Fang would assist him in eliminating Hiruzen, who was about to report to the Fire Country as daimyo. Yet, to Danzo's dismay, Kakashi not only failed to complete the task assigned to him, but also betrayed Danzo, choosing instead to align with Hiruzen. Damn it. Danzo slammed his fist on the table, unable to swallow his indignation. After releasing his pent-up frustration, he took several deep breaths to calm himself before calling out, Danzo here. Almost instantaneously, a figure appeared before Danzo. Wearing a mask that resembled a tiger, with a long blade strapped to his back, Danzo tossed a scroll to the ninja, known as K, instructing him. Deliver this scroll to Orochimaru and inform him that I will await him at the base outside his village. Understood. K picked up the scroll and vanished in a puff of smoke. Danzo, shrouded in darkness, murmured, Hiruzen, do not blame me. It is you who has grown too old to steer the chariot of Konoha. You have even betrayed the will of our teacher. as his voice echoed in the dark. Danzo's figure melded completely into the shadows, rendering it impossible to discern his exact location. Chapter 11. A new life within the abode that once belonged to Menma Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Menma Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki strolled hand in hand, content after exploring their surroundings. Fatigued from their escapades, they willingly sank into the embrace of the sofa. Indeed, it was a magnificent piece, personally chosen by the fourth Hokage. Reclining upon it was a distinctly unique experience. Menma reclined deeply into the sofa, closing his eyes and attempting to clear his mind while reminiscing about the day's events. Opposite him, Naruto lay back as well, clutching a picture frame that contained a photograph of Minato and Kushina. As he traced the image with his fingers, tears welled up in his eyes, overwhelmed by the sight of the parents he had never met. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door, startling both boys from their reverie. Menma's eyes flew open, and he exchanged a glance with Naruto. Who could that be? He wondered aloud as he rose from the sofa and approached the door, pulling it open without waiting for a response. Standing at the threshold was a white-haired man, his face partially obscured by a mask, one eye shielded by a forehead protector, who greeted Menma with a smile and a wave. "Ah, it's you. What brings you here?" "You know me?" Kakashi Hatake replied, feigning surprise at Menma's recognition. Menma, exasperated, pointed to his own striking hair. "With that white hair of yours, how many people in Konoha could it possibly be? Come in, big brother Kakashi." With that, Menma turned and walked back into the house, leaving Kakashi momentarily bewildered on the doorstep. As he brushed his white locks, Kakashi realized that his identity had been inadvertently revealed. However, he soon regained his composure and entered, carrying the groceries he had just purchased. "Menma, who is it?" asked Naruto, his curiosity piqued as Menma returned to the living room. "Just a lost soul on the path of life. Don't mind him," Menma replied vaguely, though Kakashi had already stepped into the room. Naruto, noticing the newcomer, instinctively stood up, eyeing Kakashi warily. Hello? Nice to meet you," he stuttered, before darting behind Menma, peeking out with only half his face visible. "Hey, Menma, who is this uncle? Why is he in our house?" "Uncle?" Kakashi's heart sank at the label, transforming his expression to one of dismay. "But Menma called me brother, didn't he? Why am I suddenly an uncle to you?" "That's Kakashi Hatake, my father's student, and an extremely annoying fellow," Menma declared, punctuating his statement with a disdainful huff, which only deepened Kakashi's sense of injury. "Your father's student?" Naruto exclaimed, intrigued. He scampered from behind Menma to stand in front of Kakashi. "So you've met my dad? Can you tell me what he is like?" Kakashi yearned to correct Naruto's mislabeling but was rendered speechless upon meeting Naruto's azure eyes, identical to Minato's. All he could muster was a sigh. "I'm really not an uncle." Kakashi ruffled Naruto's hair gently before heading to the kitchen with his groceries. Naruto, like a shadow, hurried after him, bombarding him with questions. Reluctantly, Kakashi began to share tales of Minato while preparing the meal. Meanwhile, Menma, witnessing the two depart, intended to return to the sofa and indulge in some television. Yet, as he settled back down, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. "What is happening?" he pondered, sensing something amiss within himself. However, before he could delve further, the strange sensation vanished entirely, as if it had never occurred. Curious, Menma stood and sat down again, finding no discomfort this time. Could it truly have been a mere illusion? Frowning, he scanned the room. In the kitchen, Kakashi was busy with the vegetables while engaging Naruto, and everything else remained unchanged from when they had first arrived. Pondering fruitlessly, Menma shrugged and sank back into the sofa as comfort. "Dinner is ready," Kakashi announced, emerging from the kitchen donned in an apron, carrying a platter of food. "Dinner?" exclaimed Naruto, springing up from the sofa like a gopher, his eyes darting eagerly over the dishes on the table. Menma, hearing the call to dinner, felt his own tension ease. After all, today marked merely his first day in this new world. So much had transpired in just one day. He had been escorted to the Hokage building by an unseeing Anbu, which led to meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen and Naruto. Shortly after leaving the Hokage's office, he had clashed with certain Konoha villagers, resulting in an encounter with Kakashi. He had also shared many advantageous remarks during a conversation with Sarutobi, leading to the revelation of Naruto's identity, culminating in this moment. Reflecting on his whirlwind of a day, Menma suddenly realized he had been so preoccupied that he hadn't consumed a single morsel or sip of water. The realization struck him like a bolt. He was parched. Without hesitation, he made his way to the water cooler, gulping down 2 large cups of water before returning to the dining table. Menma, why did you drink water before dinner?" Kakashi inquired curiously, handing him a bowl filled with rice. Menma shrugged. "Of course, because I haven't had anything to drink all day, not even a bite to eat." Kakashi, upon hearing this, recognized the truth in Menma's words. He too had neglected to eat, as had the third Hokage, both lost in the overwhelming deluge of information brought forth by Menma's arrival. In the face of such monumental revelations, the notion of dining had slipped from their minds entirely. If not for the sudden command he had received from the third Hokage just before leaving work, having procured ingredients to prepare a meal for Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi surmised that he would likely forego dinner this evening. While he could manage his own hunger, the same could not be said for the two before him. Observing Naruto and Sasuke devouring their food with fervor, a smile graced Kakashi's face as he served them each a generous helping. Eat up. Enjoy your meal. From this day forth, the past is but a distant memory. Your new lives have commenced. Chapter 012. Mundane Days. Uchiha Mikoto and Sasuke in the early morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the face of Namikaze Minato. As a soft breeze wafted through, the curtains fluttered, causing the rays of light that entered the room to flicker intermittently. Under the warm embrace of sunlight, Minato slowly opened his eyes. As his vision adjusted, the pristine white ceiling came into view. What is this? Minato sat up in bed, and after a brief moment, he gradually regained his senses. Oh, it seems I have traversed into another world. With this question lingering in his mind, Minato opened the door to his room. The room in which Minato resided was originally prepared by Minato's parents, the fourth Hokage and his wife, for their soon-to-be-born child, Uzumaki Naruto. As for Naruto, he was peacefully slumbering in the room of his parents, Minato and Kushina. Perhaps it was the lingering presence of his parents that made Naruto curl up and sleep soundly on the bed. Indeed, he is just a child. Minato, now appearing to be merely 3 years old, sighed with a touch of exasperation and shook his head before making his way directly to the kitchen. Yesterday, Kakashi had come to prepare a meal for Minato and the others while also purchasing additional groceries, filling the previously empty refrigerator to the brim. Standing before the fridge, Minato retrieved several ingredients. For breakfast, a simple porridge would suffice. The tantalizing aroma of meat began to waft through the air, causing Naruto's small nose to twitch in his sleep, with drool escaping the corner of his mouth. It smells so good. Eventually, unable to resist any longer, Naruto flipped over and sat up in bed. However, just like Minato, Naruto took a moment to gather his thoughts after waking. Minato, what is that delicious smell? With excitement, Naruto flung open his door and dashed out of his room. Of course, what I made is delicious. It was at this moment that Naruto realized the enticing scent was emanating from the kitchen, where Minato was diligently at work. Naruto entered the kitchen and approached Minato, who was standing on a stool. He stretched his neck, trying to get a better look. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he asked Minato, "What are you making? It smells amazing." Stirring the meat porridge, Minato replied, "Just a simple meat porridge. Please bring out the bowls and chopsticks. We'll eat soon." Upon hearing this, Naruto raised both hands with a smile, replying, "Okay." Once the pot of porridge had cooled slightly, Minato brought it to the dining table, where Naruto was already waiting eagerly. "Here we go. Vegetable and lean meat porridge. Enjoy." As the lid was lifted, the fragrant steam of the porridge wafted into Naruto's nostrils. He inhaled deeply, a silly grin spreading across his face. Smack! Naruto slapped his head as he sat back down, his large, watery eyes fixed intently on Minato. "What are you looking at? If you want to eat, just eat." Despite his words, Minato took the initiative to serve Naruto a steaming bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge. Seeing the bowl being offered to him, Naruto's face lit up with joy. Watching Naruto relish his meal brought a smile to Minato's face. He then served himself a bowl and began to indulge as well. It was at this moment that Minato reminisced about why he had initially begun watching Naruto. Reflecting on the past, Minato recalled how, when he first watched the anime, he was particularly drawn to Naruto's background, which mirrored his own. Both Minato and Naruto were orphans. However, unlike Minato, Naruto ultimately became the savior of the ninja world, and his biological parents were renowned figures in that realm. Minato, on the other hand, found himself in this new world, still unaware of who his parents were or why they had abandoned him. "Naruto? Is it delicious?" Minato looked up to see Naruto sitting across from him. "It's delicious. So good. Minato, you're amazing. How did you make something so tasty?" Watching Naruto devour his meal, Minato couldn't help but smile gently. "If it's delicious, eat more. By the way, after you finish, you'll wash the dishes." Saying this, Minato pushed the pot towards Naruto before continuing to savor his own bowl. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the two brothers lay on the sofa, idly watching the boring television that offered little in terms of entertainment. This life was remarkably comfortable. They had no worries about making a living and were free from the prying eyes of the villagers. Of course, if it weren't for the hidden troubles caused by those who meddled in their lives, Minato thought this existence would be quite pleasant. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Minato was lost in his reverie about how beautiful the world was, a sudden knock at the door forcefully interrupted his idyllic thoughts. This time, it was Naruto who sprang up eagerly to open the door. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" "Naruto, who is it?" Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, Minato followed suit, stepping to the door to see who stood there. As he reached the entrance, he recognized the two individuals standing on the threshold. Although they appeared as two people, it was more accurate to describe them as a mother and her son. Naruto, of course, did not know them, but upon seeing the young boy who looked about his age, Minato immediately deduced their identities. The wife of Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, and their younger son, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Sasuke. "Oh, it's Aunt Mikoto and Sasuke. Hello." Uchiha Mikoto stood at the door, gazing at the two boys who bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. In that moment, her emotions surged, and tears welled in her eyes. "Mom, what's wrong?" "Sasuke, still a gentle little boy, looked at his mother with concern, noticing her unusual demeanor. However, without receiving a response, Sasuke naturally directed his frustration towards the two annoying blonde boys in front of him. Immediately, Sasuke stepped in front of Makoto, glaring at the two boys inside the house and shouted, "Hey, what did you do to my mom?" Minato felt indifferent to Sasuke's inquiry, but Naruto was far from pleased. He charged out of the room, standing directly in front of Sasuke, the two boys, close in age, butting heads like two rams. "What did you say? Who did anything to your mom? You annoying hedgehog. If we didn't do anything, how could mom possibly cry upon seeing you? You strange guy with a beard on your face, tell me, what did you do to my mom? We've already said we didn't do anything to your mom. Besides, you guys were the ones who came over, okay? You're lying. I've never seen mom cry before. It must be your fault. You're the annoying one for calling others annoying. You really are annoying. No, you are. You are." Chapter 13, Brothers in a Past Life. Enemies in this life. Gazing at the two individuals locked in a fierce confrontation, Kazekage Minato could not help but sigh. These two truly embodied the essence of age-old adversaries. Did the chakra of Ashura and Indra influence them the moment they laid eyes on each other? Minato stepped forward, forcefully inserting himself between the two. "Enough. Separate at once. What on earth are you two doing?" Meanwhile, Makoto Uchiha regained her composure. Quickly wiping away the tears from her face, she grasped the stubborn Uchiha Sasuke by the arm. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Upon hearing his mother's admonishment, Sasuke lowered his head. However, he soon lifted it again. "Mom, are you alright?" Makoto shook her head, assuring him that she was fine, merely overwhelmed by the sight of them. At this moment, Minato had already informed Naruto of Makoto's connection with Kushina Uzumaki. Thus, when he realized that the spiky-haired boy's mother was well acquainted with his own, Naruto instantly transformed from a boisterous young man into an embarrassed little girl. How mortifying. Observing Naruto's drastic change, Minato felt a pang of discomfort. He approached Makoto with a bright smile. Sasuke noticed the blonde boy advancing toward his mother and instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Makoto, eyeing the newcomer warily. Minato, unlike Naruto, felt no particular inclination towards Sasuke. He merely offered a brief smile before turning to Makoto, inviting her, "Aunt Makoto, please come in." With that, he turned and strode into the house. Seeing this, Naruto hurriedly followed suit. Once they were both inside, Makoto took Sasuke's hand and stepped into the house she had not visited in quite some time. Standing at the entrance, Makoto's eyes swept over every corner of the home. It remained unchanged from a few years ago, just as she remembered. After settling down on the living room sofa, Naruto, under Minato's orders, fetched a cup of tea for Makoto. As for the boy named Sasuke, Naruto initially intended to ignore him. Yet, due to Minato's subtle coercion, he reluctantly poured a cup for Sasuke as well. Once the tea was served, Naruto squeezed him beside Minato. Makoto, witnessing this scene, could not help but smile. How wonderful. If Kushina knew you were here, her excitement would be boundless. Minato understood that Makoto was addressing him. Thus, he replied, "Of course, I know. Unlike Naruto, we come from a world where the Nine-Tails incident never occurred." Makoto's expression shifted to one of surprise. She had not heard her husband mention this matter last night. Fugaku Uchiha had only informed her that she could visit Naruto. He had also mentioned a child resembling Naruto, yet of unclear origin, named Kazekage Minato. Now it dawned on her that Minato had come from another world, one where the Nine-Tails incident had never transpired, bringing her thoughts back to the present. Makoto glanced toward the kitchen. "Minato, have you eaten today?" "Yes," Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Minato made porridge this morning. It was delicious. I devoured 3 big bowls." Recalling the porridge from that morning, Naruto's face lit up with enthusiasm, his hands playfully circling his belly. "Is that so?" Makoto turned to Minato with a smile, pleasantly surprised that he could cook. Naturally, Minato replied with a wry smile. "You know how Kushina can be. Sometimes she enjoys sleeping in. During those times, I have to fend for myself." "Really? I had no idea Kushina from another world was like that too." Haraha. As time passed, Minato and Makoto engaged in numerous conversations, primarily revolving around Kushina from their respective worlds. Naruto, nestled beside Minato, listened intently, gaining a deeper understanding of his mother. However, unlike the emotionally charged trio, Sasuke found little interest in their discussions. After a while, he expressed a desire to leave. In his view, spending time here was a waste when he could be playing with his brother at home. "Enough, Sasuke. Stop this nonsense." Makoto, rarely showing irritation, finally snapped at Sasuke. Seeing this, Minato quickly intervened. "It's all right, Aunt Makoto. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to do so. Naruto and I will be living here from now on, and you can visit us anytime." Makoto rose and approached Naruto. In his bewildered state, she embraced him. "I'm so sorry, Naruto. I am close friends with your mother, yet due to circumstances, I cannot see you as often as I wish." At that moment, Naruto experienced an unprecedented warmth enveloping him. He wondered if his mother's embrace felt this comforting as well. "It's all right. I'm a man. I'm completely fine." Makoto gazed at Naruto's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Kushina, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, uncertain if it was merely an illusion. Minato thought he had glimpsed Makoto's Sharingan, Activated? After wiping her tears, Makoto lifted her head, her eyes returning to their normal black hue. Minato found himself questioning if he had imagined it. Makoto gently stroked Naruto's head while pulling Minato into her embrace. From today onward, if either of you encounters trouble or feels hungry, come to Auntie. With Kushina gone, I shall be your mother. Kushina and I once agreed that if we had a son and a daughter, we would become in-laws. If we had 2 sons, they would be brothers. If 2 daughters, they would be best friends. It seems that becoming in-laws is unlikely now. However, Naruto and Sasuke, you can be brothers. What? Me and him. Both Naruto and Sasuke pointed at each other, their faces reflecting utter disbelief. I refuse. Sasuke crossed his arms defiantly, turning his head away. Naruto echoed the sentiment, scoffing at the notion of being brothers with Sasuke. Despite their protests, Mikoto's resolve remained unwavering. She took Sasuke's hand and addressed Minato. That settles it. Come to our home for dinner this evening. It's time for you to meet Sasuke's older brother. Without waiting for Minato's response, Mikoto took Sasuke and left. Chapter 14. Journey to the Uchiha clan, encountering roadblocks in the evening, after taking a bath and changing into a fresh set of clothes. Namikaze Menma and Uzumaki Naruto strolled together along the streets of Konoha village. As they walked, Namikaze Menma's gaze swept across the pedestrians lining the streets. He noticed that whenever the villagers caught sight of him, they would huddle together and whisper amongst themselves. Before long, from within the crowd, a woman suddenly pushed her young daughter forward. Gazing at the little girl, who appeared to be of similar age, Menma was perplexed by the intentions of these onlookers. Just as he was consumed by curiosity, the girl unexpectedly produced a bouquet of flowers from behind her and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, offered it to Menma. My mom told me you were the son of Konoha's hero. May I get to know you? My name is Shirchuan Tomoko. Menma looked at the flowers in his hand, then at the bashful girl, his expression turning comically dark. What? You're giving me flowers? What about me? While Menma was at a loss for words, Naruto stepped in, pointing at himself and addressing the little girl. Upon seeing Naruto, the previously shy girl squealed and hurried back to her mother's side. Menma instinctively looked up, only to find the villagers' expressions still filled with resentment upon seeing Naruto. However, once they realized Menma was watching them, their disdain swiftly transformed into respect. The villagers nodded slightly to Menma before hastily departing. Observing this, Menma and Naruto resumed their journey. What the heck? Why did only you get flowers? What about me? As they walked again, Naruto kept his gaze fixed on the bouquet in Menma's hand, his tone dripping with jealousy. Menma felt a sense of relief that Naruto, in his simplicity, could harbor such thoughts. It's better to be a bit foolish. Fools have their own blessings and suffer less. Here, if you want it, take it, Menma said, handing the flowers over to Naruto. Naruto's eyes sparkled with delight as he received the flowers. Really? You truly want to give it to me? However, after a moment's thought, he returned the bouquet to Menma. What's wrong? You don't want it? Menma asked, noticing Naruto's reluctant expression. I do want it, but, after all, it was given to you. It feels wrong to just take it. Come on, it's just a bunch of flowers. Menma insisted, pushing the bouquet back into Naruto's hands. As you said, it's just a bunch of flowers. I don't care for such things. Upon hearing Menma's words, Naruto's face lit up with a joyful smile. Really? Thank you, Menma. You're so kind. Get lost. You idiot. Your snot is on my clothes. After a playful scuffle, Menma and Naruto finally arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory. Just as they were about to step inside, numerous masked ninjas suddenly emerged, blocking their path. Menma and Naruto stood back to back, their eyes scanning the array of ninjas before them. Umbu? No. The patterns on their masks are more elaborate. They belong to Root. You two brats sure have some nerve. Strolling right into the Uchiha clan, a voice called from the back of the crowd. The surrounding ninjas parted to reveal Shimura Danzo, leaning on a cane, as he approached. Menma's eyes widened in recognition. Danzo. Danzo approached Menma, looking down at him and Naruto, who bore an uncanny resemblance to each other, and let out a cold snort. Menma. Is it? From your reaction, it seems you know them and me. Of course. I am well aware of you, Lord Danzo, and your Root. Menma replied, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. You're lying. Danzo's T-shaped cane struck the ground forcefully. I and Root are the foundation of Konoha, a shadowy existence. Even with the likes of your father, the Hokage, I would never divulge any information from Root. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. It appears Hiruzen's suspicions were misplaced. You must have a hidden background. Seize them. At Danzo's command, the Root ninjas lunged at Menma and Naruto like wild dogs. However, in an instant, the duo vanished from sight, leaving the surrounding ninjas bewildered. Danzo turned, sensing something amiss. Within the Uchiha territory, a figure emerged, cradling both Menma and Naruto, appearing before Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Danzo, what an interesting visit. Blocking my guests at the Uchiha doorstep. Behind Fugaku stood numerous Uchiha ninjas, their glares directed at Danzo. Filled with hostility. Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo's tone remained unyielding. I will say this once, hand them over, or else. In the face of Danzo's threat, Fugaku showed no signs of retreat. Or else, let us discuss this before the Hokage. Observing Fugaku's resolute stance, along with the determined Uchiha ninjas behind him, Danzo's teeth nearly ground together in frustration. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha clan, just you wait. With that, Danzo led his root ninjas away in defeat. As they watched Danzo's retreating figure, Menma finally felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. That was close. But isn't Danzo a bit too clever? His reasoning does not seem fitting for someone who would resort to assassinating the Hokage. Once Danzo was a distance away, Fugaku lowered his gaze to Menma and Naruto. They looked strikingly similar to the image he had seen in the projection. All right, thank you all for your assistance today. It is getting late. Everyone should return home before dinner gets cold. Upon receiving the clan leader's command, the Uchiha clan members dispersed, including Uchiha Shisui, who had rescued Menma and Naruto from Root. After exchanging greetings with them, he too headed home. Chapter 15. A visit to the Uchiha residence. All right. Follow me. Makoto has been waiting for you for quite some time. Uchiha Fugaku spoke in an exceedingly cold tone, his expression perpetually serious. Naruto Uzumaki, feeling intimidated, grasped the hem of Temari's clothing, drawing close to her as he whispered, Temari, this uncle seems quite fierce. Did we upset him somehow? Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, Temari glanced up at Fugaku's retreating figure and quietly replied, not at all. Uncle Fugaku always carries this expression. I've heard he has quite the reputation in the ninja world. He is known as Fugaku the Fearsome. In truth, even though Temari and Naruto spoke in hushed tones, Fugaku's keen ears caught their words with clarity. Thus, when he heard Temari reference his notorious title, a subtle smile crept onto his lips, unnoticed by her. As they accompanied Fugaku through the Uchiha clan's territory, Temari and Naruto observed several clan members greeting Fugaku with respect. A few shopkeepers even offered food in an attempt to honor him, though their gestures were ultimately declined. Temari silently watched the interactions between Fugaku and his clan, reflecting on the contrasting portrayal of him in the fan novels she had read in her past life, where he was depicted as indecisive and ineffectual. Merely a wasteful clan leader with two commendable sons. However, witnessing the respect he commanded from his kin led her to reconsider. The Uchiha clan had always valued strength. If Fugaku truly lacked merit and had merely ascended to his position through familial ties, would he have garnered such esteem? In those fan fictions, Fugaku was often characterized as inept, primarily due to his subservient demeanor in the presence of figures like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, who often spoke to him with disdain. While it was somewhat understandable to yield to Sarutobi, the third Hokage, the same could not be said for Danzo, whose authority stemmed from manipulation and fear. Yet, it was evident that the other clan leaders in Konohagakure exhibited similar submissiveness before Danzo. If the leaders of the Yamanaka and Waihai clans had been truly formidable, then their younger members would not have found themselves entwined in Danzo's root organization. Ultimately, this dynamic resulted from Hiruzen's unyielding indulgence of Danzo, instilling fear not of Danzo himself, but of the man behind him, the third Hokage. Moreover, Fugaku faced considerable criticism for remaining passive, while Itachi decimated the Uchiha clan, waiting at home with his wife as their fate unfolded. One might excuse a man's surrender, but to bring his spouse into such a grim fate felt akin to willingly sacrificing her for his own cowardice. Temari, what are you pondering? Fugaku's voice interrupted her thoughts, causing her to instinctively look up, meeting his piercing gaze. Nothing at all. Flustered, Temari felt her cheeks flush crimson, having been caught reflecting on the very man before her. Is that so? Fugaku, satisfied with her reply, did not press further. Soon, they arrived at a house, where Makoto awaited them at the entrance with their elder son, Itachi, and their younger son, Sasuke. Upon spotting Temari and Naruto, Makoto rushed forward, enveloping them in an enthusiastic embrace. Temari, Naruto, you truly came. I was worried you might not show up. Standing behind Makoto, Fugaku finally spoke. You four should eat first. I need to visit the shrine. Makoto's expression dimmed momentarily. Must you go now? We could eat together. Fugaku shook his head. It's fine, you all go ahead. With that, he turned and left without hesitation. Watching Fugaku depart, Makoto's face reflected concern. What could be so urgent that he lacks time for a meal? Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, taking Temari and Naruto by the hand and leading them to Itachi and Sasuke. Temari, Naruto, this is my eldest son, Sasuke's brother, Itachi Uchiha. Itachi nodded in greeting. Nice to meet you, Temari and Naruto. Having introduced Itachi, Makoto ushered everyone inside. The kitchen table overflowed with an array of delectable dishes. Sasuke immediately noticed the longing in Naruto's eyes and deliberately scoffed to gain his attention. Jealous? Mom makes this for me every day? Though Naruto internally fumed at Sasuke's taunt, he had no retort. Sasuke. However, Itachi, overhearing the exchange, interjected, Sasuke is misleading you. He is eager to devour this feast himself. Brother. Sasuke shot a glare at Itachi for undermining him in front of the annoying blonde. All right, if you're all eager, hurry and wash your hands, then we can eat. Itachi, please take them to wash up. Yes, mother. Itachi replied, leading the three of them toward the kitchen. Seeing this, Temari, Naruto, and Sasuke hurried to follow. Chapter 16, Nanha Shrine. Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope Sharingan on the other side. After leaving his home, Uchiha Fugaku made his way to Nanha's shrine without hesitation. As he had anticipated, upon arriving at the shrine, the elders of the Uchiha clan were already waiting for him inside. I have been informed that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and a boy who bears a striking resemblance to him are currently guests at your home. As Fugaku stepped into the shrine, he had barely taken a seat when the eldest elder inquired directly. Nodding in affirmation, Uchiha Fugaku replied, "Indeed." Since the information had already been reported, further explanation from him would be futile. Moreover, Fugaku had never intended to conceal this matter. Upon receiving Fugaku's confirmation, the second elder grew visibly excited. His eyes scanned the room, and he exclaimed, "Everyone, this is our opportunity. If we can seize this moment to take control of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Though the second elder did not finish his thought, it was clear that everyone present was astute enough to grasp the implication. Before long, the majority of those present were stirred by the second elder's words. They clamored to make the Nine-Tails pay for the wrongs done to Konoha, demanding that Sarutobi Hiruzen relinquish his position as Hokage and hand over Konoha to the Uchiha clan. Fugaku felt a profound sense of discomfort at the raucous cheer that filled the shrine. Indeed, everything unfolded just as the third Hokage had predicted. Once the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki entered Uchiha territory, they seemed to abandon all restraint. "Hey, Fugaku, since you are the clan leader, why don't you stand up and say something? With the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki right in your home, just a command from you, and we could." "Apologies," Fugaku interjected. But what he said was not at all what the assembly wished to hear. Under the gaze of the elders, he rose to his feet and revealed his three-tomo Sharingan. "Precisely because I am the clan leader, I will not allow you to act recklessly." Fugaku's sudden assertiveness momentarily caught the elders off guard. However, they were seasoned individuals who had weathered many storms. That brief moment of surprise was but fleeting. They quickly regained their composure. "You coward." The eldest elder rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Fugaku. "The chance to restore the Uchiha clan's greatness is right before us, and you choose to forego it?" In response to the elder's reproach, Fugaku passionately defended, "The resurgence of the Uchiha clan must come through our own strength, not by the means you propose of controlling the Nine-Tails with ocular techniques." The fourth elder cast a fierce glare at Fugaku before turning his attention to the others, suggesting, "I believe that such a timid Uchiha Fugaku is no longer fit to serve as clan leader. I propose we replace him." "Indeed, that seems fitting. I think Shana is not a bad candidate." Observing the elders as they disregarded his presence and began deliberating the next clan leader amongst themselves, Fugaku took a deep breath and opened his eyes once more. "I have stated, this matter is non-negotiable. Uchiha Fugaku, you." The third elder upturned the table before him, ready to teach this audacious individual a lesson. However, just as he stood, he froze in his tracks. "Meiki, what has happened to you?" The third elder's unusual behavior soon drew the attention of the others, who turned to gaze at Uchiha Fugaku. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. When the elders of the Uchiha clan noticed the unique pattern of Fugaku's kaleidoscope Sharingan, they all shared the same stunned expression as the third elder, rendered speechless. "Is this the kaleidoscope Sharingan?" "Fugaku, no. Clan leader, you have truly awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan?" The eldest elder trembled as he approached Fugaku, his eyes quivering with disbelief. How many years had it been since Uchiha Madara departed from their clan? How long had it been since a member of the Uchiha clan awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan? But today they witnessed it once more, the long-forgotten kaleidoscope Sharingan after decades. "Why, clan leader, with your kaleidoscope Sharingan, we could more easily control the Nine-Tails. That was how Lord Madara did it. Why do you prevent us?" The eldest elder grasped Fugaku's arm, his expression a mix of yearning, hope, and confusion. Sighing, Uchiha Fugaku gently extricated the elder's hand from his arm. He then conveyed to the elders the information he had shared at the Hokage building. "The current situation is as follows. The identities of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto are no longer secrets in Konoha. Moreover, it is possible that one day, the fourth Hokage from that world may arrive in ours. So, my esteemed elders, do you truly believe that by seizing control of the Nine-Tails, the Uchiha can dominate Konoha completely?" The eldest elder slumped back into his seat, his eyes vacant as he muttered to himself, "How can this be? The son of the fourth from another world?" Uchiha Fugaku observed the dazed expressions of the elders and sighed. "Thus, my current thinking is this, rather than antagonizing them, it would be wiser to win the favor of those two children while the fourth has yet to arrive. After all, we have witnessed how the fourth governed. Once he appears and the threat from Shimura Danzo is removed, the Uchiha shall undoubtedly rise once more. We understand." The eldest elder surveyed the room of elders. "Then let us proceed as the clan leader suggests. From this day forth, those two children shall be the honored guests of the Uchiha clan. If those ignorant fools in Konoha dare to harm them, the Uchiha guard has every right to apprehend them. Fifth elder, after this meeting, you shall disseminate this information." "Understood." In the following days, Uchiha Fugaku and the elders of the Uchiha clan engaged in discussions regarding how Namikaze Minato had arrived in this world. If Minato could come, might others from his world also arrive? However, These discussions ultimately yielded no reasonable conclusions. By the time night fell, the clan meeting concluded with a sense of regret. That night, the members of the Uchiha Guard received identical orders from both their clan leader and elders. The commands instructed them to remain vigilant while patrolling Konoha, particularly for the two children who bore a striking resemblance, one named Namikaze Minato and the other Uzumaki Naruto, should they witness anyone bullying the two. The guards were authorized to take action against the offenders, be they villagers or outsiders. Chapter 17. Fractured friendship within the confines of the Hokage building in the Hokage's office. A furious voice echoed. "You scoundrel, Shimura Danzo. You are nothing but a rogue. I explicitly commanded you not to leave the route without my permission." As Uchiha Fugaku made his way home alongside Hatake Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto, on the opposite side, outside the Uchiha clan grounds, Hatake Kakashi intercepted the departing Shimura Danzo and his associates. Subsequently, Kakashi escorted Danzo back to the Hokage building. Upon hearing the unfolding events from Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen was consumed by rage, his hands relentlessly pounding the table. "Calm yourself, monkey." Yet, in the face of Sarutobi's fury, Danzo remained unperturbed. As if Hiruzen's anger was of no consequence to him, both Kakashi and Hiruzen turned their gazes toward Danzo, who raised his intact arm and pointed his cane at Hiruzen, proclaiming, "Monkey, I have not defied your orders. I am indeed here, firmly rooted in the root. What stands before you is merely a shadow clone." Realizing that the Danzo before him was but a mere shadow clone, Hiruzen felt his teeth grind in frustration. Meanwhile, Danzo continued, seemingly oblivious to the tension. "Moreover, monkey, I now have ample reason to suspect that you all have been deceived by that brat, Hatake Kakashi." Danzo nonchalantly seated himself on a nearby sofa and continued his deductions. The existence of the root was a closely guarded secret within the Leaf Village. Even the clan leaders merely regarded the root as a mere training ground for the Umbu. However, just moments ago, the brat's reaction, his disdain for me and my root ninjas, was unmistakable. That boy undoubtedly knows the true nature of the root. What are you implying? Sarutobi Hiruzen collected himself, resumed his seat, and waved Kakashi away. Danzo continued, "Monkey, the root exists to handle matters that you cannot. In essence, the root exists solely for you. After you relinquish your position as Hokage, do you truly believe I would continue to serve Minato with the root? Do you think you would disclose the existence of the root and our actions in detail to Minato?" Danzo's inquiry had already been answered years prior when Minato assumed the role of the fourth Hokage. At that time, Minato was not only unaware of the root's existence, but also oblivious to the actions it had undertaken. Publicly, Hiruzen and Danzo maintained a unified front, merely stating that it was a training department for the Umbu. "Is that so?" Hiruzen's expression darkened. "So, according to you, either that brat has been lying from the very beginning or," Danzo interjected, "or in that brat's world, your chosen successor discovered the existence of the root and utterly annihilated it. If that were the case, monkey, what kind of life would you, the ostensible Hokage, be living now? Under surveillance? Under house arrest? Or perhaps imprisoned within the Leaf's dungeons?" Danzo's words pierced Hiruzen's heart like a dagger. Indeed, Hiruzen recognized his own inadequacies compared to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and his political acumen paled in comparison to his mentor, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. It was precisely due to this realization that he had been compelled to rely on Danzo's assistance and permit the establishment of the so-called Root Organization. Since his ascension to Hokage, the Root had undeniably served as a lethal weapon for him in dealings with the outside world. However, after years of development, this weapon now seemed increasingly ineffective. Danzo had not hesitated to publicly oppose him on multiple occasions. Why? Was it not because of the Root's formidable power? Simultaneously, Danzo held many of Hiruzen's unsavory decisions in his grasp. Should those secrets come to light, Hiruzen's carefully cultivated image would collapse in an instant, earning him the scorn of all. "So, you intend to take action against that brat?" Danzo scrutinized Hiruzen's grim visage and retorted with a smile. "What? Are you still undecided about taking action against that brat? Monkey, opportunities do not wait for anyone. What if you miss this chance, and as you said, that fourth Hokage from his world truly arrives? Then you." Under Danzo's threat, Hiruzen underwent a tumultuous internal struggle. In the midst of Danzo's expectant gaze, Hiruzen ultimately shook his head with resolute determination. "You scoundrel. Hiruzen, you truly are a fool. Do you not fear for your life?" Danzo overturned the table in front of him with a single hand, glaring at Hiruzen with unrestrained fury. This time, Hiruzen's tone remained calm. "Of course I fear. I fear the disappointment of the villagers. I fear betraying my mentor's teachings. I fear being unworthy of the title of Hokage. However, Danzo, no matter how afraid I am, no matter how terrified I become, that does not justify our collusion to harm Konoha. And let us not forget, the very purpose of the Root's establishment was to address those enemies that Konoha could not confront openly. From its inception, the Root could never be an organization that existed in the light of day." Hiruzen rose once more, his gaze unwavering as he faced Danzo. "I acknowledge my shortcomings. I accept that I am not as capable as my mentor. Yet, on the matter of protecting Konoha, I believe I can stand firm in my conviction. Thus, Danzo, regardless of my future or the outcomes ahead, as long as I occupy this position, as long as I remain the third Hokage of Konoha, you shall not wreak havoc in this village. Observing Hiruzen's impassioned stance, Danzo felt his teeth grind in frustration. You scoundrel! Monkey you! Before Danzo could utter another word, Hiruzen drew a handful of shuriken, catching Danzo off guard. The shuriken struck true, and with a resounding bang, Danzo transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. As the smoke dissipated, Hiruzen exhaled heavily. Was it truly a shadow clone? Danzo, it seems you are not beyond redemption just yet. You scoundrel! You cursed fool, Hiruzen! Yet, in stark contrast to Hiruzen's relief, within the confines of the Root organization, Danzo's furious roar reverberated through the halls, even reaching the ears of the Root ninjas recently released by Kakashi. In a dimly lit chamber, Danzo emerged from the shadows. His remaining eye was bloodshot, and his expression twisted in rage. You will regret this, Hiruzen. You will undoubtedly regret this. Let us wait and see. Chapter 18. An extraordinary best friend and two wealthy brothers. On the third morning since arriving in the world of Naruto, Kazuki Buffing awoke once more. Instinctively turning his head towards the alarm clock by his bedside, he noted the time, 7:21 a.m. Perhaps it was due to still being a child, or perhaps his physical condition had improved upon entering this world. But Kazuki felt no inclination to linger in bed. On the contrary, rising at this hour felt like he had already indulged in a bit of oversleeping. Otherwise, he would have risen even earlier. Slipping into his slippers, Kazuki made his way to the bathroom. After a refreshing few minutes, he emerged feeling invigorated. Opening the refrigerator in the kitchen, he discovered not only the vegetables purchased by Kakashi, but also an array of ready-to-eat pre-prepared meals. These meals had been meticulously prepared by Aunt Mikoto the previous evening, complete with labels detailing when to eat each dish and which ones had a shorter shelf life. Mikoto had also informed Kazuki that she would personally, or through a messenger, deliver freshly prepared food to him every few days. As for Kazuki and his companions residing within the Uchiha clan, although the Hokage had outwardly chosen to trust the Uchiha family, and the Uchihas had been swayed by Fugaku Uchiha to reach a tacit agreement with the Hokage's arrangements, there remained an underlying mistrust between the two parties. Consequently, Mikoto did not broach the subject of Kazuki's extended stay at the Uchiha residence. What a wonderfully crazy best friend. Kazuki mused as he retrieved the breakfast items Aunt Mikoto had insisted he eat that morning. After warming them up in the microwave, Naruto Uzumaki stirred from his slumber. He groggily approached Kazuki, tugging at his shirt hem with a sleepy voice. Kazuki, what are you doing? You're awake? Kazuki turned to the bleary-eyed Naruto. I'm just heating up the food Aunt Mikoto made for us. You should wash up. Breakfast is almost ready. Okay, Naruto replied, still in a daze as he trudged toward the bathroom. By the time he re-emerged, he was brimming with energy. Kazuki had already set the table, and upon seeing Naruto exit the kitchen, he called out for him to join him for breakfast. As the brothers savored their meal, Naruto suddenly turned to Kazuki, asking, what are we going to do after we finish eating? Kazuki pondered for a moment before responding, what do you usually do? Well, does just hanging out count? Naruto mused aloud. Back then, I didn't have anyone making meals for me every day, and the stipend from the third Hokage just barely covered my needs. I would usually go fishing in the river behind the village. Not only could I roast the fish I caught, but it also helped pass the time. Kazuki envisioned the scene as Naruto described it, a small child awakening in a disheveled room, escaping into the forest amid the hostile gazes of the villagers. To conserve his meager stipend, he would need to ponder how to catch and cook fish, only to return home alone amidst the disdainful stares of the villagers. Crying silently in his bed. How could this be the life of a hero-esque child? Kazuki thought, feeling a sharp pang of sympathy for Naruto. He should have been raised enveloped in love, deserving of a beautiful existence. After some reflection, Kazuki set down his chopsticks and suggested, how about this? Once we finish eating, I'll take you to see your very own street. My own street? Are you talking about that kind of street? Naruto's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yes, Kazuki affirmed. That street once belonged to your mother, but after her passing, it has come to you. Naruto exclaimed. So, everything on that street belongs to me? Not quite, Kazuki replied, shaking his head. That street is yours, meaning any business operating there must pay you a fee. That is amazing, Naruto exclaimed. But then his expression shifted. But we probably can't go there, right? Whenever I try to buy something, those uncles and aunts refuse to sell to me. Kazuki felt a surge of anger at the thought. He slammed his chopsticks on the table, exclaiming, they treat you like this, and you still want to protect them? Naruto, bewildered by Kazuki's sudden outburst, responded, but didn't you say we're both sons of the fourth Hokage? Protecting Konoha and everyone in it is our mission. Kazuki was left speechless by Naruto's words, unable to form a response. He could only point at Naruto, muttering, you. Let us just eat. With a resigned sigh, Kazuki picked up his bowl again, feeling frustrated. If he had known his words would impact Naruto so profoundly, he would have refrained from making such statements under the watchful eyes of Sarutobi and the Umbu. After finishing their meal and cleaning their bowls, Kazuki and Naruto changed into fresh clothes and stepped outside together. Naruto wore his usual outfit, a green long-sleeve shirt layered with a white t-shirt bearing the Uzumaki clan symbol, paired with deep blue shorts and open-toed ninja sandals. In contrast, Kazuki's attire was a homage to his father, the fourth Hokage, featuring a mesh shirt beneath a pristine white jacket adorned with green accents, complemented by long pants and ninja sandals similar to Naruto's. Ready? Let us go. Kazuki called from the entrance as Naruto rushed out, laughing in response. Chapter 19. The first encounter with the boar, deer, and butterfly. As Kazekage Menma and Naruto Uzumaki stroll through the bustling streets of Konoha, they occasionally attract curious glances from passersby. However, compared to the previous day, the atmosphere has significantly improved. I'm utterly bored. Menma sighs dramatically after walking 2 blocks without any excitement. Bored? I think this is fantastic, Naruto exclaims, turning his head to Menma, his smile unwavering. Menma mutters under his breath, that's merely your opinion. After another leisurely 15 minutes, they finally arrive at Konoha's commercial district. Although referred to as a commercial street, it is actually a collection of several interconnected avenues. Menma points to a particularly vibrant street and says to Naruto, look, this is the one. This will be yours from now on. Naruto gazes at the bustling thoroughfare, his eyes sparkling with delight. Hey, Menma, let us go check it out. Despite his tone being inquisitive, his actions speak louder than words as he pulls Menma along before he can respond, walking confidently down the street that now belongs to him. Naruto feels a swell of pride. Even his demeanor changes as he observes the shops lining the street. Suddenly, Naruto halts in his tracks. Menma notices and stops beside him. What's wrong? He inquires, following Naruto's gaze to a shop selling masks. Naruto is mesmerized by a white mask adorned with intricate patterns, unable to look away. Noticing this, Menma turns to him and asks, do you like that one? Yes. Naruto nods enthusiastically. This mask looks just like the one that older brother Kakashi wears. Do you think I would look cool in it? Menma, without hesitation, replies sarcastically, you? I think you should reconsider. Hey, that's unfair. Naruto pouts defiantly. We look identical. If I don't suit it, then neither would you. Menma chuckles, pointing to himself with a thumbs up. That's debatable for me, but for you? Quite a challenge. You're such a jerk, Menma, Naruto exclaims, charging at him playfully. However, Menma simply sidesteps, evading the playful attack. But just as Menma sidesteps, an unsuspecting individual appears behind him, and Naruto collides with them, knocking them down. Hey, are you alright? Choji, are you okay? Menma rushes forward, concerned. You idiot, Naruto. Choji exclaims, clearly annoyed. As the situation unfolds, 2 others emerge from the crowd, evidently comrades of the unfortunate soul Naruto knocked over. Menma helps the dazed Naruto to his feet, and, pressing down on his head, apologizes to the trio. Quickly say it. It was my fault. I'm sorry. Under the pressure of Menma's insistence and realizing the gravity of his blunder, Naruto complies without protest. It was my fault. I'm sorry. You both look remarkably similar. One of the girls among the trio suddenly points at Menma and Naruto. To confirm her observation, she turns to the boy beside her, who sports a distinctive pineapple hairstyle. You're spot on. Shikamaru replies, you two must be Menma and Naruto, right? The adults at home mentioned you. What? Naruto exclaims, suddenly lifting Menma's hand off his head. Ino steps forward, extending her hand towards Menma. You must be Menma, right? My dad told me about you. I'm Ino Yamanaka. It's a pleasure to meet you. Menma half-heartedly shakes Ino's hand and nods. Menma, I see you're already familiar with me. At this age, Ino is not yet the graceful beauty she will become, with her short, light blonde hair pinned with a slender clip on the left side, while the right side resembles her future self. After introductions, Ino presents her companions. These are Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi. Shikamaru gives a simple nod. Hello. Choji follows suit, smiling at Menma and Naruto. Hi, I'm Choji. Choji is the one Naruto accidentally knocked over, but fortunately, due to his stout stature, he bears no ill effects. Had it been Shikamaru, the outcome might have been quite different. Naruto, not needing any introduction from Menma, thumps his chest and declares, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage. Hokage? Ino and Shikamaru do not mock Naruto's ambition, though Shikamaru does pose a query. What makes you want to become Hokage? Isn't it obvious? To protect the weak. Naruto clenches his right fist, determination etched on his face. If I become Hokage, I won't allow any child in Konoha to endure the bullying I suffered. Shikamaru is taken aback by Naruto's earnest motivation, gaining newfound respect for the blonde boy before him. What about you? Seizing the opportunity, Ino turns to Menma, asking, do you want to become Hokage as well? Hokage? Absolutely not. Menma replies without hesitation. Being Hokage is exhausting, with endless responsibilities. I would much rather lead a simple life. Menma's contrasting desire to Naruto's ambition piques the curiosity of the group, prompting them to wonder what his notion of a simple life entails. Noticing their inquisitive expressions, Menma elaborates. A lounge chair, a cup of tea, a shady spot, a book in hand, just lying there all day. Captivated by Menma's description of a simple life, Shikamaru grabs Menma's hand enthusiastically. I feel the same. I yearn for a life of simplicity. Really? Menma reciprocates the handshake. Then we are kindred spirits. Indeed, kindred spirits. As they observe the excitement between the two, Ino and Naruto are baffled, unable to comprehend the allure of such a mundane existence. Ino forcibly separates Menma and Shikamaru, turning to Menma and asking, "We're heading to the training ground to play. Do you want to join us?" Chapter 20. The Origin of the Pig, Deer, and Butterfly and Bullying. Upon receiving the invitation from Ino Yamanaka, Naruto Uzumaki enthusiastically accepted without a moment's hesitation. It was the first time someone had taken the initiative to invite him out for fun, and he was genuinely thrilled, watching Naruto nodding repeatedly with excitement. Shikamaru and Nara wore an expression of exasperation. Eventually, Shikamaru had no choice but to agree to join them. Thus, the original two teams amalgamated into a single group of 5. 4 boys and 1 girl strolled down the bustling streets, making their way to the training grounds of Konoha. As they walked, Shikamaru suddenly turned to his companion, Nara Shikamaru, and inquired, "You mentioned you are from the Nara clan, he from the Akimichi clan, and she from the Yamanaka clan. Could it be that you are the famed pig, deer, and butterfly trio?" Naruto, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Pig, deer, and butterfly? What does that mean?" In response to Naruto's question, Shikamaru took the initiative to explain. "Our families have been allied since the Warring States period. This bond has remained unbroken even after the founding of Konoha by the first Hokage. Moreover, our respective ninjutsu techniques complement each other, which is how we established the name pig, deer, and butterfly. We have always referred to ourselves this way." "Oh," exclaimed Naruto, his face lighting up with realization. He then pointed at the 3. "So among you, Shikamaru, you must be the deer. As for butterfly, I believe that must be Ino, leaving you, Choji, as the pig, right?" Choji Akimichi, who appeared rather rotund, tossed a handful of chips into his mouth, chewed for a moment, and then shook his head. "Naruto, you guessed wrong. I am actually the butterfly of the trio." "Really? How so?" Naruto asked, his mind momentarily overwhelmed by this revelation. He glanced incredulously at Ino, who seemed equally bemused. Ino, noticing Naruto's expression, nodded resignedly. "I don't know why either, but indeed, my family carries the title of the pig in the trio." With that, Ino unleashed a flurry of punches into the air in frustration, aiming to vanquish the invisible grievances before her. "Why on earth is my family the pig? It should clearly be the Akimichi clan that fits that title better." At that moment, Shikamaru raised his hand and interjected, "Could it be that you were called the pig simply because Ino itself means pig?" Upon hearing this, Ino's entire demeanor crumbled. "What? Is my name the reason my clan is called the pig?" Observing Ino's dismay, Shikamaru awkwardly scratched his cheek. "Well, that's just my hypothesis. After all, the name pig, deer, and butterfly existed long before your birth, and the alliance between your family and the others is not recent. I believe it has little to do with names." Regarding the title of pig, deer, and butterfly, Shikamaru had a different perspective to share. Knowing Shikamaru's intellect, Ino looked at him with hopeful anticipation as he began his explanation. "In the traditional Hanafuda card game, there exists a set that requires collecting the boar, deer, and butterfly. The player who gathers this trio wins the game. As you know, the Nara clan has a long-standing tradition of raising deer. The Akimichi clan, after using their family's secret technique, grows what resemble butterfly wings. Thus, the Yamanaka clan, as the remaining group, has yet to inherit the title of pig." Though Ino was still discontented with the explanation, she found Shikamaru's reasoning far superior to Shikamaru's earlier suggestion that her name was the cause of their clan's title. A smile returned to her face, but the moment she recalled Shikamaru's earlier remark, her expression darkened, and she shot him a fierce glare. Feeling the intensity of Ino's gaze, Shikamaru fidgeted uncomfortably and attempted to ease the tension by looking up at the sky and down at the ground, muttering, "Ah, the sky is so sky-like today. The clouds are quite cloud-like. The ground is rather ground-like too. The stones, oh, they are so stony." Ino was about to demand an apology from him when they suddenly heard laughter emanating from ahead. Instantly, all attention shifted towards the source of the sound. Even Ino momentarily forgot her annoyance with Shikamaru and curiously peered ahead. Not far from them, in a nearby park, a group of 4 or 5 young girls had gathered around a girl with pink hair. It became evident that someone was bullying a fellow villager. Shikamaru, upon assessing the situation, quickly advised, "Let us not invite trouble. We should leave for now." However, before he could finish, Naruto had already dashed forward. "Idiot! What are you doing, Naruto?" Shikamaru shouted, rushing to follow him. But as he moved, Shikamaru was swiftly restrained by Shikamaru. "Why are you stopping me? We need to help Naruto. Calm down." Shikamaru shook his head. What Naruto does is his own business. Whether he gets taught a lesson or manages to scare them off, it's up to him. We cannot always stay by his side. He must learn to take responsibility for his actions. Otherwise, how will he ever become Hokage? Seemingly persuaded by Shikamaru's reasoning, Shikamaru ceased his struggle. However, while Shikamaru remained stationary, Shikamaru quickly darted to a spot close to Naruto, where he could clearly observe the unfolding scene. Once by Shikamaru's side, Shikamaru quietly asked, "Didn't you say Naruto needed to take responsibility for his actions? What are you doing now? What else is there to say?" Shikamaru replied, glancing at Shikamaru. "Though I said Naruto must be accountable, I am still his older brother. As an older brother, it is my duty to protect him. You're an older brother? Ino interjected, but my father said you were the same age. Being born at the same time still allows for the distinction of who came first. Besides, I have always looked after Naruto. If I am not his brother, then who is? At that moment, Choji suddenly exclaimed, look, there is a commotion over by Naruto. Chapter 21. Do you also wish to engage in a fair duel with me? Just moments ago, Naruto Uzumaki, disregarding Shikamaru Nara's advice, boldly charged into a small group. He positioned himself between the pink-haired girl, who was being bullied, and her tormentors, effectively separating them. Raising his arm in a gesture of obstruction, he demanded, what are you doing? The girls regarded this unexpected intruder with astonishment, exchanging glances among themselves to discern the origins of this newcomer. One girl, without hesitation, shoved Naruto aside and queried, who are you? What is it to you? Fortunately, Naruto had anticipated such a move, though he still staggered back a couple of steps. Regaining his stance, he frowned and continued to plead, we are all comrades from the village. Why must you bully her? The girls, perplexed by Naruto's words, were momentarily taken aback. Another girl stepped forward, mocking him with a playful tone, hey, who do you think you are? Could it be that you are fond of this girl with the wide forehead? Upon hearing this, Sakura Haruno, who had been crouching, buried her face deeper in embarrassment. Wide forehead? Naruto instinctively turned to glance at the girl behind him, and, seeing her bewildered expression, he promptly pulled her up. Examining Sakura closely, he exclaimed, what are you talking about? There is nothing white about your forehead. You are undeniably adorable. Why allow them to bully you? The reaction was not limited to the girls who had been taunting Sakura. Even Sakura herself wore a look of utter astonishment. Naruto enthusiastically brushed aside the hair that obscured Sakura's forehead and continued, you are truly charming. Why hide yourself? In the shadows. Temari could not help but slap her own face upon hearing Naruto's overly sentimental words. At that moment, Shikamaru turned to Temari and asked, hey, doesn't your brother seem a bit off? Temari could only respond with an awkward smile, it's hereditary. It's all in the genes. Meanwhile, the group of girls, witnessing the sudden male intervention that not only obstructed them but also praised Sakura's forehead, were filled with rage. They quickly encircled both Naruto and Sakura. Oh no! Shikamaru exclaimed instinctively. Temari swiftly turned to see the girls gathering their fists, ready to strike Naruto and Sakura. Caught off guard, both Naruto and Sakura were unprepared for their sudden aggression. In a reflexive action, Naruto embraced Sakura, using his own body to shield her from the oncoming blows. Idiot! Temari cursed under her breath as she observed the scene. Without hesitation, she dashed forward and executed a powerful kick, sending one girl crashing to the ground. Hey, Naruto. Why do you only know how to take hits? Upon hearing the voice, Naruto lifted his head. Realizing the assault had ceased, he released Sakura and joined Temari's side. But Temari, they are all girls. ISNT it a bit. What girls? Temari shot back, glaring at the foolish Naruto. The moment they decided to strike, they became enemies. Do you really think we should differentiate between genders when facing adversaries? Naruto had never encountered such reasoning. But he had to admit that Temari's logic held a semblance of truth. I understand, he declared, nodding vigorously. He then assumed a fighting stance, brandishing his fists as he charged forward. Although the process was convoluted and the outcome less than ideal, one could not deny that Naruto managed to fend off the group of girls with his strength. As the girls retreated, Shikamaru, Temari, and the others emerged from their hiding place. Temari, you're ruthless, Akimichi Choji commented, munching on chips while eyeing Temari. What do you mean? Temari replied, perplexed by Choji's remark. Choji pointed toward the still receding group of girls. That girl you kicked? She couldn't even walk on her own afterward. Someone had to help her away. And so what? Temari shrugged. Are we to allow them to strike us without retaliation? Choji, do you realize you're being sexist? Huh, am I? Choji blinked in confusion. Temari nodded seriously. Of course. Think about it. They treated us as enemies, and in the shinobi world, do enemies really distinguish between genders? The fairest, most just action would be to engage in a proper duel. It's unfortunate they lost. Is that so? Now I get it. You understand nothing. In disbelief, Ino punched Choji in the back. After being struck, Choji turned to face Ino, fists clenched in a fighting stance, and declared, Ino, do you wish to engage in a fair duel with me? Ha ha ha. Watching Choji's stance and Ino's bewildered expression, Shikamaru could no longer contain his laughter. Encouraged by Shikamaru's mirth, Ino finally regained her composure. Clenching her fists, she shouted at Temari, Temari, look at the mess you've created. Temari innocently dug her finger into her ear and shrugged. I saw it. It was a great thing. What do you want, a medal? You big-headed fool. Give me back my old Choji. Ino cried, lunging at Temari. Sensing trouble, Temari fled, calling back, what is wrong with Choji? Isn't he great? I merely shared the simplest of truths. Why is it that only you girls can bully boys? Can't we boys engage in a fair duel? Temari lamented. When will we boys stand tall? Temari, you scoundrel. Stop right there. I won't. Do you wish to engage in a fair duel with me as well? I'll tear you apart. In the park, a chase ensued between Ino and Temari, their antics drawing the attention of nearby onlookers. Naruto and his friends erupted in laughter. And even Sakura, who had remained quiet, gradually lifted her head, her gaze ultimately landing on the somewhat disheveled Naruto. Chapter 22. Hyuga Neji after a round of merriment. The 6 companions gathered on the grassy knoll. As soon as Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto settled down, they collapsed onto the ground. Yamanaka Ino, observing their synchronized actions, delivered a playful punch to Naruto's side. What are you doing? Naruto, who had been enjoying the gentle breeze with his eyes closed, was startled awake by Ino's unexpected blow. Confused, he clutched his side and looked at her in bewilderment. Nothing. Just found you annoying. Ino retorted. Annoying? What kind of reason is that? Naruto replied, utterly dumbfounded. Unfazed by his reaction, Ino turned her attention to the only 2 girls in their group. Hey, why did those girls pick on you earlier? Sakura Haruno, caught off guard by the question and feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. I know, Naruto exclaimed, raising his hand enthusiastically. Then, to Sakura's dismay, he blurted out the truth. They said your forehead is too wide. What? Too wide? What kind of reason is that? Ino exclaimed, stepping in front of Sakura and brushing aside her bangs. Just because they said your forehead isn't pretty, you decided to hide it? How foolish. Hearing this, CHG nodded in vigorous agreement. Nara Shikamaru sighed in resignation at the scene unfolding before him. CHG, aren't you also worried about what they say about your weight? CHG, caught off guard by Shikamaru's comment, lowered his head in shame. Well, at that moment, the self-proclaimed motivator, Naruto, interjected. I just don't understand you all. Why do you care so much about others' opinions? Ino seized the opportunity to challenge him. Oh, are you saying you don't care about what others think? With a determined nod, Naruto sat up and declared, of course. I don't care, because I know that no matter what I do, those who are already dissatisfied with me will never be pleased. His friends were taken aback by this newfound perspective, with CHG exclaiming, What? I'm not mistaken. After all, no one is perfect. Everyone has their own needs and thoughts, Naruto said, gazing ahead with a calm demeanor. Some things may seem wrong to others, but if you view them from a different angle, you might realize they are the best solutions available. For instance, the incident that occurred in the Hyuga clan last year was, for the family involved, undoubtedly a tragedy. But from the Hokage's perspective, if there had been a better solution, would he have sacrificed that individual? His friends exchanged glances, surprised at Naruto's unexpected reference to the Hyuga family. Only Shikamaru seemed to grasp the significance of his words, though his youth limited his understanding. Naruto, you shouldn't speak of these things. Hinata Hayashi's sacrifice for Konoha was no secret, especially since the ninjas from the Cloud Village had left in broad daylight with 2 coffins. The villagers were acutely aware of the identity of the occupant in the additional coffin. Moreover, many idle villagers speculated, in hushed tones, that Hayashi's death was a result of pressure from the main branch of the Hyuga clan. This, too, reflects a form of prejudice. It is no wonder that Neji Hyuga harbored such resentment towards the main branch. Not only did they control him, but they also planted the seed of a caged bird above him. As for Hayashi's death, the main branch chose not to clarify, allowing rumors to fester within the village. Such silence, coupled with rampant speculation, might have driven a lesser child to madness. Returning to the present, Naruto turned to Shikamaru upon hearing his voice. With a nonchalant shrug, he replied, What is so unspeakable about it? Since it has already happened, why shouldn't we discuss it? A mistake is a mistake, and a right is a right. We were weak at that time, which is why we were trampled upon. Uzumaki Naruto chimed in, Exactly. I know. This means. Ah, I got it. Ahem. Standing up dramatically, he continued, Every adverse situation arises from the inadequacy of those involved. Right, Naruto? While the essence of his words was clear, they were blunt enough to offend some sensibilities. Some sensibilities? Who are you talking about? Following Naruto's gaze, they noticed a boy in white attire, his eyes distinctly different. Standing not far from them, veins bulged around his eyes as he glared fiercely at Naruto, and Naruto. Before anyone could inquire about his identity, he charged towards Naruto. Sensing the impending confrontation, Naruto quickly rose to his feet. As the boy closed in on Naruto, he executed a swift maneuver, sending the boy sprawling. Naruto, are you alright? The sudden turn of events startled Shikamaru and the others. They hurriedly gathered around Naruto, concern etched on their faces. I'm fine, Naruto assured them, rising from the ground. The boy he had collided with was already back on his feet, assuming a fighting stance. With that stance and those eyes, you must be from the Hyuga clan, Shikamaru deduced, recognizing the newcomer's identity. Just my luck, Naruto joked, realizing that he had spoken ill of someone who was now present. Despite the gravity of the situation, Naruto was not about to back down. Facing him, Neji Hyuga shifted his focus from Naruto to Naruto, activating his Byakugan. He stared intently at Naruto, his voice cold and imposing. What did you mean by your earlier remarks? Naruto smirked, countering. Which remark are you referring to? Not saying, huh? Then I'll make you. Neji declared, launching himself towards Naruto with a series of gentle fist strikes. In response to Neji's assault, Naruto's temper flared. He pushed through the crowd and met Neji head-on. During his college years, Naruto had opted for Tai Chi as his physical education course. Inspired by his admiration for the character Wang Yi from the popular animated series One and Only, he maintained a daily practice of Tai Chi until the incident occurred. Although the character of Bo Feng Mian Ma may not exude the same grandeur as Wang Yi when it comes to dealing with a mere 4 or 5-year-old child, the Tai Chi learned in university is more than sufficient. Chapter 023, Bajiquan vs. Soft Fist Technique. As Hanada Niji charged towards him, Bo Feng Mian Ma did not shy away. Instead, he surged forward with greater intensity. Niji was taken aback by the audacity of his opponent, his eyes reflecting mockery. Ridiculous. Convinced that the man before him was a fool, Niji was determined not to waste time. He thrust his right hand directly at Mian Ma, intending to finish the battle with a single blow. However, the reality diverged sharply from his expectations. In the moment Niji's right hand darted forward, Mian Ma executed a swift hand maneuver to deflect Niji's arm. Seizing the opportunity while Niji was momentarily dazed, Mian Ma delivered a powerful palm strike. Niji stumbled backwards several paces, gritting his teeth as he glared at Mian Ma in pain. What kind of martial art is that? Niji demanded. In response, Mian Ma performed the white crane spreads its wings, taunting. Wanna know? Defeat me, and I shall reveal it. Arrogant. Niji roared, channeling his energy into his legs. In an instant, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. This time, I will hold back no longer. Soft Fist Technique. Upon reaching Mian Ma, Niji swiftly assumed the stance of the Soft Fist Technique. Mian Ma, unfazed, thought to himself that Niji could never truly harm him. Why fear a mere feather? He mused, preparing to counter Niji's relentless attacks. With each strike Niji unleashed, Mian Ma deftly parried, growing increasingly agitated with every exchange. Conversely, Mian Ma became more adept at applying the practical uses of Taijiquan. Damn it! Niji realized Mian Ma's growing prowess. Cursing under his breath, he charged at Mian Ma once more, this time targeting crucial pressure points rather than merely inflicting superficial wounds. Niji's sudden tactical shift caught Mian Ma off guard, landing several solid hits that made Mian Ma's veins bulge with pain. Are you alright, Mian Ma? Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikamaru shouted in alarm, noticing Mian Ma's distress. They attempted to intervene but were halted by Shikamaru, who felt they lacked the strength to best Niji. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly directed Uzumaki Naruto and Akimichi Chuji to seek assistance. Niji, surveying the fallen Mian Ma, could not suppress a disdainful smile. Is this all you have? You dare to challenge me? Yet, as Niji gloatingly spoke, Mian Ma rose once more. I initially intended to go easy on you, considering we are merely children. But you started this. Mian Ma stood resolute, transitioning from the Taijiquan stance to Bajiquan's Erling stance. You must be joking, my friend. Before I practiced Taijiquan, I trained in Bajiquan. Mian Ma reflected on his past, recalling how he survived as an orphan, honing his skills to fend off bullies in school. Taking a deep breath, he temporarily set aside his pain and charged at Niji. Niji was astonished that Mian Ma, despite taking several hits, still had the strength to advance. His smile vanished as he resumed his soft fist stance, preparing to retaliate. Soft Fist Technique. Single goat headbutt. Niji attempted to repeat his previous tactic, but this time Mian Ma would not allow it. As they collided, Mian Ma launched forward with a single goat headbutt, striking Niji squarely in the chest and sending him hurtling backward. The clash was far from over. Mian Ma pursued Niji relentlessly. You fool! Niji cursed silently, now fully aware of Mian Ma's capabilities. With determination, he surged forward to meet Mian Ma in battle once more. Although the soft fist technique carries the implication of gentleness, it is anything but soft. The technique focuses on channeling power upon contact, inflicting internal damage. Conversely, Mian Ma's Bajiquan, characterized as a hardstyle, directly assaults the opponent's exterior. Having exchanged blows, both combatants found themselves in considerable pain. Nonetheless, their spirits ignited with fervor, and they continued to strike. Soft Fist Technique. 8 trigrams, 8 strikes. Niji executed a series of strikes, reaching a maximum of 8. Meanwhile, Mian Ma, undeterred by Niji's onslaught, re-established his Erling stance. As if I would fear you. The two clashed once more, and as they closed in, Niji's technique successfully targeted Mian Ma's pressure points. Yet, Mian Ma, gritting his teeth against the pain, retaliated with a powerful Iron Mountain lean that sent Niji flying. Niji, struck hard, attempted to rise but faltered repeatedly, unable to regain his footing. In contrast, Mian Ma struggled but managed to kneel, the toll of the battle evident on both sides. Mian Ma. As the fight concluded, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Haruno Sakura rushed to Mian Ma's side. Meanwhile, a figure emerged from the shadows, carrying the recently summoned Naruto and Chuji. Who are you? Let them go, Ino demanded, positioning herself protectively in front of Mian Ma. Unlike Ino, Shikamaru recognized the man and pulled her back, nodding respectfully. Hello, Uncle Hayashi. Hayashi Hyuga acknowledged Shikamaru's greeting before setting Naruto and Chuji down and approaching Niji. To his surprise, Niji had already lost consciousness. He lifted Niji into his arms and returned to Mian Ma. However, before he could reach him, Naruto dashed forward, clinging to his leg. Kakashi and I, please check on Mian Ma. Kakashi Hatake lifted Mian Ma effortlessly, addressing Hayashi, I will take care of Mian Ma. You need not trouble yourself, clan leader. seeing that someone was willing to share the burden. Hyuga Hayashi was quite pleased. However, before departing, he addressed Kakashi Hitaki, saying, "Once that child has recovered from his injuries, I kindly request that you inform him that I would like to invite him to visit my Hyuga household." In response to Hyuga Hayashi's invitation, Naruto Uzumaki, hiding behind Kakashi, made a face at him, exclaiming, "No way are we going to your house. That guy is from your family, right? He injured Niji and then invites us over." To this, Hyuga Hayashi refrained from further comment, nodding to Kakashi before swiftly disappearing with Niji in his arms. Chapter 024. Hospitalization after Hinata Hisashi swiftly departed. Kakashi Hitaki immediately utilized his body flicker technique, hastening towards the Konoha hospital with Naruto Uzumaki in tow. Naruto wished to accompany Kakashi, yet Kakashi's speed was overwhelmingly swift. Before Naruto could even voice his intent, Kakashi had vanished. Consequently, with no alternative, Naruto had no choice but to follow Shikamaru Nara and the others towards the hospital. Along the way, Choji Akimichi noticed Naruto's anxious demeanor and reassured him, "Don't worry, Naruto. With the Umbu ninjas present, Mima will be just fine." The group rushed through the streets, and as they crossed a particular thoroughfare, Naruto caught sight of two familiar figures. Simultaneously, the two individuals recognized Naruto. "Naruto? What brings you here alone? Where's Mima?" Upon reaching Itachi Uchiha, Naruto took a moment to catch his breath before recounting the altercation involving Mima and Niji Hyuga to both Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha. "What? The Hyuga clan dares to bully Mima?" Upon hearing this news, Sasuke was instantly incensed. However, Itachi, with quick reflexes, restrained his younger brother. After calming Sasuke, Itachi turned to Naruto and inquired, "How is Mima now?" "Kakashi-sensei has already taken Mima to the hospital. We are on our way there now." Sasuke turned to his brother. "Nisan, shall we accompany them?" After a moment of contemplation, Itachi nodded in agreement. "Very well." Thus, the originally 5-member group expanded by 2. However, as Naruto and his companions had yet to learn chakra refinement, they could only rely on their physical endurance to sprint onward. Before long, they arrived at the hospital entrance. Without pausing to catch their breath, Naruto dashed to the front desk. "Excuse me, where's Mima?" "Mima? Let me check," the attending nurse replied, scanning the records. "He has been assigned to room 7 on the 3rd floor." "Thank you." After expressing their gratitude, Naruto and the others hurried towards the 3rd floor. Upon exiting the stairwell, they spotted Kakashi standing in the corridor alongside the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had arrived unbeknownst to them. Naruto rushed to Hiruzen's side. "Grandpa 3rd. Is Mima all right?" Hiruzen affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, reassuring him, "Mima is fine now, but he is currently resting." Hearing that Mima was safe, everyone sighed in relief. Seizing the moment, Itachi led Sasuke to Hiruzen. 3rd Hokage. Hiruzen's gaze fell upon Itachi. "Ah, Itachi, is this your younger brother?" He then gently tousled Sasuke's hair. "Yes." Itachi nodded. Looking at Sasuke, "Sasuke, this is Lord 3rd Hokage." Sasuke timidly raised his head, properly greeting. "Hello, Lord 3rd Hokage." Hiruzen smiled warmly. "Hello, Sasuke." After greeting Sasuke, Hiruzen turned to Kakashi. "In that case, please take good care of Mima." Kakashi nodded in affirmation. "Yes, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen, satisfied, then departed. Once Hiruzen had left, Kakashi opened the door to the hospital room. Before entering, he cautioned Naruto and the others, "Mima is still unconscious, so please be quiet when you enter." After seeing the children nod, Kakashi stepped aside, allowing them to enter. Inside the room, Mima was the sole occupant. The group gathered around the bedside, eagerly observing the sleeping figure of Mima. After a brief examination, Sasuke, unable to discern anything, turned his attention to Naruto. "Why did you get into a conflict with the Hyuga clan?" Although Sasuke was merely a little over 3 years old, he was aware that aside from the Uchiha clan, another clan renowned for their ocular techniques was the Hyuga clan, known for their Byakugan. Now that Mima was confirmed safe, Sasuke finally gathered his thoughts and posed the question to Naruto. In response, Ino Yamanaka was the first to speak up. She pointed at Naruto, exclaiming, "It's all because of Naruto. He offended them with his words, and naturally, Mima, as his brother, had to stand up for him." At her declaration, all eyes turned to Naruto, who, recognizing his culpability, stood sheepishly by the bedside, unable to defend himself. Sasuke, witnessing this, scoffed, "You're pathetic. You needed Mima to protect you." Hearing his brother's words, Itachi frowned and admonished Sasuke. Startled by his brother's tone, Sasuke quickly redirected his remark, "If it comes to that, you should train with me. At the very least, you want to be a burden to Mima." Naruto gazed at Sasuke in surprise, sensing sincerity in his words. He nodded vigorously. "All right. I will train hard." Observing the situation, Shikamaru interjected to shift the topic. "By the way, Mima's punches earlier were impressive. Even the skilled Hyuga clan couldn't team-match him." Upon hearing this, the young companions began to chatter excitedly. Itachi, intrigued by their discussion, cast a puzzled glance at the unconscious Mima. The Hyuga clan was prominent, and given that Niji's father was the head of the branch family, it was understandable that they would be well-trained in their ancestral martial arts. However, Mima, considering his background, shouldn't he have been expected to learn such combat skills? Could it be that the fourth Hokage from another world arranged for Mima to have a tutor from a young age? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Itachi turned to Kakashi, who immediately noted Itachi's gaze. Kakashi shook his head. Don't look at me. Although I was present when Mima was training, I couldn't discern the techniques he employed. The fact that even the Umbu could not identify the fighting style astonished Itachi. It seemed that they would have to wait until Mima awakened to uncover the truth. Thus, Itachi called Sasuke to his side and addressed Kakashi in that case. I will take Sasuke home now. After all, we only came out to shop. Just as Kakashi was about to respond, Itachi added, by the way, my mother won't be able to remain uninformed about this. She will undoubtedly come once she hears the news. We will bring food with us. Is that so? Kakashi pondered for a moment before replying. That would indeed be troublesome for you. Chapter 25, Awakening. Post-war settlement. What did you say? Minma is hospitalized. As soon as Uchiha Itachi returned home and conveyed the news of Minma's hospitalization to his mother, she instantly sprang up with such swiftness that even Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Uchiha Makoto approached Itachi, grasping his hand, and inquired, what happened to Minma? How could he end up in the hospital? I know. Before Itachi could respond, Sasuke rushed over and, in front of Uchiha Makoto, spilled all the information he had gathered from Naruto and the others. Hinata. Upon discovering that a member of the Hyuga clan was responsible for injuring Minma, Uchiha Makoto gritted her teeth in anger. Faced with his mother's fury, Itachi felt utterly helpless. He then pulled Sasuke aside and said, Sasuke, why don't you go back to your room and play for a while? Sasuke looked dejectedly at Itachi and replied, but, brother, do as I say. Itachi asserted with a stern expression. Seeing Itachi's demeanor, Sasuke dared not protest further and obediently returned to his room. Once Sasuke had left, Itachi turned to his mother and reassured her, Mother, it's all right. I spoke to the doctor treating Minma. He only sustained minor injuries. Moreover, I heard that Minma won against Neji Hyuga, the heir of the branch family. I don't care who he defeated. Uchiha Makoto seemed genuinely furious, turning her back on Itachi. He was still injured. With no other option, Itachi glanced at his father. Uchiha Fugaku, noticing his son's gaze, hesitated for a moment before speaking, Makoto. There is no need to react this way. Children will inevitably have their scuffles. Scuffles? Makoto turned to face Fugaku, incredulous. Yes, in the hospital. And you still think this is just a scuffle? With that, she began pacing around the room. I need to go see him. Seeing his mother in such a state, Itachi quickly intervened, presenting a reason she could not refuse. Mother, Minma is currently hospitalized, and Naruto can't cook. They might not have anything to eat. How about this? Once the meal is prepared, you could take it to them. Upon hearing this, Makoto's expression changed. You're right. And Minma needs proper nourishment while he is recovering. Naruto, too. He is far too thin. Sasuke weighs more than he does. With that, Makoto rushed into the kitchen. Watching his mother in a flurry, Uchiha Fugaku sighed deeply, alas. At this rate, our future days might be challenging. Itachi remained silent, aware that despite his father's complaints, if he were truly dissatisfied with Makoto's behavior, he would have intervened. Presently, his father's words seemed more like jest. Inside the Konoha hospital, Minma slept soundly until the afternoon. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself alone in the ward, with only Naruto keeping him company. Naruto? Are you the only one here? Upon hearing his voice, Naruto turned around, and upon seeing Minma sitting up, he leapt from the bed in excitement. Minma, are you all right? Is there anywhere that still hurts? In response to Naruto's barrage of inquiries, Minma shook his head and replied, I'm fine. Truth be told, Minma had not expected that despite the unconventional technology in the world of Hokage, the medical capabilities were quite impressive. With the existence of medical ninjutsu, as long as one was not on the verge of death or severely injured like Rock Lee during the Chunin exams, most ailments could heal in a matter of days or even hours. For instance, Minma felt no discomfort now. In fact, he believed he could spar with Neji Hyuga again. However, reflecting on the situation, Minma felt incredibly unlucky. The first person that the time traveler encountered from the Hyuga clan was not Hinata, but rather the one with the worst temperament, Neji. Their encounter had escalated into a fierce fight, exposing Minma's carefully hidden cards. Now, he had to devise an excuse to placate Sarutobi Hiruzen. After confirming that Minma was indeed fine, Naruto felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. Minma surveyed the hospital room briefly. By the way, why are you the only one here? What about Shikamaru and the others? Naruto sat beside Minma and explained, You haven't been hospitalized long. Shikamaru's father came by. After confirming you were okay, they took Shikamaru and the rest away. Suddenly, Naruto recalled something and rushed to the bedside to retrieve a bouquet of flowers. Oh, this was just delivered by a lady. She had eyes like Niji's. She said it was an apology and asked me to tell you that once you're better, you should visit the Hyuga household. Naruto handed the flowers to Minma and returned to his seat, pouting in discontent. Honestly, we shouldn't even go to that Hyuga clan. That Neji attacked us without a second thought, if it weren't for you. As Naruto continued to rant, he noticed that Minma was no longer paying attention. Thus, he decided to stop talking. Minma toyed with the flowers for a moment before returning them to Naruto. Then Minma addressed Naruto, I feel that I'm almost recovered. Could you ask the doctor if we can check out? No way. To Minma's surprise, Naruto began shaking his head vigorously before he even had a chance to inquire. Grandpa Third, Kakashi-sensei, and all the doctors said you need to stay another day to ensure there are no lingering issues. Grandpa Third? Did the Hokage come by? Menma asked. Yeah, Naruto nodded. He was here just before we arrived. He was about to leave when we got here. Menma then inquired, did Grandpa Third ask anything specific? Like, if I learned the martial arts from my father? That. No, Grandpa Third didn't ask that, but Itachi and I asked quite a few questions. Itachi? Uchiha Itachi? He was here too? Menma was astonished to learn that so much had transpired while he was unconscious. Naruto continued, not only Itachi and I, but Sasuke also came. And Itachi and I mentioned that Aunt Mikoto would be coming soon. Chapter 26. Uchiha Obito and White Zetsu. Will Aunt Mikoto also come? Just as Wave Wind Minato finished speaking, the door to the hospital room was pushed open from the outside. Wave Wind Minato and Uzumaki Naruto looked over, and the person entering was none other than Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto hurried to Minato's side, holding a lunchbox. She placed the lunchbox on the bedside table and began to examine Minato's injuries. Minato, are you alright? Is there any injury? Minato, devoid of any strength to resist, was thoroughly inspected by Uchiha Mikoto. Finally, during a moment of shifting, he grasped her hand and, blushing, said, Aunt Mikoto, I'm perfectly fine. Upon hearing Minato's response, the worry that had burdened Uchiha Mikoto's heart all day lifted. Oh, thank goodness. That's a relief. She patted her chest to calm her emotions. Then, she propped up the tray of the hospital bed and took out the food she had prepared. As she did, Uchiha Mikoto remarked, I'm so glad you're okay. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Kushina and the others. The people from the Hyuga clan really. Uchiha Mikoto continued to chatter, but neither Minato nor Naruto found it bothersome. This was the first time they had experienced such genuine concern. Particularly for Minato, having lived 2 lives, it was the first time he felt the warmth of family. Soon, Uchiha Mikoto laid out the food from 2 lunchboxes, consisting of 4 or 5 dishes, and even a bowl of soup. She stuffed a bowl filled with rice into Minato's arms and handed another bowl to Naruto. Eat up. Especially you, Minato. You need to eat more to recover quickly. Both Minato and Naruto, each holding a large bowl of rice, found themselves somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, Minato, drawing upon his experience from his previous life, steadied himself. He offered his bowl back to Uchiha Mikoto, saying, Aunt Mikoto, you eat. What do you mean eat? Uchiha Mikoto pushed the bowl back, gently patting Minato's head. Andy has already eaten. I brought this for you after I finished. Now, eat. With that, Uchiha Mikoto stood up, finding an excuse. You 2 eat first. I'll go ask the doctor how you're doing, Minato. Without waiting for Minato to respond, she opened the door and walked out. Minato, holding the bowl of food, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. To avoid disappointing Uchiha Mikoto, he urged Naruto to start eating. However, even though both Minato and Naruto shared the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, the quantity of food that Uchiha Mikoto had brought was still rather excessive. Eventually, they found themselves stuffed, with plenty of food remaining. Have you both finished eating? Minato turned with difficulty just as Uchiha Mikoto returned. Naruto waved his hands at Uchiha Mikoto, exclaiming, Aunt Mikoto, I can't eat anymore. Minato and I really can't eat another bite. Then don't force yourselves. Uchiha Mikoto replied as she began to clean up. She then said to Minato, I asked the doctor, and you're recovering quite well. You should be able to be discharged tomorrow. As she folded the tray of the hospital bed, Uchiha Mikoto looked affectionately at Minato. That's wonderful. You didn't sustain any serious injuries. Seeing Uchiha Mikoto secretly wipe away tears, Minato felt a stirring in his heart. After tidying everything up, Uchiha Mikoto once again ruffled Minato's hair. After you're discharged tomorrow, come to Annie's house for dinner. I'll prepare something delicious for you. No need, Aunt Mikoto. It's too much trouble. Shoo. Uchiha Mikoto interrupted, raising her hand. You mustn't say such things again. It's not a bother. Remember to come, or else Auntie will be upset. She playfully threatened by showing her fist. Under Uchiha Mikoto's threat, Minato could only smile and promise that he would attend the dinner at their home after being discharged the next day. Satisfied with his response, Uchiha Mikoto left. As Minato gazed at the closed door, he silently vowed that unless he perished before the night of the massacre, he would do everything in his power to protect Uchiha Mikoto. As for Sasuke, he certainly had his brother to look after him. Uchiha Fugaku, well, he could manage on his own. After all, was it not absurd for a grown man to need a child as protection? Just as Minato was making his silent vow, the space in Konoha's public cemetery twisted, and a man wearing an orange tiger-striped mask appeared out of thin air. Ah, Madara-sama. It's been a long time. As soon as the man appeared, a peculiar figure clad in pure white materialized in the trees nearby. Enough with the chit-chat. The man referred to as Madara-sama scoffed. Are you certain the information you passed along is credible? Has Konoha acquired another Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? No, not a Jinchuriki. The white creature corrected. It is someone who resembles the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but he does not contain the Nine Tails within. Moreover, that individual seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Is that so? Madara-sama replied coldly, then inquired, where is that person now? At Konoha Hospital. The white creature answered obediently. Today. He had a confrontation with a young member of the Hyuga clan and ended up hospitalized. Upon hearing White Zetsu's words, Uchiha Obito could no longer contain himself. He seized White Zetsu from the trees, gripping his neck and threatening, "If you dare to spout nonsense again or waste my time with useless information." Despite being choked, White Zetsu showed no signs of panic. With a chuckle, he continued, "However, that child has started to refine chakra. And the Hyuga clan member he fought against is none other than the son of Hyuga Hayashi, who passed away last year." The son of Hyuga Hayashi? As a member of the Hyuga clan and the branch family leader, Uchiha Obito had indeed heard of him. In fact, when the incident involving the Hyuga clan occurred last year, he had been lurking in the shadows, observing everything unfold. When he witnessed the aging third Hokage, in a bid to uphold Konoha's so-called peace, forcing the Hyuga clan to surrender the so-called culprit, Uchiha Obito's resolve to change this absurd ninja world was once again reaffirmed. Chapter 27. The greatest filial son of the ninja world, Kuro Zetsu. Upon receiving precise information from White Zetsu, Uchiha Obito finally released his grip on White Zetsu's throat. A cold smile crept across his face. If this were indeed the case, it would be quite intriguing. Who would have thought that the renowned Hyuga clan, famed for their martial prowess, would one day fall in combat? Such a disgraceful display. As Obito finished his remark, White Zetsu promptly delivered another update. Furthermore, Nagato and his associates had been actively searching for Orochimaru. That audacious individual had dared to set his sights on Nagato's Rinnegan. However, it was unfortunate that Nagato and his group had been a step too late. Just recently, a ninja dispatch from Konoha had already located Orochimaru before them. At present, Orochimaru was en route back to Konoha with that ninja. It would not be long before they returned. Is that so? Obito walked slowly to one of the gravestones. Gazing at the familiar name inscribed upon it, he murmured to himself, Orochimaru. After a moment of reflection, Obito lifted his head. The single visible eye behind his mask filled with resolve. Since Nagato and his group were intent on finding Orochimaru, perhaps we should lend them a hand. Curiously, White Zetsu approached Obito and inquired, "Oh, I wonder, Lord Madara, how do you plan to assist them?" Without turning around, Obito responded, "You shall go and inform Nagato of Orochimaru's current whereabouts. I believe Nagato will know precisely what to do without further instruction. So, it is a case of using another's hand to eliminate an enemy? Lord Madara, you truly are ruthless, truly deserving of." Before White Zetsu could finish his sentence, Obito swiftly severed his head with a knife. Kicking the severed head aside, Obito slowly turned away. "I told you, your prattle is excessive. Obito, you seem to be growing increasingly cruel." Just as White Zetsu's head was severed, a peculiar plant resembling a pitcher plant emerged from the ground beside Obito. Upon hearing its voice, Obito could not be bothered to even glance at it. Cruelty? This world is inherently cruel. It is false and deceptive. You must have heard my earlier words. Since he is gone, it falls to you to carry out the task. Kuro Zetsu cast a glance at the gravestone before him and chose not to speak further. He obediently retrieved White Zetsu's head and, bearing the body, retreated underground. In the dark of night, Obito stood alone before the gravestone inscribed with Yahiko Rin. From his Kimui dimension, he procured several freshly picked flowers. Approaching the gravestone, he discarded the flowers brought by Kakashi, using Kimui to eliminate them entirely. Then, as if unaffected, he placed his own flowers into the vase at the base of the gravestone. After completing this act, Obito rose and quietly gazed at Rin's gravestone. Time passed, and in a voice only he could hear, he seemed to be speaking to himself. "Naruto Uzumaki from another world, is it? How fascinating. I wonder what that other world is like. However, regardless of the world you hail from, in this realm devoid of hope and meaning, your future is destined for obliteration." With that, Obito employed Kimui to devour his own body, thus departing Konoha without a soul noticing. They could never have imagined that, in the stillness of the cemetery, someone had quietly come to pay a visit. As for why Obito did not take a moment to visit the enigmatic child, Namikaze Minato's offspring, he simply lacked the interest. Had he truly harbored any curiosity about that child, he would not have taken advantage of the opportunity to instigate the Ninetales rampage years prior during his mother's childbirth. After leaving Konoha, Kuro Zetsu swiftly traversed underground using his ephemeral technique, promptly locating Nagato in the Land of Birds. More accurately, he found Nagato controlling a puppet known as Pain, created from the corpse of his deceased friend Yahiko. At this juncture, Nagato had not yet attained mastery over the 6 paths of pain. He possessed merely 2. One being the Deva path formed from Yahiko's corpse, and the other a creature from the animal path, hailing from the Wind Demon clan. The moment Kuro Zetsu appeared, the Deva path sensed his presence immediately. Kuro Zetsu leaned out from the tree, addressing Pain. "Orochimaru is currently in the Land of Rivers. If you hurry, you should be able to catch up." "The Land of Rivers, you say?" After a brief contemplation, Nagato, to Kuro Zetsu's surprise, shook his head. "Forget it. Even if we rush, we likely won't make it in time." With that, Pain departed. Orochimaru indeed possessed great audacity, but that had always been his nature. After all, when they first encountered him in the Land of Rain, Orochimaru had brazenly declared his intent to kill them. Now that Orochimaru had escaped, Nagato believed it wiser to devote his time to completing all 6 of his paths of pain instead of pursuing Orochimaru. If memory served, his next target was currently in the land of soup. As pain departed, Obito emerged beside Kurozetsu on the branch. He stood silently, observing Nagato and his companions as they receded into the distance. Once they were entirely out of sight, Kurozetsu turned to Obito and asked, "What shall we do? They seem rather unwilling to follow your plan." "It matters not." Obito was unconcerned with Nagato's disobedience. "Our ultimate goal is to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. After all, the tailed beasts have yet to be gathered, and Nagato appears to harbor unrealistic hopes for this world. In that case, let them experience the pain this world has to offer. Besides, he often speaks of such matters himself." With that, Obito leaped down from the tree. "One day, he will be utterly despondent with this world. At that point, he will become our finest pawn." Upon Obito's declaration, even Kurozetsu could not help but comment, "You, indeed, are quite something. It seems Madara's decision to save you was indeed wise. Obito, you are undoubtedly the perfect choice to assist him in fulfilling this plan." In response to Kurozetsu's praise, Obito showed no signs of elation. "The perfect choice, you say?" Afterward, Obito once again employed Kamui to depart. Kurozetsu remained perched in the tree. Sighing inwardly, given the current circumstances, it appears we must wait for several more years. But it matters not, he has waited for millennia. A mere few years is nothing for Kurozetsu to endure. "Mother, wait for me. Mother, hold on just a little longer. I will soon rescue you. Damn you. Kagaya and Hyuga, you are unworthy to be called a mother's children. To think of betraying one's own mother." Chapter 28, Discharge, Visiting. And seeking assistance the following day at noon, Kamizuki Menma and Uzumaki Naruto were once again invited to the Uchiha clan. Although the orders from the clan leader and elders had been disseminated earlier, most members of the Uchiha clan were unfamiliar with Kamizuki Menma and Uzumaki Naruto. Thus, as they stepped onto Uchiha territory once more, they were met with curious gazes from the clan members. Undeterred by the scrutinizing looks, Kamizuki Menma led Uzumaki Naruto directly to the front of Uchiha Fugaka's residence. Upon their arrival, they encountered Itachi sweeping at the entrance. "Itachi." Kamizuki Menma and Uzumaki Naruto greeted him. Turning to face them, Uchiha Itachi smiled and asked, "You have come. Menma, how's your injury?" "Much better." Kamizuki Menma instinctively rubbed his chest. He had nearly recovered by the time he woke up the previous day but had been persuaded by Kakashi and the others to stay a little longer. He had just been discharged that morning. "Is that so? I am truly relieved to hear that," Uchiha Itachi said as he set aside his broom and continued, "Please, come in. Mother has been waiting for you both since last night and has been quite worried. Apologies for the intrusion." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kamizuki Menma and Uzumaki Naruto followed Uchiha Itachi into the house. In the entrance hall, Uchiha Sasuke stood waiting, whether due to some news he received or simply to await his brother. As Kamizuki Menma passed by, he offered a brief greeting before heading straight to the kitchen. Uzumaki Naruto, however, did not bother to remove his shoes and went directly to Sasuke's side. Sasuke looked at Naruto and remarked, "It's hard to believe that you and Menma are the same age." Confused, Uzumaki Naruto asked, "What's wrong with that?" Sasuke explained, "Menma is your age, yet he carries himself with such poise, even in his tone and actions, reminiscent of an older brother. Whereas you." He cast a dismissive glance up and down at Naruto. Feeling uncomfortable under Sasuke's gaze, Uzumaki Naruto retorted, "At least I'm not the one who clings to Itachi all day long. How shameful." As he spoke, Uzumaki Naruto made a silly face at Uchiha Sasuke, causing Sasuke's face to flush bright red. He raised his hands and protested loudly, "That's not true." Unwilling to let Naruto off easily, Sasuke lunged toward him, but Naruto, quick-witted as ever, dodged and dashed out of the house into the yard. Sasuke, determined not to let Naruto escape, slipped on his shoes and began chasing after him. The yard soon filled with the sounds of Uzumaki Naruto's laughter and Uchiha Sasuke's frustrated shouts. Inside the kitchen, Kamizuki Menma was busy preparing vegetables alongside Uchiha Mikoto when the commotion outside reached their ears. As he looked up, he noticed a gentle smile gracing Uchiha Mikoto's face. "Menma, though you are the same age as Naruto and Sasuke, you give me the impression of being as mature as Itachi. You seem rather serious and not lively at all," Uchiha Mikoto remarked. Kamizuki Menma found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he understood that he was different from Naruto and Sasuke. After all, he had lived 2 lifetimes, and when combined, his age was nearing 30. In truth, he was almost as old as Uchiha Fugaku. Thus, it was only natural that he could not frolic about like Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi entered the kitchen after putting away his cleaning tools. Upon his entry, he sensed that the atmosphere was slightly off, particularly due to the way Uchiha Mikoto and Kamizuki Menma looked at him. He felt that there was something unusual in the gazes of both his mother and Menma. However, he brushed it aside and approached Uchiha Mikoto, taking over her task of preparing the vegetables. With his hands freed, Uchiha Mikoto moved to the stove to check on the soup she was simmering. lifting the lid. A rich aroma filled the air. Even though Kamizuki Menma knew how to cook himself, he couldn't help but inhale the delightful scent. After a brief period of bustling in the kitchen, Uchiha Itachi and Kamizuki Menma brought the completed dishes to the dining table, setting the food down. Uchiha Itachi turned and called out to the yard, "Sasuke, Naruto. It's time to eat. Coming." Upon hearing those words, Naruto's reaction was far more enthusiastic than Sasuke's. He tossed aside what he was doing and dashed over excitedly. Seeing this, Sasuke had no choice but to abandon his own task. He dusted off his hands and followed Naruto into the house. As they entered, they bumped into Uchiha Mikoto, who was emerging with a bowl of soup. Observing the two playful boys, she called to Itachi, "Itachi, please take Sasuke and Naruto to wash up. Dinner is ready." "Certainly," Uchiha Itachi replied. Emerging from the kitchen with the bowl and placing the dishes on the table before leading Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke to the bathroom. After a quick wash, when the refreshed Sasuke and Naruto returned, 3 others were already seated at the dining table. Uchiha Mikoto smiled and waved them over. "Come join us." With that, Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto bounded to the table, while Uchiha Itachi followed behind, ensuring the bathroom was tidied up before joining them. "Ni-san, over here," Sasuke called, patting the empty seat beside him as he beckoned Uchiha Itachi. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto settled next to Kamizuki Menma, as if by unspoken agreement. They instinctively chose to sit beside their respective older brothers. As Uchiha Itachi took his seat, the meal commenced in earnest. One could not deny that Uchiha Mikoto was an exceptional homemaker. In every regard, even in cooking, her dishes were simply delectable. As time passed and they neared the end of the meal, Kamizuki Menma looked up at Uchiha Fugaku and spoke. "Uncle Fugaku, may I ask you for a favor?" Uchiha Fugaku, who had been about to serve himself, paused upon hearing Menma's request. After a moment's hesitation, he resumed his actions, placing food into his bowl before responding. "What do you wish to discuss?" At this moment, all eyes at the table turned to Kamizuki Menma, who slowly began to articulate his thoughts. "Yesterday, after I woke up, Naruto mentioned that he wanted to train alongside Sasuke. As you are aware, neither Naruto nor I have any elders to guide us. Thus, until now, we have yet to embark on our training. If possible, I would like to inquire if you could offer us your guidance." "Guidance for you?" Uchiha Fugaku raised his head in astonishment, only to find himself gazing into the hopeful azure eyes of Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Fugaku froze momentarily, and after a few seconds, he stiffly nodded. "It is indeed possible, but..." Chapter 29, the all-attribute ninja. Before Uchiha Fugaku could finish his sentence, the words just still lingering on his lips. Woofing Menma leapt down from the bench upon hearing Fugaku's response. He then took hold of Uzumaki Naruto and bowed solemnly to Uchiha Fugaku. "Thank you, Uncle Fugaku. Don't. It's unnecessary. Well, never mind." Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Woofing Menma and the others, stammering for a while, ultimately unable to articulate his final thought. In resignation, he adopted his customary serious expression and addressed Woofing Menma and Uzumaki Naruto. "Training will be arduous. You both must be prepared." Upon hearing this, Woofing Menma and Uzumaki Naruto exchanged excited glances before exuberantly exclaiming, "Yes, we will certainly be ready." After receiving Uchiha Fugaku's permission, Woofing Menma and Uzumaki Naruto resumed their seats. Observing their enthusiasm, Uchiha Mikoto extended her chopsticks and served each of them a piece of spare rib. "Since you're training, you must eat well. Otherwise, you won't have the strength. Moreover, after your training sessions, come here for meals. I will prepare delicious dishes for you." After Mikoto finished speaking, Woofing Menma reluctantly diverted his gaze from the spare ribs in his bowl and looked somewhat bashfully at Uchiha Mikoto. "Aunt Mikoto, is it okay for us to intrude like this?" "Nonsense." Uchiha Mikoto feigned anger, playfully tapping Woofing Menma on the head. "Have you forgotten what I said before? Sasuke is your brother. In other words, you are like my children. Preparing meals for my kids, where is the question of intrusion? If you utter such things again, Annie might genuinely get upset. Now eat." Saying this, Uchiha Mikoto added more vegetables to Woofing Menma's bowl. Throughout this exchange, Uchiha Fugaku had been quietly eating from his own bowl. Yet, for some reason, he felt that something was amiss. Moreover, it seemed as though he were wearing a hat upon his head. A mere illusion. Surely, it must be a figment of his imagination. After finishing their meal, Woofing Menma, along with Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes. However, although the 3 were supposed to be washing together, Naruto and Sasuke spent most of their time playing, as Woofing Menma felt they were incapable of contributing much and allowed them to frolic aside. Once the house was tidied up, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi led Woofing Menma and the others out of the house. Arriving at a spacious lakeside, Uchiha Fugaku explained to Woofing Menma and Uzumaki Naruto, "This is typically where members of the Uchiha clan train. In the future, I will also train you here." Woofing Menma and Uzumaki Naruto instinctively stood at attention, responding in unison, "Yes." Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi took Uchiha Sasuke to practice ninjutsu. Shifting his focus back to Woofing Menma and Naruto, Uchiha Fugaku inquired, "Menma, you and Naruto have yet to learn how to refine chakra, correct?" "Yes." Woofing Menma nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving this confirmation, Uchiha Fugaku retrieved a scroll from behind him and handed it to Bluffing Menma. This is the chakra refining technique practiced by our Uchiha clan. It far surpasses those from outside. Now, you too should follow the instructions within to begin refining chakra. After listening to Uchiha Fugaku's words, Bluffing Menma and Uzumaki Naruto directed their attention to the scroll. As they opened it, they found clear instructions on how to refine chakra. After reading through it, Bluffing Menma promptly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine chakra as per the scroll's guidance. Uzumaki Naruto, after glancing at it a few more times, followed suit. Watching the meditative posture of Bluffing Menma and Uzumaki Naruto, a satisfied expression graced Uchiha Fugaku's face. In his view, both Bluffing Menma and Uzumaki Naruto were the sons of the fourth Hokage, Bluffing Shuemin. By genetic standards, their talents should not be lacking. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi returned to Uchiha Fugaku's side. Fugaku glanced at him and asked, Itachi, how long did it take you to refine chakra the first time? An hour. Uchiha Itachi replied, noting that it was indeed his first time learning the technique, which required extra time to merge mental and physical energy. Uchiha Fugaku nodded thoughtfully, then shifted his gaze to his younger son, Uchiha Sasuke, who was currently practicing the fire style, great fireball technique on a wooden bridge. It was worth mentioning that Sasuke had taken nearly 3 hours to refine chakra during his first attempt. This child, his talent is far inferior to yours. Not at all. Uchiha Itachi defended his younger brother. I believe Sasuke is far more talented than I am. Just indulge him. If this continues. Uchiha Fugaku's words were abruptly interrupted when a burst of azure energy erupted from Bluffing Menma. Both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi took notice, momentarily astonished. Uchiha Fugaku instinctively asked, how long has it been? A few minutes, perhaps? He has already successfully refined chakra? Uchiha Itachi nodded, it seems so. Bluffing Menma opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. He could feel a warm current flowing through his body. This must be what they referred to as chakra. Uncle Fugaku, I think I've succeeded. Noticing Uchiha Fugaku's astonished expression, Bluffing Menma wondered if he had made a mistake, hastily looking down to re-examine the scroll. After confirming everything was correct, he sighed in relief. Honestly, if nothing is wrong, there is no need to wear such a frightening expression. Just as Bluffing Menma was puzzled by Uchiha Fugaku's surprise, Uchiha Itachi approached him, producing a piece of paper the size of his palm. Menma, this is chakra testing paper. Inject your chakra into it, and you will discover its elemental affinity. After Uchiha Itachi explained, Bluffing Menma began to channel the chakra within him towards the chakra testing paper in his hand. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku, the testing paper was evenly divided into 5 sections. At that moment, Bluffing Menma observed the paper closely. One section was torn, another became damp, one crumbled. Another turned to ash, and the last one wrinkled. What is this? Uchiha Itachi was the first to congratulate him. Congratulations, Menma. You are an all-attribute ninja. Chapter 30. The ongoing training of a ninja. Gazing at the perplexed expression on the face of Kazama Menma, Uchiha Itachi took the initiative to clarify. A ninja of all attributes, as the name suggests, is one who can wield all 5 types of ninjutsu. Look at Sasuke. The ninjutsu he is currently learning is called Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. This is possible because Sasuke possesses the chakra affinity of fire, allowing him to learn this particular ninjutsu. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward to continue Itachi's explanation. Having an attribute is merely the first step. To perform ninjutsu, one must also execute hand seals to channel the chakra within oneself. As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku led Kazama Menma to Sasuke's side. Upon seeing this, Sasuke willingly stepped aside, standing behind Uchiha Fugaku, attentively watching. Just like this. As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku began to form hand seals. To accommodate Kazama Menma, he performed the seals slowly. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Once the seals were completed, Uchiha Fugaku placed his hands before his mouth and released a massive fireball from his lips. After the ninjutsu was unleashed, Uchiha Fugaku turned to Kazama Menma and inquired, did you see that clearly? The sequence of the hand seals is, before Uchiha Fugaku could finish, Kazama Menma's hands began to move. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. In the next moment, a fireball, nearly equal in size to that of Uchiha Fugaku's, appeared above the lake's surface. I've learned it. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Kazama Menma beside him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen this before. He turned to his eldest son, and it dawned on him, when he taught Uchiha Itachi, the situation had been strikingly similar. While both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi adapted quickly, Uchiha Sasuke was deeply affected. He had practiced this ninjutsu for an entire month, and yet the fireball he produced was merely half the size of his brother's. To his astonishment, Kazama Menma had merely glanced at it, and was already nearing his father's level. Undoubtedly, the happiest among them was Kazama Menma. A radiant smile adorned his face, a testament to his triumph in successfully executing a ninjutsu. Speaking of hand seals, anyone who has watched Naruto has surely attempted to mimic those diagrams. However, they all knew back then that it was a mere fabrication. Even if the seals were formed, they lacked the chakra to perform ninjutsu. But now, it was different. Kazama Menma had traversed into the world of Naruto, successfully refined his chakra, and even executed a ninjutsu. Excellent. Uchiha Fugaku praised, prompting Kazama Menma to look up at him. In the coming days, you must practice diligently, enhancing your ninjutsu through hand seals while also engaging in other training. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi stepped forward once more. Father, I will take charge of their training from here on. Uchiha Fugaku glanced back at his eldest son and nodded. Very well, they are in your hands now, Itachi. After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku turned and departed. With Uchiha Fugaku no longer present, Uchiha Sasuke swiftly approached Kazama Menma, clenching his fist with a serious expression. Menma, wait. I will not be outdone by you. Kazama Menma, not wishing to be entangled with Sasuke, quickly pushed him aside and pointed at Naruto, saying, Sasuke. He is the one you should be competing against. Uchiha Sasuke hesitated at Kazama Menma's words, but Kazama Menma continued his explanation. Sasuke, you see, I am Naruto's older brother. Therefore, my rival should also be your brother. Thus, you should compare yourself with Naruto. After pondering, Uchiha Sasuke found merit in Kazama Menma's reasoning. However, before departing, he raised his head and said to Kazama Menma, since it's about competing with my brother, I advise you to give up, Menma. My brother is the strongest. Kazama Menma could not dispute this and could only agree. Yes, you should hurry over. After much back and forth, Kazama Menma finally managed to send Uchiha Sasuke on his way. Turning around, he realized he was drenched in sweat. Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly. Approaching Kazama Menma. Although Naruto and Sasuke shared a close bond, why did it seem that you were so afraid of being caught up with Sasuke? Kazama Menma shrugged helplessly. Naturally, I fear trouble. If he latches onto me, I might find myself embroiled in a ninja battle every few days. I certainly do not wish for that. Uchiha Itachi understood. After all, not everyone shares his boundless affection for their younger sibling, nor does everyone resemble Naruto, who is always eager to engage Sasuke in endless contests. Once pleasantries were exchanged, Uchiha Itachi shifted the conversation back to serious matters. He looked at Kazama Menma and posed a question. Earlier, Naruto mentioned that you defeated members of the Hyuga clan using 2 different styles of boxing. Could you demonstrate those 2 styles for me? You want to see my boxing? Why? Kazama Menma looked at Uchiha Itachi, confused. It wasn't that he intended to hide his techniques. He merely felt it was unnecessary. After all, this was a world dominated by ninjas. Spending time boxing pales in comparison to the utility of a single ninjutsu, especially when considering the high-level, large-scale ninjutsu capable of causing cataclysmic destruction. At that point, one cannot expect them to confront Susanoo with mere iron fists. Uchiha Itachi did not share Kazama Menma's perspective. I simply wish to comprehend what kind of boxing could potentially overcome the Hyuga's gentle fist. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's eager expression, Kazama Menma reluctantly took his stance. The first style is called 8 Extremes Boxing, under Uchiha Itachi's watchful gaze. Kazama Menma demonstrated the 8 Extremes Boxing technique. Upon completion, Uchiha Itachi applauded appreciatively. An excellent set of techniques. I have fought against members of the Hyuga clan, and their techniques are nowhere near as formidable as yours. Kazama Menma, however, would not allow Uchiha Itachi's praise to lead him to underestimate the Hyuga clan's techniques. After all, those techniques are the very foundation of the Hyuga family, and if the gentle fist were truly ineffective, the clan would not have maintained it for so long. Next came the second style. It is called Tai Chi. The Tai Chi boxing and 8 Extremes Boxing represent 2 extremes, with Tai Chi emphasizing yielding to overcome strength, while 8 Extremes is entirely forceful and aggressive. After demonstrating Tai Chi, Uchiha Itachi clapped once more. Though a hint of confusion crossed his face, I can't help but feel that your second style resembles the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Could it be that your boxing style has evolved from their techniques? Kazama Menma was rendered speechless by Uchiha Itachi's remark. After all, to Kazama Menma, it was akin to saying that a grandfather resembled his grandson. Yet, he found himself unable to refute or explain this observation. Chapter 31. Training. Observing that Uchiha Itachi offered no explanation, Kazama Menma assumed he had spoken correctly. Consequently, his admiration for Menma became even more evident. Uchiha Itachi placed a hand on Menma's shoulder and praised him, saying, You have only sparred once with someone from the Hyuga clan, yet you have managed to derive your own martial arts from their gentle fist technique. Menma, you truly are a genius. In response, Menma, with a forced smile, replied, Hee. Really? If there were a way to explain it, I would rather not receive such praise. After the compliments, Uchiha Itachi's demeanor shifted, and he continued, Now, let me teach you a few ninjutsu techniques. With that, Itachi began forming hand seals before Menma. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Itachi unleashed a series of small fireballs that descended upon the lake, creating a thick mist as they collided with the water. This technique, known as the Phoenix Fire technique, shares a C-rank difficulty level akin to the Great Fireball technique. Now give it a try. With a nod of agreement, Menma followed Itachi's sequence of hand seals. Once completed, he brought his hands to his mouth. In the next moment, An array of small fireballs erupted from Menma, crashing into the lake similarly to Itachi's demonstration. The mist thickened, enveloping the entire lakeside in a shroud of fog. Indeed, you are a genius, Itachi exclaimed again. As for other ninjutsu, I can provide you with a list to practice at home. I anticipate you will achieve remarkable results. Yay, I finally refined my chakra, Menma exclaimed. Huh? Why is it foggy? At that moment, having just explained that he would provide additional fire release techniques for Menma to practice, Uchiha Itachi heard the excited voice of Naruto Uzumaki. Menma? Sasuke? Brother Itachi? Where are you? Upon hearing Naruto's call, Menma quickly responded, we're over here. Following the sound, Naruto soon spotted Menma and Itachi. However, he looked around and noticed Sasuke was absent. Huh? Where's Sasuke? Isn't he with you? And what about Uncle Fugaku? My father has already returned home. It's just us here now. As for Sasuke, he's off practicing his ninjutsu, Itachi stated, gesturing ahead. Naruto followed Itachi's indication, and sure enough, he saw flickers of firelight through the mist. Realizing where Sasuke was, Naruto turned back to Menma and asked, so, what are you two doing here? Menma explained, Brother Itachi was just teaching me ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement. Teaching ninjutsu? Did you learn it, Menma? Yes. After seeing Menma nod, Naruto turned his gaze to Itachi. Acknowledging Naruto's attention, Itachi produced a piece of chakra test paper and explained its purpose. All you need to do is infuse it with chakra, right? Naruto said as he began to channel chakra into the paper. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Menma and Itachi, the paper split. Only a single elemental affinity for wind? Upon learning Naruto's affinity, Itachi nodded. He then addressed both Naruto and Menma. The ninjutsu I will demonstrate next is a C-rank wind release technique that you both can learn. With that, Itachi began forming hand seals. To accommodate Naruto, he slowed his pace, ensuring that Naruto could clearly see his movements. Wind release, great breakthrough. Upon completing the seals, Itachi expelled a violent, swirling gust of wind, instantly dispersing the thick fog surrounding them. Wow, that's amazing, Naruto exclaimed. Can I do that too? Itachi smiled as he retracted his hands. Yes, with diligent practice and mastery, you will surely achieve it. Now, give it a try, following the sequence I just demonstrated. After Itachi's instructions, Naruto began forming his hand seals. However, his pace was notably slow, taking his time with each seal. After a few moments, he finally completed the sequence. Wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto puffed out his cheeks and released the wind. Yet compared to Itachi's earlier display, his attempt resembled a gentle breeze from a fan. Itachi, observing Naruto closely, immediately noticed something amiss as soon as Naruto executed the technique. Once Naruto finished, Itachi promptly asked, Naruto, do you feel anything uncomfortable? Uncomfortable? Naruto pondered, scratching the back of his head before shaking it. Not really. It's just that the power of this technique pales in comparison to yours, brother Itachi. Nothing at all? After hearing Naruto's response, Itachi chose not to pursue the matter further. He then turned to Menma and said, all right, Menma, it's your turn to give it a shot. Menma nodded and stepped forward. Compared to Naruto, his speed in forming hand seals was notably quicker. Wind release, great breakthrough. Menma unleashed a fierce gust of wind that swept across the lake, sending droplets of water flying in all directions. Moments later, the water cascaded back down. That was incredible. Witnessing Menma's ninjutsu, Naruto rushed to his side. Menma, you're amazing. Your technique is almost on par with brother Itachi's. In response, Menma merely shook his head. I still have much to learn. After exchanging compliments, a competitive spirit ignited within Naruto, prompting him to join Sasuke, not far off. Together, they commenced their own assault on the lake's surface. The ensuing moments were entirely theirs to explore and practice. It was unclear whether it was a matter of talent. But while Menma and Itachi effortlessly grasped new techniques and wielded great power, Sasuke and Naruto required extensive practice to enhance their abilities. Naruto could understand this, given that much of his chakra was consumed suppressing the nine tails, which often disrupted his chakra flow, rendering his ninjutsu unstable. However, for Sasuke, Menma found it challenging to identify any excuse. It would be unreasonable to claim that Sasuke's lack of power stemmed from a happy and fulfilling life, wouldn't it? That would be rather cruel, wouldn't it? Chapter 32. The Legacy of Menma Namikaze. In the evening, at the Uchiha residence, Mikoto Uchiha gazed at Menma with astonishment. Is that so? Our Menma is quite the prodigy. To ensure fairness, after praising Menma, Mikoto turned her attention to the somewhat silent Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, encouraging them. It's all right. Sasuke and Naruto, do not be disheartened. As long as you put in the effort, one day, we shall surely surpass Menma and the others. Come, let's all strive together. With that, Mikoto extended her hands towards Naruto and Sasuke. I will definitely surpass him. Sasuke was the first to reach out, placing his palm alongside Mikoto's. Me too. Me too. Naruto quickly chimed in. I am destined to be Hokage. How could I possibly lose to Menma? All right. Then let us take the first step by having dinner. Let's eat our fill. Witnessing Naruto and Sasuke shake off their earlier gloom, Mikoto spoke up, serving dishes to both Menma and Naruto. It was a meal filled with joy and laughter. Once the dinner was concluded, Menma and Naruto expressed their farewells to Mikoto. Understanding that keeping them overnight might not sit well with some in the village, Mikoto reminded Menma and the others to stay safe on their way home, urging them to call for help if any trouble arose. After all, the Uchiha security team was on standby 24 hours a day, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Menma did not dispute Mikoto's words, fully aware that her concerns stemmed from genuine care. As for any potential trouble, if there were indeed any foolhardy individuals willing to make a move against them, Menma could only commend their audacity. For anyone who dared would find themselves facing the might of 3 elite ANBU operatives, on constant rotation as ordered by the 3rd Hokage, dedicated to ensuring the safety of Naruto and Menma. Thank you, Aunt Mikoto. You should head back now. We will take our leave. After expressing his gratitude once more, Menma departed alongside Naruto from the Uchiha clan. Though the night had fallen, the streets of Konoha were ablaze with light. The streets bustled with activity, appearing even livelier than during the day. Menma and Naruto did not linger and swiftly returned home. Upon arriving, Menma instructed Naruto to take a shower first while he embarked on a search throughout the house. It was only 5 days since Menma had arrived in this world. Besides their initial exploration together, they had mostly spent their time resting. Now that Menma had learned how to refine chakra, he pondered whether he might discover some ninjutsu scrolls within the house. After all, both Menma Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki were ninja of considerable strength. Surely, there must be scrolls documenting ninjutsu somewhere in their abode. Speaking of which, what about the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? They should be with the old man Sarutobi, if I recall correctly. Muttering to himself, Menma rummaged through Minato's belongings. Finally, in a corner of a cabinet, he discovered the coveted items he had been seeking. He dragged the cabinet into the living room and emptied its contents onto the floor, then settled cross-legged to inspect each scroll one by one. Menma, what are you doing? What are all these things? Not long after, a freshly bathed Naruto emerged from the bathroom. Noticing the unusual scene in the living room, he hurried over and found Menma poring over a scroll. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Menma shifted his focus from the scroll in his hands. These must be belongings left behind by my father. For instance, this one details the training method for a technique called Rasengan. Rasengan? Naruto crawled over from behind the sofa, curious as he took the scroll from Menma. Yes. According to the scroll, this is a jutsu with an A-rank difficulty. Furthermore, it is a particularly precious technique, one that requires no hand signs and is devoid of elemental attributes. No hand signs, no attributes. What does that mean? Menma sighed, reclaiming the scroll from Naruto's grasp before explaining. It means that it doesn't require a specific chakra nature nor hand seals to activate. That is amazing. Upon hearing Menma's explanation, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Hey, Menma, can we learn it? Menma scrutinized the scroll once more. While they could learn it, most of the scroll contained advanced theories about the technique. Learning it would require further exploration. He then put away the Rasengan scroll and began examining others. This one documents a B-rank wind release technique. This one is body flicker technique. This is lightning release ninjutsu. And this seems to be other theories? From the scrolls left by Minato, Menma realized that Minato had been contemplating how to incorporate chakra nature transformation into the Rasengan. In other words, had it not been for the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails, leading to Minato's untimely demise, he might have completed the Rasengan within a few more years. After setting aside the last scroll, Menma sighed, what a pity. Pity? Who is pity? Naruto, nearly dozing off from the scrolls, suddenly jolted awake upon hearing Menma mention another name. Nothing. You should head to bed. I have some ideas regarding this jutsu. Is that so? Well then, good night, Menma. Naruto, utterly fatigued after a whole afternoon of training, found it impossible to stay awake any longer. As Menma urged him to sleep, he rubbed his almost closed eyes and bid farewell to Menma, retreating to his room. As Naruto closed his door, Menma began organizing the scrolls. He set aside those documenting ninjutsu and placed the scroll with theories about the Rasengan in another pile. Lastly, he sorted through what appeared to be Minato's notes or diary entries. Although labeled as a diary, the content within held unique insights. Menma felt that if time permitted, he could delve into them thoroughly. Once everything was tidied up, Menma moved the entire cabinet into his room, replacing the original bedside table with it, thus creating a new bedside cabinet. Chapter 33, Kakashi and the Method of Mastering the Rasengan. In the following days, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto diligently visited the Uchiha clan, training alongside Sasuke under the guidance of Itachi and Fugaku Uchiha. Each evening, Minato would delve into the scrolls left by his father, attempting to decipher methods for mastering the Rasengan. Although he found the endeavor exhausting, he believed that some matters were best approached with caution. After all, in any world, only those who could conceal themselves were destined to endure. Soon, another day of training came to an end. Itachi, we'll take our leave now. Typically, after their training sessions, Minato and Naruto would return with Itachi, sharing a meal with Sasuke before departing. However, today was an exception due to a prior engagement known to Itachi, who simply replied, all right, please be careful on your way back. After Naruto and Sasuke waved their farewells, Minato led Naruto out of the Uchiha compound. Outside the compound, two figures awaited them. Rushing towards them, Minato greeted cheerfully, "Kakashi and I, Shirsen and I." Naruto followed suit. Calling out to the two, Kakashi tousled the hair of both Minato and Naruto in greeting before addressing Shursui beside him. "Since you have matters to attend to, I want to keep you. I'll take these two home now." Seizing the opportunity, Minato turned to Shursui, who, despite his youth, bore an air of maturity. This was not unusual in the ninja world, where age often seemed a vague concept, largely due to the hasty timeline crafted by Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto. Had time been extended even slightly, Minato thought, the narrative might have been less convoluted. Take, for instance, the grand yet hastily depicted Fourth Great Ninja War. Who could fathom that such a monumental conflict lasted merely 3 days and nights? Such portrayals were almost ludicrous. The existence of the Fourth War only intensified the mystery surrounding the earlier 3 wars and the so-called Warring States period. What were those conflicts truly like? Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, Minato returned to the present, only to find Shursui had already walked away. Kakashi took one of them by the hand. Addressing Minato and Naruto, "All right, let us go. I'll treat you to some barbecue." Indeed. The reason Minato and Naruto weren't dining at Sasuke's home was that Kakashi had approached them the previous evening, inviting them out to enjoy some barbecue, as he had a day off. Having been in Konoha for some time, Minato had yet to savor its famous barbecue. The mere thought of sizzling, oily, and tantalizing meat on a hot grill made his mouth water. Naruto, who had only inhaled the enticing aroma from outside the barbecue restaurant, was equally eager. Today was the day Kakashi would fulfill his promise. The trio arrived at Yakiniku-Q, the most renowned barbecue restaurant in Konoha, reportedly owned by the Akimichi clan. Though Minato was uncertain of its veracity, as the proprietress did not quite resemble a member of that clan. Upon entering, the delectable scent of barbecued meat assaulted their senses. Unable to contain themselves, Minato and Naruto hurriedly found an unoccupied table. Kakashi, well aware of their impatience, promptly placed their orders. In mere minutes, a cascade of grilled meats arrived at their table. "Enjoy your meal." The server bowed and quickly departed after setting down the charcoal for grilling. "Now, go ahead and grill whatever you like," Kakashi instructed, demonstrating how to cook the meat. Minato, proficient in the task, immediately began placing meat onto the grill as soon as Kakashi finished speaking. Naruto, mimicking Minato, enthusiastically piled his own meat onto the grill. Before long, the grill was overflowing with meat, leaving no space in sight. "Eat up," Kakashi remarked, astonished by their unabashedly hearty approach to dining, almost rivaling the Akimichi clan. Nonetheless, he chose not to comment further, instead continually serving the grilled meat to Minato and Naruto's bowls. This meal brought immense satisfaction to both Minato and Naruto. Witnessing their delight, Kakashi felt a sense of happiness. As for the cost of the meal, it was slightly extravagant for an ordinary ninja, but who were they? One was the scion of the Hitaki clan, and the other two had access to wealth that could last a lifetime. Thus, the expense of a barbecue was but a trivial matter. Upon exiting the restaurant, Minato and Naruto, thoroughly stuffed, found walking a challenge. Kakashi looked at them with bemusement and advised, "If the barbecue is this enjoyable, we can come here more often, but you really don't need to overindulge like this." "Really?" Naruto exclaimed, springing up in excitement, only to quickly grasp his stomach and sit back down with a groan. "Yes, but next time, try not to stuff yourselves so much." Kakashi sighed in exasperation. By the way, Kakashi and I. With their bellies full, Minato decided to broach a serious topic. As Kakashi turned to him, Minato continued, "Do you know about the ninjutsu my father created? The Rasengan." "The Rasengan?" A look of curiosity crossed Kakashi's face. "I know about it. Why do you ask?" Minato explained, "Recently, during our training with Itachi, I rummaged through my home on the first night, hoping to find any ninjutsu left behind by my father." Understanding dawned on Kakashi, who directly inquired, "So, you discovered the Rasengan?" Minato scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Rather than saying I found the Rasengan, I've merely come across some vague speculations. It seems my father didn't document the specific training methods. So, I wanted to ask if you know how to master the Rasengan." In truth, Minato was already well versed in the methods of mastering the Rasengan. What he sought was an opportunity to bring it to light, and in the entire village of Konoha. It was evident that Kakashi was that very opportunity. Chapter 34. Commencing the training of the spiraling sphere. The method of mastering the spiraling sphere. Kakashi sighed deeply, and subsequently led both Wave Wind Menma and Uzumaki Naruto to a secluded corner devoid of onlookers. After ensuring their privacy, Kakashi raised his right hand and addressed the two. "Observe closely, for this is the spiraling sphere." As he spoke, chakra gathered in the center of his palm. In the next moment, a small azure orb materialized at the heart of Kakashi's hand. However, just as Wave Wind Menma was scrutinizing the sphere, Kakashi's hand suddenly trembled. To his astonishment, the spiraling sphere he had conjured vanished in an instant. Wave Wind Menma looked up at Kakashi, bewildered, and even Uzumaki Naruto wore an expression of incredulity. Kakashi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed the back of his head and explained, My apologies. I can only claim to have a rudimentary grasp of this technique. I am not yet proficient." After a brief explanation, Kakashi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He elaborated to Wave Wind Menma, in truth, only two individuals have mastered the spiraling sphere to perfection. Its creator, the fourth Hokage, and his mentor, the esteemed Jiraiya. Wave Wind Menma interjected, Kakashi and I. Are you saying that Grandpa Jiraiya can also perform this technique? Indeed. Kakashi nodded. However, I am currently unaware of Jiraiya's whereabouts. He has been wandering the ninja world and seldom returns to the village. Is that so? Upon hearing about Jiraiya, Wave Wind Menma feigned disappointment. Yet, his mood soon brightened as Kakashi began to impart knowledge about the spiraling sphere. As the renowned copy ninja, Kakashi, despite his claim of not being adept with the spiraling sphere, was well versed in the essence of the technique. While he elucidated the intricacies of the spiraling sphere to Wave Wind Menma and Uzumaki Naruto in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene through a crystal ball, removing the pipe from his mouth. Jiraiya, it is time to summon him back. Both Menma and Naruto must meet him. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals and closed the vision of the crystal ball before retrieving a scroll. After inscribing its contents, he performed a summoning jutsu, calling forth a small monkey. Lord Hiruzen? The little monkey greeted him respectfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the scroll to the monkey, saying, Moro, please deliver this scroll to Jiraiya. The monkey named Moro took the scroll, cradling it in its arms. To Jiraiya-sama, understood. With a puff of smoke, the monkey vanished back to its realm. Having completed this task, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned the crystal ball to his drawer and resumed his unfinished administrative duties. The following day, Wave Wind Menma and Uzumaki Naruto awoke in succession. As Naruto rubbed his eyes and stepped out of his room, he noticed Menma seemingly engrossed in writing. Out of curiosity, Naruto approached him. Menma, what are you writing? He inquired. Just as Menma finished penning the final word, he set down the pen and handed the scroll to Naruto. This is the training method for the spiraling sphere, derived from the scrolls left by Father, along with Kakashi and I's descriptions from last night. The training method for the spiraling sphere? Naruto eagerly took the scroll and began to read intently. Menma, what is this? After reading for so long, I am utterly perplexed. What you've written has nothing to do with the spiraling sphere. It's all about balloons and balls. That's why I call you a fool. Menma retorted bluntly, snatching the scroll back and, after a brief glance, incinerating it completely. Ah, what are you doing? Naruto exclaimed, instinctively rushing to extinguish the flames. Yet, before he could act, Menma stopped him. I have come up with a method for training the spiraling sphere. That scroll was merely for your reference, and it is no longer needed. Oh, is that so? Hearing Menma's reassurance, Naruto relaxed. Once the scroll had burned to ashes, and after ensuring nothing was amiss, the two set out towards the Uchiha clan, ready to embark on their training journey. By the way, after several days of effort, Naruto's wind release, Great Breakthrough was finally approaching the power of Uchiha Itachi. During this time, Naruto had endured considerable hardship. Merely executing the Great Breakthrough had caused him to pout countless times, leaving his lips nearly swollen. Before long, Wave Wind Menma and Uzumaki Naruto arrived at their usual training ground by the lake, where Uchiha Sasuke had already begun practicing a new fire release technique under the guidance of his elder brother. Sasuke was honing his skills with the fire release, Dragon Fire technique, a C-rank jutsu, which Menma had already mastered. After entrusting Naruto to Uchiha Itachi, Menma sought out a shaded spot, preparing to experiment with the spiraling sphere. I recall that the first step involves using a water balloon. Without hesitation, Menma filled a balloon he had purchased in the street with water, inflated it, and secured it to create a water sphere. He casually placed a water balloon in the center of his palm and began to manipulate his chakra to affect the water within, aiming to cause the balloon to burst. However, whether due to an incorrect method or poor chakra control, after over an hour of attempts, the water inside the balloon merely swirled in one direction, far from achieving the desired explosion. After yet another failure, Menma sighed dramatically and collapsed onto the grass. Gazing at the clouds above, he mused. Will I ultimately have to rely on shadow clones, akin to Naruto, to successfully execute the spiraling sphere? He then vividly imagined two figures in his mind. One was a youthful Minato, effortlessly conjuring the spiraling sphere, while the other was a 17-year-old Naruto, who required multiple clones to incessantly poke at the sphere in his hand. The comparison was stark. Menma abruptly sat up, clutching the water balloon once more. No. Strength is merely a temporary matter. However, style is a lifelong pursuit. For the sake of style, I shall strive. Chapter 35. The Spiral Sphere, Phase 1, complete. With determination in her heart, Kazama focused all her attention on the water sphere resting in her palm. Once again, she infused it with chakra, causing the water within to spin incessantly under its influence. Gradually, the entire sphere began to distort laterally. At this moment, Kazama found herself in a situation akin to that of Naruto in the past. Her control over chakra was still somewhat rudimentary. Yet without the influence of the nine tails within her, she believed that with more practice, she could improve. With this thought, Kazama picked up another water sphere. Drawing back her arms, she continuously manipulated her chakra, urging it to affect the water inside the sphere, making it whirl. This endeavor persisted for 3 days. during which Kazama's proficiency visibly enhanced. Now, she could induce irregular movements within the water, although those movements were not yet vigorous. Next, she aimed to gradually amplify her chakra output, hastening the flow of water within the sphere. It was merely a matter of time before the sphere would burst. One afternoon, as summer approached and the heat in Konoha intensified, Itachi Uchiha advised Sasuke and Naruto, who had trained tirelessly that morning, to take a break. Seizing the opportunity, the two boys gathered around Kazama, eagerly watching as the water sphere transformed, anticipating the moment she would break it. After a brief respite, Kazama, under the watchful eyes of Naruto and Sasuke, picked up another water sphere. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated entirely on the sphere in her hand. As she infused it with chakra, the sphere began to change, resembling a creature poised to unleash mini spikes from within. Encouraged by the cheers of her friends, Kazama elevated her chakra output. Finally, with a resounding pop, the water sphere exploded, splattering all three with water. Fantastic! You did it, Kazama! Naruto exclaimed. The first to regain his composure, jumping with excitement at Kazama's empty palm. Sasuke quickly joined in the celebration, shouting alongside Naruto. Meanwhile, Kazama stood in a daze, gazing at her hand, seemingly still processing the explosion. Did I succeed? I did it. Gradually, her expression shifted from surprise to confusion, ultimately transforming into joy and exhilaration. The three friends joined hands, dancing in a circle. I have finally succeeded. I have taken the first step. After a triumphant shout, Kazama picked up another water sphere. With a surge of chakra, it burst once more. This time, she was certain that she had indeed completed the first phase of mastering the spiral sphere. Now, she would have to face the more challenging second phase, transitioning to a tougher, more resilient rubber ball. Congratulations. You did it, Kazama. Itachi appeared suddenly, his presence surprising the trio. Kazama's smile brightened even more as she replied, yes. Now it's time to learn the second phase of this technique. I will work even harder. Initially, Kazama intended to press on and commence training for the second phase immediately. However, to her surprise, Itachi shook his head in refusal upon hearing her plans. You and Naruto have been training diligently. Overexerting yourselves is not beneficial. This afternoon, take a break and go enjoy yourselves outside. Go out and play. Naruto could hardly believe the news. Among their trio, he was the most impatient. At barely 4 years old, he was filled with curiosity about the world and eager to explore. Yet, to prevent Kazama from getting hurt and to bolster his own strength to protect her, he had been diligently following her lead in training with Itachi. Now, hearing that they could play instead filled him with overwhelming excitement. In contrast, Kazama remained calm. For her, the intensity of their training felt more like a respite. However, realizing that her companions were just young children, she ultimately agreed to Itachi's suggestion. Under his watchful gaze, Kazama led Sasuke and Naruto away from their training grounds and out of the Uchiha clan, heading toward the village. Hey Kazama, what should we do for fun? As they walked down the street, Naruto's earlier excitement had faded. Bored, he crossed his fingers and rested his hands behind his head, turning to Kazama for guidance. Kazama shook her head, responding, don't ask me. I have no idea. Unbeknownst to them, the two turned to their third companion. Sasuke, sensing their gaze, quickly shook his head. Don't look at me. I don't know either. I've never gone out to play before. At that moment, none of the three had any ideas. However, as they continued walking, inspiration struck Naruto. Hey, he exclaimed, stopping in his tracks and pointing with his index finger. Noticing his sudden enthusiasm, Kazama and Sasuke halted and turned to him. Remember that person from the Hyuga clan who invited you, Kazama? Since we have nothing else to do, why don't we pay them a visit? If I encounter that guy again, I'll definitely make him surrender. As he spoke, Naruto threw a few punches into the air to showcase his strength. That's Hinata Niji. Kazama promptly identified him, stroking her chin in contemplation. But now that you mention it, doesn't he sound like a bad idea? After all, we have nothing to do, we might as well go. Sasuke showed no objection, eager to see what skills this Niji possessed. Thus, with Naruto's suggestion and the affirmations from Kazama and Sasuke, the trio set a clear destination and headed straight towards the Hyuga clan's location. Chapter 36, The Hyuga clan before long. The three of them were chasing each other and arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga clan. Unlike the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan had faced the repercussions of the Ninetales chaos. The Uchiha clan was banished to the outskirts of the village under the pretext of a clan exchange by Shimura Danzo. In response, Kazama Menma could only curse him foolishly. If you suspect someone and wish to monitor them, how could you possibly drive them away instead of keeping them under your watchful eye? Such actions are akin to those of a fallen prince from novels, who, despite being disregarded by their family, commands legions of soldiers. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's folly is truly lamentable. Having already been relocated to the village's periphery, they were practically handed an opportunity to escape. Could they not have allied with outsiders to mount an offensive? In the current Konoha, who could rival the Uchiha clan? Alas, fate is not on my side. If only I were Uchiha. What happened to the Uchiha? Uchiha Sasuke turned to Menma. Nothing. Menma shook his head and pointed to the grand doors before them. Let us proceed. Upon reaching the entrance, Menma knocked 3 times in quick succession. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a man in his 30s. After scanning the area outside, he initially failed to notice anyone. It was only when Naruto spoke up that he realized the knockers were below him. Who are you? Although the Hyuga clan members could not enter the inner circle of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 3 companions, they recognized Naruto's identity as well as the Uchiha clan's emblem. Thus, upon recognizing their visitors, the man instinctively attempted to shut the door. We are here at the invitation of your clan leader. Menma hurriedly interjected, halting the man's actions. Clan leader? The man peered out, skepticism evident on his face as he regarded Menma. It was Lord Hizashi who summoned us. Menma replied, with Naruto adding, and an aunt. She also invited us as guests. Seeing that they seemed genuine, the man dared not feign ignorance and opened the door wide, allowing Menma and his companions to enter. He then led them directly to the residence of Hizashi Hyuga. Upon arriving at a somewhat grand house, the man solemnly instructed, please wait here. I will inform Lord Hizashi. With that, he entered the house. Once he was gone, Menma plopped down on the staircase. Sasuke, noticing this, quickly admonished, Menma, that is not appropriate. We are guests. Nonsense. Menma scoffed dismissively. While you may see this as a visit, I see it as an opportunity to assert my dominance. It's absurd that I Haven team managed this situation for days. After all, how could I let Hyuga Niji's actions against me go unchallenged? Ridiculous. Do you know who my father is? He is the 4th Hokage, Menma Namikaze. Do you dare to bully me? I could easily report you and have you exiled to the south. Hizashi did not keep Menma and his companions waiting long, whether it was for reasons unknown or otherwise. He returned with the previous Hyuga ninja. Standing on the steps, he surveyed the trio before confirming their identities. He then gestured for them to enter. Upon hearing Hizashi's invitation, Menma swiftly ascended the steps, followed closely by Naruto and Sasuke. As they passed the Hyuga clan member who had opened the door, Menma took a moment to express his gratitude, a gesture mirrored by Naruto and Sasuke, despite their puzzlement at the circumstances. Entering Hizashi's residence, the atmosphere was immediately striking, oppressive, and serious. Whether it was the servants tidying up or others hurrying by with various items, there was an undeniable air of gravity. In contrast, the Uchiha clan's atmosphere, particularly at Fugaku's home, was far more relaxed. Hey, Menma, something feels off here. Although Sasuke was still inexperienced, he was no fool. He sensed the unusual tension in the air. Of course, he is the clan leader, Menma replied. But my dad is also a clan leader. That is a given. The Uchiha are not like the Hyuga. Though their voices were hushed, Hizashi was not deaf. He heard their conversation clearly, and the mention of Uchiha darkened his expression further. Under Hizashi's guidance, the trio soon reached the clan's training grounds, where Niji was engaged in a spirited match with a young girl. However, it was evident to any observer that the girl was primarily on the defensive. Menma sighed inwardly, Hinata, I apologize, but I am currently instructing them in the gentle fist technique, so I must attend to you here. With a wave of his hand, Hizashi summoned a Hyuga clan member who served steaming tea to each of them. Menma glanced at the tea before smiling and nodding in gratitude to Hizashi. While he himself chose to sit cross-legged on the floor, kneeling was out of the question. Such a formality was simply beyond him. Under the watchful gaze of Menma and his companions, Niji and Hinata exchanged several more blows before Hizashi, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, Hinata, what are you doing? Why aren't you countering? His voice echoed like thunder, startling Menma and his friends. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Hizashi's sudden outburst. As for Menma, he stifled a reaction to avoid revealing his internal ridicule of Hizashi. What are you looking at? He hates himself for not producing a son. Menma whispered to Naruto and Sasuke, seeking some form of reprisal for Hizashi's earlier reprimand. Ah, so that's it. Sasuke exclaimed, his expression one of sudden understanding, causing Hizashi's lips to twitch in irritation. Though gender favoritism was not a prevalent issue in the ninja world, who could say if the most traditional and rigid Hyuga clan held such antiquated beliefs? Chapter 37. The purpose of Hyuga Hizashi in the presence of the people gathered. The remarks made by Nara Shikamaru regarding the cricket were unmistakably clear. He did not even attempt to lower his voice. His so-called whisper was merely an act of self-deception. Thus, upon hearing Shikamaru's explanation, Hinata Hyuga, typically timid, for the first time lifted her gaze towards her father while being reprimanded. She yearned to understand if her father's sternness stemmed from her being a girl. As a member of the Hyuga clan, renowned for their keen perception, Hizashi Hyuga undoubtedly noticed the question etched on his daughter's face. Regret washed over him as he pondered how he had been so foolishly blinded that he considered inviting such an individual into his family. Under the inquisitive gaze of Hinata, Hizashi ultimately conceded. Ahem, Hinata, why don't you introduce yourself to them? Following her father's directive, Hinata turned to face Shikamaru and his companions. Kneeling slightly, she timidly began. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Hinata Hyuga. Ah, your voice is so soft. Can you speak a little louder? It hurts. Naruto Uzumaki, unable to catch Hinata's introduction, urged her to raise her volume. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a sudden tap on his back. Rubbing his head, He turned to discover that it was Shikamaru who had struck him. Instantly, Naruto's annoyance dissipated, and he obediently fell silent. After silencing Naruto, Shikamaru smiled at the timid Hinata and said, "You must be Hinata Hyuga, right? I am Shikamaru Nara. Nice to meet you." Following suit, Sasuke Uchiha added, "I am Sasuke Uchiha. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Finally, it was Naruto's turn. He sprang to his feet, pointing at himself with his thumb. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, the man who will become Hokage." "Become Hokage, you say?" Hisashi Hyuga observed the boisterous Naruto and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What an audacious claim. After the introductions, Hinata and Neji Hyuga seated themselves on Hisashi's left, while Shikamaru and his companions took their places on his right. "Shikamaru, may I address you as such?" Hisashi initiated a casual conversation. Shikamaru nodded, "Of course." Hisashi then turned serious, inquiring, "Shikamaru, I would like to ask about the 2 martial arts techniques you employed in your battle with Neji. Could you demonstrate them for me again?" "Demonstrate martial arts?" Shikamaru feigned ignorance while looking at Hisashi. "Indeed," Hisashi affirmed, "pardon my rudeness. But the 2 forms you executed during your fight were unlike anything I have ever witnessed." This time, Shikamaru ceased pretending. He understood Hisashi's intention. He desired to acquire those 2 techniques. Hisashi nodded again. "If possible, I assure you I will not let you go unrewarded." A smile spread across Shikamaru's face as he posed a question to Hisashi. "May I inquire what you could offer in return?" Hisashi furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. "Aside from the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan, I can offer anything else." "Is that so?" A mischievous grin appeared on Shikamaru's face, and for some reason, Hisashi felt a sudden chill run down his spine. "Let us do this." Shikamaru proposed. "I observe that Lady Hinata is exceptionally talented. Since you, Lord Hisashi, are unwilling to teach her, how about I take her under my wing?" "Hinata? Exceptionally talented?" Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, all eyes turned towards Hinata, including her own, as she pointed at herself in disbelief. "Me? Exceptionally talented." While Hisashi was still mulling over the suggestion, Shikamaru continued, "Regardless, Lady Hinata has never quite satisfied you, has she? Rather than persisting in disappointment, why not consider letting go? Besides, your second daughter is nearing her first birthday, and she might garner your favor even more." In plain terms, Shikamaru was proposing that Hisashi abandon his long unfulfilled expectations for his eldest daughter in exchange for the opportunity to train her, thereby securing the 2 martial arts techniques. Hisashi sensed that Shikamaru's proposal was merely the surface of a deeper strategy. Should the 2 develop a rapport during training? Pondering this seriously, Hisashi realized that Shikamaru's future potential was considerable. Moreover, he had no desire to confine his daughter to a gilded cage. Perhaps this was indeed a favorable opportunity. It appeared to be a sacrifice of his daughter, yet he stood to gain immensely. In the future, he might even acquire 2 powerful allies. "Very well, father." Hinata was taken aback by how readily Hisashi agreed to Shikamaru's request. She wished to contest for her own future, but, upon seeing her father's stern expression, the words that had risen to her throat were swallowed back down. Clap, clap, clap. Shikamaru applauded with a beaming smile. "Lord Hisashi, you are indeed agreeable. Now, let us proceed." With that, Shikamaru rose and moved to the training ground. Hisashi initially intended for Neji to spar with Shikamaru again, but before he could voice this, Shikamaru interjected, "Shouldn't you, Lord Hisashi, personally test whether my techniques are worth the exchange?" After contemplating Shikamaru's suggestion, Hisashi deemed it appropriate and stood up to face him. Shikamaru assumed the starting posture of Tai Chi, adopting a diagonal stance. This technique is called Tai Chi. It emphasizes yielding to overcome strength, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. "I look forward to your guidance." In response, Hisashi adopted the starting stance of the gentle fist. Once steady, he launched an attack toward Shikamaru. As Hisashi's palm approached, Shikamaru attempted to block it with a sweeping motion, aiming to replicate his previous victory against Neji. However, this encounter differed significantly from the last. Neji's strength was comparable to Shikamaru's, yet Hisashi, as an adult, surpassed Neji in both power and striking force. Consequently, Shikamaru's maneuver failed to yield any effect. Nonetheless, Shikamaru was undeterred. Realizing the block was ineffective, he utilized his agility to entwine himself around Hisashi, seizing the opportunity presented by Hisashi's punch to strike at his abdomen. Chapter 38. Uzumaki Menma vs. Hyuga. Hisashi. As Uzumaki Menma charged into Hyuga Hisashi's inner circle, Hisashi instinctively flinched. However, he quickly regained his composure and retaliated with his other hand, striking at Menma once more. Menma successfully blocked Hisashi's incoming palm with his right hand, while simultaneously launching an attack aimed at Hisashi's groin. Hisashi, taken aback by this unexpected move, swiftly withdrew his hand to evade Menma's strike. "What are you doing?" Hisashi asked, astonished, as he steadied himself. Menma, unfazed, replied, "Lord Hisashi, we are engaged in combat. In a battle, there are inevitably winners and losers. I may not match your strength or size, so I must resort to cunning tactics." Hisashi found it difficult to reproach Menma for his words. What could he possibly say? Should he chastise him for being born later? That would be absurd. Once he stabilized his breath, Hizashi performed a series of hand seals, utilizing a transformation technique to match Menma's stature. Having completed the transformation, Hizashi beckoned Menma, "Come at me." Now both combatants shared the same size, a significant advantage for Menma. Under the watchful eyes of Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga, Menma and Hizashi engaged in fierce combat. During their exchange, Hizashi became acutely aware of the principle of using minimal force to counteract greater strength. Every punch he threw was deftly intercepted by Menma, who ensnared Hizashi's wrists, rendering him unable to fully unleash his power. Whenever they closed the distance, Menma would either push, collide, or strike elsewhere, redirecting Hizashi's force back against him. After yet another failed strike, Hizashi took the opportunity to create some distance, inhaled deeply, and praised, "This fighting style truly is impressive. What comes next?" Menma smiled and replied, "Lord Hizashi, you haven't even mastered this set yet, and you wish to see my next technique?" Although his words suggested otherwise, Menma was aware that Hizashi was merely eager to witness the two techniques. If they truly engaged in earnest combat, Hizashi would likely have him down on the ground in no time. Taking a deep breath, Menma transitioned into a new stance, preparing for the second set of techniques. "Now, Lord Hizashi, pay close attention." Without hesitation, Menma lunged forward, executing a proactive attack known as the Morning Sun Palm against Hizashi. Hizashi countered with his family's gentle fist technique, while Menma swiftly pivoted, launching a single-arm thrust at Hizashi. As the battle progressed, Hizashi's expressions became increasingly animated. Many dedicate their lives to mastering a single martial art, and the Hyuga clan's gentle fist was no exception. While there were others in the clan who practiced different styles, those techniques were merely adaptations of the gentle fist foundation. In contrast, Menma's two techniques were distinct in their own right. The first, a style akin to Tai Chi, moved like a soft ribbon, perpetually obstructing and countering Hizashi's force, even redirecting his own energy back at him. Engaging in Tai Chi was quite uncomfortable for Hizashi. Although certain aspects of Tai Chi bore resemblance to the gentle fist, they were not overly challenging to grasp. However, the current technique was a stark contrast, brutal and unyielding. If Tai Chi was a delicate ribbon, then this technique was a mighty hammer, delivering relentless and formidable blows. Menma, unexpectedly noticing Hizashi's momentary distraction, seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful 8-extremities hammer strike directly to Hizashi's chest, sending him flying. As Hizashi regained his footing, Menma remarked, "Lord Hizashi, this is your oversight. How can one afford to be distracted in battle?" Hizashi stood, having dispelled his transformation technique. Although Menma's previous strike had landed, the force was not overwhelming, leaving Hizashi with only a slight discomfort. Approaching Menma, Hizashi nodded in satisfaction. "Both of your techniques possess merit, and they clearly follow different paths. It is truly remarkable how you learn them." This matter puzzled Hizashi, as he believed that no one in Konoha mastered these two styles. Ultimately, he attributed it to the possibility of differing worlds. After all, in Menma's world, the Nine-Tails incident had not occurred, and the fourth Hokage and his wife were alive and well. Hence, the existence of these two styles was hardly surprising. Having acknowledged Menma's prowess, Hizashi felt more at ease in trusting Hinata's training to him. Menma, at such a young age, had already mastered these two techniques. Perhaps Hinata would greatly benefit from training alongside him and absorbing his teachings. With this thought, Hizashi's satisfaction with Menma deepened. Conversely, Menma observed Hizashi's serious, yet somewhat mischievous expression and sensed that he might have inadvertently shortchanged himself. Before he could ponder further, Hizashi addressed him. "Your second technique does not align well with our Hyuga clan's gentle fist, so let us not waste time on it. However, that Tai Chi technique certainly has its merits and is worth our study." Following Hizashi's directive, Menma demonstrated the Tai Chi technique in its entirety 3 times. By the end of the demonstration, Hizashi had grasped the essence of Tai Chi quite well. As for the remaining nuances, Hizashi believed it unwise to learn every detail. Otherwise, he might confine himself within the rigid framework of the technique, hindering his ability to blend the gentle fist with Tai Chi. Thus, Menma garnered a new understanding of Hizashi. It appeared that the leader of the Hyuga clan was not as inept as he had previously imagined. Beyond having 2 admirable daughters, there was more to him than met the eye. Reflecting on this, Menma even reconsidered his initial impressions of Fugaku Uchiha. Was it possible that his judgment had been flawed? As he made his way back to the Uchiha clan, Menma pondered deeply, stroking his chin in contemplation, filled with a sense of bewilderment and self-doubt. Chapter 39. The turbulence of collapse. After finishing dinner at the Uchiha household, Kazama Menma walked alongside Uzumaki Naruto on their way home. As they strolled through a narrow alley, Naruto glanced around to ensure they were alone. He tugged at Menma's sleeve, and once Menma turned to face him, Naruto inquired, "Menma, why did you choose to share your martial arts with that elder from the Hyuga clan this afternoon? Especially with Hyuga Niji, the very one who had previously injured you?" Present? Taken aback by Naruto's sudden question, Menma paused to reflect for a moment. He then recounted the events involving Niji and his father to Naruto. After finishing his explanation, Menma looked at Naruto, who appeared visibly indignant. "How could this happen? It's clearly the fault of those ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village." Menma shook his head. In this world, there is no absolute right or wrong. What may seem erroneous to you might be entirely justifiable to another. Just as you perceive my decision to share my martial arts as a mistake, I believe it to be the right course of action. However, while Menma articulated this reasoning outwardly, his inner thoughts painted a different picture. Why? Why did I give my techniques to Hyuga Izashi? What could possibly be the reason? ISNT it for your wife. Alas, what can one do when one is an older brother? Menma mused silently, but of course, he would not voice these thoughts to Naruto. Instead, he sought another excuse. Naruto, look, the ninjutsu we are currently learning is already sufficient for our needs, right? Naruto nodded in agreement. Since we have enough ninjutsu at our disposal, why should we fret over the gains or losses of two martial art styles? Besides, we have not truly lost those techniques. I merely shared them. Moreover, Menma added, I have not fully imparted the 8 trigrams fist. You didn't share the 8 trigrams because that elder refused. Naruto retorted, pouting. With a sudden spark of insight, he exclaimed, Menma, is all of this because you have feelings for that girl, Hinata? What? Menma stared at Naruto in disbelief, unable to comprehend his friend's statement. Absolutely not. Naruto, seeing Menma's reaction, felt he had uncovered a significant secret. He continued his analysis with growing confidence. Even though I have never met that girl in this world, it doesn't mean you haven't encountered her in yours. You must like Hinata, which is why you were willing to give your techniques to that elder without asking for anything in return. Naruto's conviction grew, as if he had grasped an undeniable truth, completely oblivious to the crimson hue overtaking Menma's face. You fool! What nonsense are you spouting? Menma's loud rebuttal only reinforced Naruto's belief that he had struck a nerve. With a jovial spirit, Naruto threw his arm around Menma's shoulders, assuring him, don't worry. Since we are essentially one and the same, your matters are my matters. I will definitely help you. But after I assist you, you must help me in return. Naruto, with an air of mystery, glanced around once more to ensure they were alone. He then whispered to Menma, to be honest, I have someone I like too. It's that girl with the pink hair from the other day. I find her quite adorable, but since you were hospitalized, I haven't had the chance to learn where she lives. Remember, once I help you, you must return the favor. Naruto rambled on without noticing that Menma's face had turned a deep shade of embarrassment. Suddenly, Menma recalled something. He pulled Naruto closer and asked, Naruto, you just said you haven't seen Hinata? Naruto nodded confidently. That's right. I mean, I was the infamous fox demon. Look at the size of the Hyuga compound. How could I possibly know anyone there? Menma stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering. Wait a moment. Didn't Naruto meet Hinata when they were children? And didn't his assistance lead her to develop feelings for him? He scrutinized Naruto, comparing the current Naruto to the one who had helped Hinata in his memories. It seemed that the former Naruto was slightly older. Could it be that the events in question occurred this winter? If the original storyline has yet to unfold, does that mean my actions today have preemptively intervened in Naruto's relationship with Hinata? As he contemplated this, Menma recalled another detail. In the original narrative, young Naruto had no interactions with Haruno Sakura, and the incident involving the girls who bullied Sakura was originally supposed to be resolved by Yamanaka Ino. Yet now, under my influence, Naruto has rescued Sakura. Does this mean the princess has been swapped? In his mind, a chibi version of Menma clasped his cheeks, letting out a dramatic wail. Menma? Are you alright? Naruto observed the transformation of Menma's expression from vibrant colors to simple lines, worry etched across his face. Do not disturb me. I wish to ponder in silence. Silence? Does such a person exist in Konoha? Perhaps we should seek out the third Hokage to assist you? Naruto, with innocent naivety in his eyes, queried, Huh? What do you mean? Menma seized Naruto by the neck, shaking him vigorously while shouting. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? Naruto, flailing, protested. What are you talking about? What important thing? Hinata. Menma's expression turned fearsome. You don't even know Hinata? Why didn't you mention such a crucial detail? What are you saying? Naruto was utterly confused. I don't know her. So how could I tell you I don't know her? Besides, didn't you go to the Hyuga household because you know Hinata? You idiot. Menma thought about throttling Naruto, but ultimately released him. It wasn't he out of compassion, it was simply, why are you lifting me up like this, Kakashi-sensei? Menma turned to find Kakashi holding him aloft, irritation evident on his face. Chapter 40. Embracing mistakes, Hinata Hyuga the following day, as Kazama Menma opened the door. Preparing to head to Uchiha Sasuke's house with Uzumaki Naruto, they discovered someone already standing at the entrance. Hinata? What brings you here without knocking? Kazama Menma gazed at the bashful Hinata, perplexed by her presence. I thought. Hinata's voice was as soft as ever. Yet Menma had anticipated this manner of speech. Meanwhile, it was unclear what had crossed Uzumaki Naruto's mind. Upon seeing Hinata, he quickly patted Menma on the shoulder and exclaimed, Menma, I'll head to find Sasuke and the others first. After running a distance, Naruto turned back and shouted, I'll let Itachi and Sasuke know that you have something to attend to today. Having shouted this, Naruto dared not look at Menma's expression and hastened away, his feet moving in a blur. Such is the boundless potential of individuals. Just as Menma was about to speak, Naruto leapt away in 2 quick bounds, vanishing from sight. With a sigh, Menma turned to Hinata. Ultimately, he decided to embrace the situation, tilting his head towards her and saying, "Please, come in." With that, Menma pushed the door open and stepped inside. Hinata hesitated at the threshold for a moment, but eventually stepped in under Menma's watchful gaze. Seated on the living room sofa, Menma poured a cup of warm water for Hinata. She dared not look at him, but upon noticing the steaming cup before her, she inclined her head slightly in gratitude. Seeing this, Menma chose to sit a little farther from Hinata. He then inquired, "Hinata, how are you progressing with the gentle fist technique passed down in your family?" Me?" Caught off guard, Hinata instinctively raised her gaze to Menma before quickly lowering her head again. "I haven't mastered it as well as Niji, even my father says." Upon hearing Hinata mention Hyuga Hayashi, Menma waved his hand dismissively. "I understand. By the way, Hinata, since you arrived so early, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Please sit tight. I'll prepare something for you." Without waiting for Hinata's protest, Menma dashed into the kitchen. Moments later, the sounds of cooking filled the air, followed by an enticing aroma wafting through the room. Hinata covered her stomach, her face turning crimson. After about half an hour, Menma emerged from the kitchen with a table full of dishes. Hinata gazed at the delectable spread, swallowing hard in surprise. "Menma, did you make all of this?" "Yes." Menma nodded. "Lately, Naruto and I have been dining at Sasuke's house, so I didn't have much prepared at home. Just make do with what I have." With that, he brought out a steaming pot of rice and handed a bowl to Hinata. "Here, you should eat." Hinata held the bowl, momentarily at a loss. Aren't you going to eat, Menma?" Menma shook his head. "Naruto and I have already eaten. Please enjoy, this is all for you." Seeing Menma's insistence, Hinata felt she could not refuse. Thus, under Menma's watchful eyes, she began to eat slowly. Menma, aware that his presence might make Hinata shy, retreated to the living room to give her space. Before long, Hinata's voice broke the silence. I'm done eating. Thank you for the meal." Menma stood to check and found that both the rice and dishes had suffered only minor injuries. Puzzled, he scratched his head and asked, "Hinata, was my cooking not to your taste?" "No. Menma, your cooking is delicious. This is the first time I've had such good food." Hinata shook her head. Menma continued, "If it's so good, why didn't you eat more?" Hinata's face flushed deeply. I'm full." Menma spread his hands. "You see, you just said you were done, not full. If it's good, you should eat more." Saying this, he took Hinata's bowl and filled it to the brim again. He then sat directly across from her and encouraged, "Eat up. If you find it insufficient, I'll make more." Hinata looked at the full bowl, her ears burning with embarrassment. Menma, noticing her hesitation, suggested, "Hinata, you'll be training with us starting today, right?" "Yes." Hinata nodded eagerly, her focus shifting from the meal. Menma continued, "But if you're going to train with us, you need to be well fed. Our activities demand a lot of energy, and without sufficient nourishment, you won't be able to keep up." With that, he nudged the bowl closer to her. "Thus, the first step to training is to eat well. Once you finish, I'll take you to meet Naruto and introduce you to Itachi." Hinata, hearing this, raised her head slightly to assess Menma. After pondering for a moment, she finally lifted the bowl and resumed eating. This time, the dishes suffered more than mere surface damage. With her relentless efforts, Hinata visibly diminished the food, consuming a third of the entire pot of rice, and the other dishes were nearly empty. Finally, Hinata slumped back in her chair, blissfully satisfied, letting out a contented burp. However, as soon as the burp escaped, she recalled something and quickly straightened up, her face ablaze with embarrassment as she dared not look at Menma. Menma chuckled heartily. "That's more like it. I knew you wouldn't eat just a little. Eating should be about feeling full." With that, he began to clean up. Observing this, Hinata joined him in tidying up and shyly asked, "Menma, how did you know?" Menma paused for a moment before realizing she meant her appetite. He smiled and turned to her, explaining, "I'm somewhat of a cook. As a chef, how could I not notice the state of my diners? The first time I saw you at your house, it was evident that you were often in a state of hunger. That's why you always lost to Niji in battles due to lack of strength, right?" Chapter 41. The Hierarchy Among Hokages in response to Bo-Fong Myanmar's inquiry. Hinata Hyuga refrained from providing an explanation. After all, Bo-Fong Myanmar had just asserted that he could discern the states of others. Observing Hinata's silence, Bo-Fong Myanmar nodded and said, "Please, take a seat while I tidy up this place." "No." Hinata shook her head, swiftly gathering the 2 plates before her. She addressed Bo-Fong Myanmar, "Allow me to clean up, as it is all because of me." Without waiting for him to respond, she busied herself with the task at hand, entirely shedding any indication of being the daughter of a prominent clan. Truth be told, Hinata's disposition would have been impeccable in times of peace or in a tranquil society. However, in the world of Naruto, when has there ever been a truly peaceful era? Even now, while the Leaf Village may appear to be free from conflict, the reality is that countless spies from other ninja villages lurk among them, and many rogue ninjas meander about with the sole intent of causing disruption. These external invaders and spies have all been thwarted by the vigilant ninjas of the Leaf. In fact, Shimura Danzo has even dispatched his own spies to other nations. Of course, Bo-Fong Myanmar is unaware if this has received Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval. Coughing, he realized he had digressed. Returning to the matter at hand, This explains one of the reasons why Hyuga Hayashi has consistently been displeased with Hinata. Her character simply fails to earn his approval. In his eyes, she ought to embody a demeanor akin to that of Niji Hyuga. Bofeng Myanmar surmised that Hayashi likely wished to cultivate a version of Hinata reminiscent of the formidable eldest sister from the Naruto films. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Bofeng Myanmar found himself grappling with the complexities of this world. Yet, as he pondered, Hinata had already tidied everything up. Upon noticing this, he turned to her and said, "Shall we go? I'll take you to find Naruto and the others." Soon, Bofeng Myanmar and Hinata walked side by side along the streets of the Leaf Village. This marked the first time, after so long in this world, that he and Naruto had parted ways. Strangely, as they strolled together, Bofeng Myanmar felt that the villagers around them seemed to wear brighter smiles upon seeing him with Hinata. How peculiar. With a light-hearted complaint, Bofeng Myanmar seized Hinata's wrist, pulling her along as they dashed forward. Hinata, caught off guard, stumbled along behind him. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan. Just as they were about to enter, four individuals suddenly leapt out from the surroundings. Two wore garments emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's emblem, while the other two bore white pupils, unmistakably members of the Hyuga clan. "Lord Menma, you cannot take her inside," exclaimed the Uchiha. "Lady Hinata, you cannot accompany him." The Uchiha and Hyuga clans faced each other, tension palpable in the air, as if on the brink of confrontation. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, both Hinata and Bofeng Myanmar were taken aback, particularly when he observed the impending clash between the Uchiha and Hyuga. Bofeng Myanmar felt utterly at a loss. Nonetheless, to prevent escalation, he released Hinata's wrist and stepped between the two factions. Addressing the Hyuga, he asserted, "Allow Hinata to train with us. This has been sanctioned by Uncle Hayashi. If you wish to stop us, go fetch him and discuss it with me." Turning to the Uchiha, he continued, "I will only take her to our training location, or you may follow suit and summon Uncle Fugaku to intervene." After delivering his statements, Bofeng Myanmar disregarded their expressions and took hold of Hinata's hand once more, striding confidently into the Uchiha territory. Observing their entrance, the two Hyuga had no choice but to retreat and report the incident to their clan leader. In contrast, the Uchiha seemed unfazed. After all, they were not the ones at a disadvantage in this matter. Moreover, it was evident that the young girl shared a unique bond with Bofeng Myanmar, and provoking him over a trivial issue could potentially invoke the ire of their clan leader and elders. Once the Hyuga departed, one Uchiha member turned to his companion and said, "Let us go back and resume our rest." As they traversed the Uchiha streets, it was Hinata's first encounter with so many members of the Uchiha clan. Contrary to the adults' ominous tales she had heard at home, who painted the Uchiha as ruthless demons, she discovered that reality was quite different. Within the Uchiha clan, there existed ordinary individuals, and they did not appear to be nightmares at all. The notion of them being bloodthirsty was nothing short of absurd. As Hinata walked a few hundred meters into Uchiha territory, she observed numerous shopkeepers smiling and greeting Bofeng Myanmar warmly. Some even offered him treats. Naturally, playful banter about Bofeng Myanmar and Hinata arose among the crowd. Each time Hinata heard an older woman jesting about her and Bofeng Myanmar, she instinctively recoiled. Even though the women merely expressed mild surprise upon recognizing her as a Hyuga, the Uchiha women seemed to revel in their teasing, while Bofeng Myanmar felt utterly exhausted. Juggling the whims of the women and being mindful of Hinata's feelings, he remained vigilant against any disparaging remarks regarding Hinata's lineage. However, it became apparent that his concerns were unfounded, as the Uchiha clan had only a handful of extremists. The grievances from the villagers were largely self-inflicted. They had initially disrespected the Uchiha guards, and when trouble arose, they reported it to the Hokage. So, is the Hokage's workload truly overwhelming? In reality, most issues are trivial matters, with many stemming from the villagers' own misdeeds. Why was Bofeng Myanmar so efficient in handling affairs? Aside from his mastery of space-time ninjutsu, the truth is that during his tenure, there were far fewer disruptions compared to the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 5th Hokage Tsunade, the 6th Hokage Kakashi Hitaki, and even the future 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki, each of whom had to manage a multitude of concerns, from national defense to the mundane happenings of villagers' lives. Moreover, Konoha is merely a minuscule village. Do you genuinely believe it has an abundance of significant matters to attend to? Chapter 42. Orochimaru. As Kakashi led Hinata to their usual training ground, an uninvited guest entered an abandoned laboratory on the outskirts of Konoha. "Long time no see, Danzo." The tall figure greeted Shimura Danzo with a smile as he stepped inside. Without waiting for Danzo's response, Orochimaru gazed nostalgically at the surroundings, exclaiming, "It has been ages since I visited this place." He then turned to the shorter figure behind him, adding, "You were born here. After all, I had nearly given up." Yet unexpectedly, one succeeded. "Enough." Danzo, noticing the longing glint in Orochimaru's eyes, felt a surge of protectiveness. This man dared to target the boy, something Danzo absolutely could not permit. After all, among the numerous children subjected to the wood release experiment, only this one had survived. Very well. Under Danzo's admonition, Orochimaru shifted his gaze from the boy He then produced a scroll from behind, waving it before Danzo. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. What exactly is inscribed in this scroll of yours? Danzo approached Orochimaru, leaning on his cane. I do not know the full details. However, that child was discovered by the Umbu under Sarutobi Hiruzen. Initially, the Umbu thought he was Uzumaki Naruto. It was only after bringing him to the Hokage's office that they realized Naruto had been with Sarutobi all along. Oh, the son of the fourth Hokage, shrouded in mystery? Orochimaru unfurled the scroll, commenting, how foolish of my former teacher to believe such a fabricated tale, without question. Indeed, Danzo closed his eyes, a pained expression crossing his face. Moreover, during this time, that child has been frequenting the Uchiha clan. I dread the day. Orochimaru smirked, his smile unwavering. Fearful? I never imagined you would feel fear. Danzo opened his uninjured eye, glaring fiercely at Orochimaru. Everything I do is for Konoha. I would sacrifice myself if it meant restoring its former glory. Orochimaru was unconvinced by Danzo's grandstanding. Over the years they had worked together, he had seen through Danzo's character. He was eloquent before calamity struck, yet transformed into a fool when faced with reality, often resorting to foolish tactics. When the time for sacrifice arrived, he would push others to the forefront while he remained behind, spouting empty rhetoric. To rely on Danzo to truly self-sacrifice for Konoha? It was a far more feasible hope to resurrect Minato and have him lead Konoha again. Resurrecting Minato was merely a challenge of ninjutsu, one Orochimaru could undoubtedly tackle. Yet, with Danzo, even Orochimaru could only smile wryly. Let's return to the matter at hand. Orochimaru tossed the scroll to the boy standing behind him. Why did you defy your teacher's orders to summon me? Under Orochimaru's scrutiny, Danzo finally unveiled his intentions. That boy claims to hail from another world. If he has accomplished something, there must be traces of it. I want you to research him and uncover how he arrived in this world. Have you lost your mind? Orochimaru frowned. According to your scroll, that boy is backed by all of Konoha. Are you afraid to act yourself and are attempting to manipulate me into this dangerous endeavor? Danzo's face curled into a mocking smile. Such talk might deceive the less discerning clan leaders, but not me. Danzo snorted, continuing. Even if that child has the entirety of Konoha behind him, they cannot cross over into our world. So what is there to fear? What about the others in this world? Orochimaru, wearing a cold smile, replied, from my recent inquiries, that child is currently a guest of the Uchiha clan. His status there is virtually equivalent to that of Uchiha Fugaku's two sons. Furthermore, he has secured a connection with the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader. Should you act? The first to confront you will be the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Do you believe your teacher and the other clan leaders will idly watch you wreak havoc? With the resources you command, you could not even contend with the Inuzuka clan. With each word from Orochimaru, Danzo's expression darkened. By the time Orochimaru finished speaking, Danzo's face had become a shadow of darkness. So, you are afraid? Danzo taunted. Do not think your words will provoke me. Orochimaru retorted with a cold snort. I am neither the dull-witted Tsunade nor the fool Jiraiya. I will not entertain such nonsense. With that, Orochimaru turned to leave. However, in that fleeting moment, masked ninjas emerged from the surrounding darkness, all poised to strike, their eyes glinting with menace as they fixed their gazes on Orochimaru. Are you planning to confront me here? Orochimaru slightly turned his head, addressing Danzo. I do not desire this, Danzo sighed. But in my opinion, your research skills are unparalleled. That is why I had the boy seek you out. Orochimaru glanced at the ninja named Kakashi, who had already formed hand seals. With Danzo's command, he could unleash his ninjutsu in an instant. Do not forget, you are one of my root. This identity will follow you until death. Thus, I advise you to comply. It is for the benefit of us both. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then turned to Danzo. Very well. As long as you can capture the individual without drawing the village's attention, it's merely a matter of studying a child. I have experience in that. Spare me the chatter. Danzo lunged forward, nearly pressing his face against Orochimaru's. Take them with you. On their way home tonight, bring back that accursed Kakashi. And let me remind you, do not engage in any underhanded tactics under my watch. After all, your current identity is that of a rogue ninja. Chapter 43, The Attack. An unexpected person faced with the threat posed by Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru ultimately acquiesced. After all, he was eager to witness the child with his own eyes. As for the orders issued by Shimura Danzo, although he had once served in the Foundation, wasn't it true that Danzo himself had declared him a rogue ninja of Konoha? If he was indeed a rogue ninja, then why should he adhere so strictly to Danzo's commands? He had already informed Danzo of the perilous situation. Yet Danzo still insisted that he lead a team to capture Namikaze Minato. What if something went awry, for instance? What if they were discovered? Oh dear, wouldn't that be rather unfortunate? Orochimaru suppressed a chuckle, feigning a demeanor of reluctance, as if he were compelled to obey Danzo's orders. And he accepted the command with an expression of profound grievance. Danzo was somewhat taken aback by this outcome. He had anticipated that he would need to exert more effort. To his surprise, Orochimaru had consented so readily. A smile spread across Danzo's face. Rest assured, once this matter concludes, I shall revoke your status as a rogue ninja. From then on, you may return to Konoha with your head held high. With that, Danzo encouragingly patted Orochimaru on the shoulder before departing with two of his Foundation ninjas. Leaning on his cane, the remaining Foundation ninjas sheathed their weapons and obediently stood behind Orochimaru, awaiting his orders. As evening descended, due to the presence of Hinata Hyuga, Menma Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki decided against lingering for dinner at the Uchiha household. After bidding farewell to the Uchiha family, the trio made their way home. Upon exiting the gates of the Uchiha clan, they noted two members of the Hyuga clan waiting there. Their expressions indicated a clear disdain for being in the Uchiha territory. But perhaps out of obligation to their clan leader, they had no choice but to be present. After escorting Hinata, the two Hyuga members turned and departed swiftly. Now, only Minato and Naruto remained. As they walked home, Naruto couldn't help but murmur, since someone from the Hyuga family is waiting outside. Why didn't we just send Hinata out, and then return for dinner? Smack. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Minato swiftly slapped the back of his head. Are you really that eager to dine at Sasuke's house every day? What is wrong with that? Naruto grumbled, rubbing the spot where he had been struck. Food tastes better when there are more people. Minato's expression conveyed his exasperation as he attempted to reason with him, but before he could finish, a shuriken was suddenly hurled from the shadows. Quick as a flash, Minato executed a backflip with Naruto in tow, evading the attack. Who is there? Kakashi Hatake appeared almost instantaneously, positioning himself protectively in front of the two brothers. Long time no see, Kakashi. A gust of wind swept through as Orochimaru, accompanied by dozens of Foundation ninjas, surrounded Minato and Naruto. Upon recognizing the intruder, Kakashi's face registered disbelief. Orochimaru? What brings you here? Someone opened a back door for me. Orochimaru replied, gesturing towards the ninjas behind him. Kakashi muttered a curse under his breath. Danzo, that wretched man. Enough with the idle chatter. Hand over that child behind you. Orochimaru extended his hand towards Kakashi. We've come for him. Kakashi glanced back at Minato, drawing his weapon. So you are indeed after Minato? Don't resist. Orochimaru shook his head at Kakashi's stance. This area has long been enveloped in a barrier they set up. No matter what commotion you create, the Uchiha will not be able to intervene. Rather than fight a futile battle, it would be wise to comply. Rest assured, I harbor no intention of harming the child. I am merely intrigued by him. As he spoke, Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his face, a grotesque display. Dream on. Kakashi scoffed. I will never hand Minato over to you. Then there is nothing to discuss. Orochimaru sighed in disappointment and gestured with his hand. The Foundation ninjas surged forth like hyenas spotting prey, attacking from various directions. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. Invoking the jutsu, thick walls of earth rose abruptly from the ground, encasing the trio in a protective barrier adorned with carvings of dog heads. Stay hidden behind these walls. Kakashi shouted to Minato and Naruto before leaping atop the earthen barrier, ready to defend against the onslaught. Minato and Naruto stood below, shielded by the earth flow wall, watching as Kakashi faced off against dozens of attackers. The location was not far from the Uchiha clan, and secretly, Uchiha Fugaku had dispatched ninjas to escort Minato and his companions home. Thus, at the first sign of trouble, Uchiha ninjas had already arrived at the barrier's perimeter, relaying messages to Fugaku and the elders. Upon learning that someone dared to assault her children before the Uchiha gates, the usually gentle and kind Uchiha Mikoto discarded her apron, donned her forehead protector, and without waiting for Fugaku to speak, she sprinted towards the direction of Minato and the others. What is the situation? Mikoto leapt before the barrier, inquiring of her fellow Uchiha. Lady Mikoto? The Uchiha member was taken aback to see the clan leader's wife arrive first. However, he quickly regained his composure and briefed her on the current circumstances. Firstly, the barrier before them was solely designed to isolate the space. Although it bore no offensive capabilities, its strength was formidable. Breaking through from the outside was utterly impossible. Furthermore, the barrier concealed the interior, preventing them from discerning the situation within. Upon hearing this, Mikoto was nearly beside herself with frustration. Damn it, is there truly no other way? Within the barrier, as the relentless attacks from the Foundation ninjas continued, Kakashi was rapidly losing the strength to maintain the earth flow wall. He was covered in numerous wounds, his body drenched in blood. Yet, despite his dire state, Kakashi steadfastly protected Minato and Naruto. What is the point of this, Kakashi? Orochimaru pressed once more. I've told you, this area is sealed by their barrier. Without breaking it, you stand no chance of escape. No. Hope? Kakashi Hatake gasped for breath, glancing back at Naruto Uzumaki and Menma Namikaze. In that moment, there was no trace of fear on either of their faces. Instead, Minato exhibited a calm demeanor, while Naruto's expression was predominantly one of fury. Drawing in a deep breath, Kakashi resolutely addressed Orochimaru, declaring, if you wish to take them, you must first step over my dead body. Orochimaru, observing Kakashi's unwavering determination, could not help but mutter under his breath, fool. Despite the clear warning, this imbecile remained obstinately unyielding. It was no wonder he was the son of White Fang. He inherited the same stubbornness. Seize them. With Orochimaru's command, the root ninjas sprang into action once more. Is this the end? Kakashi thought. Watching the approaching ninjas with a heavy heart, he sighed inwardly, Sensei, in the end, I have failed to protect anyone. Rasengan. Just as despair threatened to consume Kakashi, a powerful shout pierced the air. Moments later, a brilliant flash of yellow light danced within the confines of the barrier before their eyes. Chapter 44, The Yellow Flash and the Blood-Red Chili Menma. The attention of Bofeng Menma was initially captivated by the brilliant yellow flash, but suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Startled, he instinctively turned around. Disbelief etched across his face. Menma. Before Bofeng Menma could discern the identity of the newcomer, he was enveloped in a warm embrace. At the same time, he felt a dampness on his shoulder. Was she crying? Menma, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere? After a brief hug, the stranger released him and anxiously scrutinized him from head to toe. I'm fine. But, Kakashi Onizen. Bofeng Menma instinctively glanced at Hatake Kakashi, who stood frozen in place. Kakashi gazed at the woman who had suddenly appeared and the familiar yellow flash. In an instant, his eyes brimmed with tears, and his throat tightened. He stammered, barely managing to utter a few words. Sensei. Sensei's wife? Kakashi. Thank you so much for protecting them. Wait them. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the Bofeng Menma in her arms, and then at the other Bofeng Menma standing beside Kakashi. Confused, she struggled to comprehend the situation. Noticing her bewilderment, Bofeng Menma quickly pulled Uzumaki Naruto over and introduced. Mom, this is my counterpart in this world. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto? Kushina softly called out. Disregarding who was who, she embraced them both tightly. This was Naruto's first experience of his mother's warm embrace, a sensation so comforting and nostalgic. However, this moment of nostalgia was fleeting, as Kushina soon released them, entrusting both Bofeng Menma and Naruto to Kakashi's care. Rising to her feet, she glared furiously at the ninjas around her. How dare you lay a hand on my children? Orochimaru, you have some audacity. Kushina's hair seemed to rise without wind, giving her the appearance of a furious crimson octopus. In that moment, her face was a mask of rage. Before Orochimaru could even defend himself, he was sent flying by the yellow flash. Meanwhile, Kushina extended numerous chains from her back, and with a single, powerful swing, she shattered the barrier before everyone's astonished eyes. The ninjas waiting outside had been pondering how to breach the barrier, but before they could devise a plan, they witnessed the barrier disintegrate on its own. Who is that? In the instant the barrier collapsed, Uchiha Mikoto rushed forward, weapon in hand. Yet, after just a few steps, she halted, her gaze fixated on the familiar figure beside Bofeng Menma. Just then, a specially crafted kunai landed at Kakashi's feet. In the next moment, a man clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe appeared where the kunai had landed. He spoke with an air of nonchalance. All enemies have been dealt with. Menma, Kushina. Are you both unharmed? The fourth Hokage? The Uchiha clan members gazed at the sudden apparition, their faces filled with disbelief. Some, in their haste, activated their Sharingan, questioning whether they had fallen under a genjutsu. Yet, the outcome was not what they had anticipated. They had not been ensnared in any illusion. This was indeed the real fourth Hokage. Kushina? Is it really you? Uchiha Mikoto hurriedly approached Kushina, yearning to draw near yet hesitant. Ultimately, she could only speak to Kushina from a slight distance. Mikoto, what brings you here? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Kushina finally noticed Mikoto behind her. Simultaneously, Bofeng Minato recognized the Uchiha clan members standing nearby. Uchiha Fugaka stepped forward, exclaiming, It's been a long time. Fourth Hokage. Minato, equally astonished, replied, Fugaku? Through their conversation, Minato and Kushina began to comprehend the nature of the world they found themselves in. As night fell, Minato led Bofeng Menma, Uzumaki Naruto, Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hatake Kakashi, with the Uchiha clan members escorting Orochimaru towards the Hokage building. As for the root ninjas, Minato was not one to show mercy. Had he not refrained from attacking Orochimaru earlier, he might have found himself lying amongst those ninjas, lifeless. Is it true? The Nine-Tails incident? Walking down the street. Upon learning of their circumstances, Minato turned to Naruto, sorrow evident in his expression. Indeed, how tragic for our little Naruto, to be bullied by so many wicked individuals. In contrast to Minato's somber demeanor, Kushina was more direct. She scooped up Naruto and affectionately rubbed her face against his. Naruto had never experienced such affection before, and he found himself feeling quite embarrassed. On the other hand, Mikoto, witnessing this scene, felt no surprise. Rather, a radiant smile graced her face, for she had not seen her dear friend in many years since the Nine-Tails incident. How wonderful it was to see that her counterpart in another world shared the same vibrant spirit. As they made their way to the Hokage building, news of the fourth's appearance spread like wildfire throughout the village. Many skeptics rushed to the streets, and upon confirming that the figure before them was indeed their long-lost fourth Hokage, their faces lit up with excitement. Minato managed the villagers' exuberance with remarkable ease. However, Kushina could not forget the plight of her son, Naruto. Standing before the Hokage building, Kushina held Bofeng Menma with her left hand and Uzumaki Naruto with her right. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the villagers, she shouted, You lot. Both Naruto and Menma are my children. How dare you call them monsters? Who said that? Step forward. Moments ago, the villagers had been reveling in the joy of the fourth's return, only to be taken aback as Kushina emerged, holding the very children they had bullied, and unleashed a torrent of indignation upon them. However, this confrontation also served to officially affirm the identities of Bofong Menma and Uzumaki Naruto. Consequently, those who had spoken ill of Naruto and mistreated him found their legs trembling. Had there not been so many people around, they might have collapsed on the spot. Kushina, please, don't. In the end, it was Namikaze Minato who stepped forward to confront Kushina Uzumaki, who was intent on troubling the villagers. This, however, does not imply that Minato harbored any less affection for Kushina or cared less for their son. He simply understood that such matters would not have reached the villagers without some underlying influence. The true instigator was none other than the individual who spread rumors about Naruto being the Nine Tails. That person was the real culprit, deserving of condemnation. If trouble were to be sought, it should be directed at that individual. Ultimately, while Kushina donned the guise of the stern figure, Minato and Naruto took on the roles of the sympathetic ones. Witnessing the villagers on the brink of panic, Kushina was eventually persuaded to spare these ignorant souls. Chapter 45. The dog relies on its master. After providing some reassurance to the villagers, Minato Namikaze immediately assigned the Uchiha clan members to maintain order at the scene. The rest followed Minato into the interior of the Hokage building. What did you say? The fourth Hokage has returned. Within the Hyuga clan, Hisashi Hyuga pondered how to blend his family's gentle fist with the Tai Chi that Minato had taught him. Suddenly, a clan member burst in with an astonishing piece of news. Indeed, it was the fourth Hokage. Shika had witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, when Shika returned to relay the message, he mentioned that the fourth Hokage had entered the Hokage building accompanied by the Uchiha clan. What? Hisashi was even more astonished. Without time to contemplate further, he hurried outside, but just a few steps away, he remembered to bring Hinata along. When Hisashi arrived at the Hokage building with Hinata, they coincidentally encountered the heads of other clans arriving as well. Strangely, the head of the Yamanaka clan, Inoichi Yamanaka, had brought his daughter along too. Inoichi, what is this? Hisashi glanced at Ino Yamanaka and asked, Lord Hisashi, don't just focus on me. What about you? Inoichi replied. A silent smile exchanged between the two fathers in a discreet corner. Hisashi activated his Byakugan to scan the surroundings, ensuring no one was observing them. Maintaining his composure, he whispered to Inoichi, then it is settled. This matter concerns our two families. Should a third party interfere, we shall support one another. Inoichi, not one to be outsmarted, recognized Hisashi's intentions. Coincidentally, he had similar plans in mind. Agreed. I believe that on this matter, our family shall advance and retreat together, not yielding an inch. As Inoichi and Hisashi forged their alliance, Shikaku Nara led Akimichi Choza to the forefront, approaching the Uchiha representative. Ah, Lord Shikaku, and the other clan leaders, please come in. Uchiha Tiho did not give them much trouble. Why would I? You should consider our current relationship with those two. He added, to put it bluntly. Aside from not sharing the Uchiha surname and lacking Uchiha blood, how are those two any different from our esteemed Itachi and Sasuke? Thus, there was no need to make things difficult for them. Rather, it was better to cultivate goodwill among everyone. Indeed, young Minato seems to have suggested just that. Uchiha Tiho observed the eager clan heads rushing towards the Hokage office, a smirk of derision on his face. I thought you all might be different. Yet it appears you are just as anxious. Meanwhile, returning a few minutes earlier, when Minato and his group entered the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Kamizuki had already been waiting in the office. It is worth noting that Danzo was not in a favorable state, as he had been personally apprehended by Hiruzen from the Root organization. Additionally, Hiruzen had discovered a child with would release in the Root, further fueling his anger. As the door swung open, Minato surveyed the room like a lion surveying its territory. Behind him, Kushina Uzumaki held the hands of two children, her hair slightly tousled. Her expression under control, provided one did not notice the faint veins protruding at the corners of her eyes. With the backing of Minato, both Minato and Naruto displayed a newfound audacity, especially Minato, who wore an arrogant expression reminiscent of a defiant Sasuke from Team Hawk. Conversely, Naruto remained closely attached to Kushina, reluctant to stray more than half a meter away unless absolutely necessary. Minato, it has been a long time. Hiruzen took a deep breath, fixing his resolute gaze on the familiar figure before him. Greetings, esteemed third Hokage. Minato maintained a certain distance, much to Hiruzen's expectation. Minato, Hiruzen began. But Minato would not afford him the opportunity. Do you know what the most despicable type of person is? It is one who relies on the power of others. Unfortunately, Minato was exactly that person. Gripping Kushina's hand, he raised his small finger, pointing decisively at Danzo, who bore injuries on his face. Mom, he's the one who bullied me and Naruto. Kushina and Minato instinctively followed Minato's pointed finger, and in an instant, Danzo felt a suffocating pressure, as if a serpent were constricting around him. Danzo attempted to defend himself, but Minato would not permit him a moment to speak. With a swift motion, Minato pulled Uchiha Mikoto closer, turning to Kushina to vent his frustrations. During the Ninetales incident, he had an elite force at his disposal. Yet he allowed the fourth Hokage and his wife to perish, leaving Naruto an orphan. During the Ninetales incident, Uchiha Fugaku was already organizing rescue efforts. Yet Danzo sent people to obstruct them under the pretense of monitoring the Uchiha, ultimately driving them to the outskirts of the village. Lastly, the matter Kushina despised the most. It was him. He spread rumors that Naruto was the Ninetales and led the charge in bullying him. The villagers treated Naruto with disdain under his influence. Danzo. With every accusation, Minato and Kushina's foreheads bore marks of fury, their anger escalating with each revelation. However, as the tension peaked, Minato suddenly grew calm, while Kushina's rage intensified. I must interject. At this critical juncture for Danzo, Orochimaru emerged from the shadows. A sly smile gracing his lips, and began to speak under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd. Chapter 46, Methods of Crossing Worlds. Suddenly, Orochimaru squeezed his way to the front and took the initiative to speak. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him. A faint smile played at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth as he said, "To be honest, it was never my intention to act against these two today." However, some individuals refused to heed warnings, stubbornly believing that no one in Konoha can thwart them. Therefore, upon hearing this, Menma Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki immediately understood the situation regarding Shimura Danzo. Filled with rage, Kushina lunged towards the confined Danzo. However, before she could make a move, Minato raised his hand to stop her. Kushina turned to Minato in confusion. Minato? Minato did not turn around. His gaze remained fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated nearby. Lord Third, is what Orochimaru said true? In response to Minato's inquiry, all eyes shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen, including Nara Shikaku and others who had just arrived. Slowly, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, exhaling heavily. Indeed, everything Orochimaru said is accurate. Minato scoffed. If that is the case, as parents, we naturally must stand up for our children. I trust you, Lord Third, cannot find any excuses to prevent us. As he spoke, Minato lowered the arm he had used to block Kushina. At that moment, a flash of red light appeared. When everyone could see clearly, Kushina's right hand was already pressed against Danzo's body. Sealing. With a delicate command from Kushina, numerous black markings emerged on Danzo's body, firmly restraining him and rendering him incapable of even channeling chakra. You bastards! How dare you treat me this way? Danzo shouted furiously, realizing his chakra had been sealed. Take him away for now. We will discuss his punishment later. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed at the sight of his old friend in such a predicament. He waved to the Umbu ninjas in the office, who then escorted Danzo to a neighboring room. Now let us discuss the matter at hand. Minato, what exactly is going on? After Danzo was taken away, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention back to the pressing issues. He scrutinized the young man before him, familiar yet strange, as he inquired. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Minato shook his head. To be frank, Lord Third, we are not entirely clear on the situation either. The only thing I can confirm is that we have arrived in a world that differs from our original one. Although the points of divergence are few, it is precisely those points that have shaped the differences between our two worlds. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and remarked, speaking of which, the day when Orochimaru appeared took us by surprise. As you are aware, prior to his arrival, the villagers held rather unconventional views about the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. Unconventional views? Kushina interrupted, rolling up her sleeves as she approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Minato managed to stop her just in time, allowing Hiruzen to escape with his life. Kushina was not so easily deterred. She pulled Naruto closer, pointing at him as she addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. This child was born under your watch, and not only did you elders neglect him, but you also allowed the villagers to bully him? Her gaze swept disdainfully over Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Mikoto, and Mito Hamura, with particular emphasis on the latter two, who shrank back like turtles retreating into their shells. Humph. Seeing their reaction, Kushina let out a displeased snort. Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted their focus back to the matters at hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, I wonder how long you and Kushina can remain in this world? Or are you both like Orochimaru, able to stay indefinitely? Kushina rolled up her sleeves again, walking as she spoke. What? Are you trying to determine when we will leave so you can continue bullying Orochimaru and Naruto? You despicable old man. I will. Kushina, wait. Minato stopped her once more. After calming her down, he explained, we came here with Orochimaru's assistance. And it was through the power of the sealed dragon vein in Lulan that we arrived in this world. The dragon vein of Lulan? I never imagined it could have such a function. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Not quite. Minato tapped his head thoughtfully. Our arrival was largely due to luck. The primary factor was actually a machine invented by Orochimaru. The dragon vein merely provided energy for that machine. Moreover, the most crucial element was the flying thunder god seal I left on Orochimaru. Otherwise, we would have been like aimless leaves, drifting without direction. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. So, in the future, you will be able to traverse between the two worlds using Orochimaru's machine? Minato affirmed, yes. However, that machine is not yet fully complete. so achieving seamless travel between the two worlds will still require some time. Regardless, this is undoubtedly good news. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, bringing Uzumaki Kushina and Mito Hamura to Minato's side. In that case, I will leave this place in your capable hands. Allow this old man to rest. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen departed with Mito Hamura and the others. Whether intentional or not, he seemed to forget about Danzo, as the three of them did not mention his name again until they had completely left. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were gone, the remaining clan leaders finally felt liberated, especially those with closer ties to Minato, who crowded around him, peppering him with questions. Among them, two individuals deviated from the crowd. Hyuga Hayashi and Yamenka Inoichi did not join the throng of men around Minato. Instead, they brought their daughters directly to Kushina's side. Ino, this is the mother of Orochimaru. Say hello. Kushina, who had been chatting with Uzumaki Mikoto, looked at the two shy little girls suddenly brought before her by their fathers, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 47, Childhood Engagement. On this day, which should have marked the debut, 5 chapters are presented. I shall endeavor to provide 5 chapters daily moving forward. However, if circumstances do not permit, then so be it. As the scene unfolds, Kushina gazes at the two timid little girls and inquires of their father. What is going on here? In response to Kushina's question, the two fathers exchanged a few furtive glances before Yamashiro Kaichi, blushing, finally spoke up. You see, Kushina, ever since my daughter met Menma and the others, she has been incessantly talking about him. As a father, what am I to do? Hyuga Hizashi chimed in, confirming, indeed. Just yesterday, our son visited and even took Hinata with him, claiming I had failed in my duties as a father and that he would take matters into his own hands. Kushina, this situation. Upon hearing their words, Kushina glanced at their daughters and then at her somewhat bewildered son, and suddenly everything clicked. Oh, I see what you two are up to. Realizing she understood. Even the typically stoic Hyuga Hizashi cracked a smile, revealing an unsettling grin. May, please keep an eye on them. We need to discuss this. Kushina exclaimed as she handed Menma and Naruto over to Uchiha Mei and pulled Hizashi and Kaichi aside to a corner of the office. What are your fathers discussing with my mother? Menma, standing beside Uchiha Mei, curiously asked Yamashiro Ino and Hyuga Hinata, in response to Menma's inquiry. The two girls shook their heads, completely oblivious. Unbeknownst to Menma, behind him, Uchiha Mei was struggling to suppress her laughter, her smile widening uncontrollably. In truth, Menma had his suspicions about the conversation between Uzumaki Kushina and the others, but considering they were merely 3 or 4-year-old children, he believed they should not. At least, not yet. Before long, a satisfied Kushina returned with a confident stride, while Hizashi and Kaichi, equally pleased, joined the conversation with Minato. Have you come to an agreement? Uchiha Mei inquired, mirroring Kushina's joyful expression. Kushina nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Everything has been settled. As she spoke, Kushina took Ino's hand in one hand and Hinata's in the other, adopting a mock-serious expression as she addressed them. Ino and Hinata, understand this? The two girls, seeing Kushina's serious demeanor, feared they had done something wrong. Their apprehension towards the wife of the 4th Hokage was palpable. Oh, how adorable. However, what they did not anticipate was that the very next moment, Kushina's stern facade melted away into a radiant smile as she proceeded to affectionately ruffle their cheeks. Particularly shy Hinata received special attention from Kushina. Call me mama. What? Ino, bewildered, struggled to comprehend. What? Menma exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Meanwhile, Hinata remained silent, her face flushed crimson, with wisps of steam seemingly rising from her head. Seeing Kushina's increasingly outrageous remarks, Menma quickly shielded Ino and Hinata behind him, turning to Kushina to ask, Mom, do you know what you were saying? Of course, Kushina affirmed. Rest assured, I have conferred with Hizashi and Kaichi. We are planning a childhood engagement for you. A childhood engagement? The three could not restrain their exclamations, their voices so loud that even Minato turned to look. Hizashi and Kaichi, grinning, shared the details of their prior discussion with Kushina and extended a sincere invitation for everyone to join them when the time came. The adults soon erupted into lively chatter, especially those with daughters, who voiced their disapproval of Hizashi and Kaichi's intentions. Wait, no, everyone hold on. As the adults seemed to unanimously accept this notion, Menma could no longer remain passive. He dashed about, attempting to halt the commotion. Well, our little groom is shy. Nara Shikaka teased, observing Menma's reddening face as he crouched down to joke with him. Menma, at a loss for words, could only stammer. No, what little groom? You all adults have no sense of reason. Are we lacking in reason? Kaichi asked, kneeling before Menma. Finally having someone willing to listen, Menma urgently explained. Such matters should be based on mutual consent. Moreover, how can one marry 2 people? What's wrong with that? Kaichi shrugged. A lord can have dozens of wives. There are no rules. Menma persisted, but doesn't that contradict the idea of mutual consent? Upon hearing this, Kaichi and Hizashi exchanged knowing glances, then simultaneously turned their attention to Menma. What? Are you implying that you don't have feelings for Ino or Hinata? Menma was left utterly speechless. How could they leap to such conclusions? After all, he had only met the two girls a few times. Moreover, they were merely 3 or 4 years old. They could hardly manage their own bodily functions, let alone understand emotions. Resigned, Menma ultimately placed his hopes on his father. Minato, noticing the pleading look in his son's eyes, instinctively glanced at Kushina, who was smiling brightly at him. In that instant, Minato decided to sell his son out. Minato approached Kaichi and Hizashi, pulling them away to another side. Traitor, this is blatant betrayal. A betrayal of unspeakable proportions. Menma could only chuckle to himself. Just then, Naruto sidled up to Menma, saying, I secretly asked Ino and Hinata, and they both have a favorable impression of you. Menma turned to Naruto, his face a mix of disbelief and irritation. He spun around to Kushina, exclaiming, Mom, actually, Naruto has a girl he likes too. You should help him secure that. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly turned to stop Menma. What? No, Menma, you. Mom, I'm not in a hurry. Unfortunately for Naruto, Kushina's attention seemed to be unwaveringly fixated on the matter. Despite Naruto covering Menma's mouth, Kushina heard everything. Grabbing Menma, Kushina asked eagerly, Menma, tell me. Which girl does Naruto like? Chapter 48. Ichiraku Ramen ignoring the gaze of Uzumaki Naruto. Namikaze Minato continued to converse with Uzumaki Kushina, saying, I remember that girl's name is Haruno Sakura. Mom, let me tell you. Thus, amidst a group of gossip-loving adults, Namikaze Minato elaborated on the heroic tale of Naruto saving a damsel in distress. Kushina, momentarily setting aside Minato, turned to lift Naruto, teasing, oh my. Who would have thought our Naruto is quite impressive? In this regard, he resembles someone quite a bit. Instantly, all eyes subconsciously shifted towards Minato. Faced with the sudden attention, Minato could only offer an awkward smile to appease the curious onlookers. Naruto's face flushed a deep crimson from Kushina's teasing, resembling a ripe peach. However, Kushina appeared oblivious and continued, then it settled. Tomorrow we shall go see that little girl, shall we? And no. Naruto hesitated, but Kushina tilted her head, not interested. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto finally resolved himself, nodding firmly. All right. As laughter filled the air, time slipped away unnoticed. Furthermore, both Naruto and Minato had yet to dine. So it was agreed that after meeting with the clan leaders in the conference room the following morning, Minato would take his family home. Subsequently, the other clan leaders followed suit after Minato and his family departed. In the end, only Kakashi and his Umbu ninjas remained, alongside Orochimaru and the forgotten Shimura Danzo in the next room. Kakashi, what shall we do with them? Yuzuki Yugo inquired, dragging the securely bound Danzo from the adjacent room. Naturally, her actions provoked a torrent of insults and threats from Danzo. Observing the ruckus caused by Danzo, Kakashi amiably opened his left eye, casting a jinjutsu that bestowed upon Danzo a peaceful, infant-like slumber. Then, Kakashi turned to Orochimaru and said to Yugao, let's confine them in the Umbu prison for now. I suspect the 4th Hokage will pass judgment on them by tomorrow morning. The 4th judgment, you say? Orochimaru remarked with a smile. How intriguing. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, the clock had struck past 11 in the evening. Many shops had closed their doors. Yet Minato and his companions were aware that one establishment would undoubtedly still be illuminated. Welcome. Oh, 4th Hokage. It's truly you, exclaimed the chef of Ichiraku Ramen, the white-hatted Otsutsuki Ichiraku, as he turned to greet Minato with enthusiasm upon their entrance. Minato returned the smile and glanced at the menu on the wall. 1 serving of signature tonkatsu ramen and 1 serving of miso ramen. Naruto, Minato, what would you like to eat? Naruto surveyed the menu and ultimately decided on the tonkatsu ramen. Observing this, Minato also ordered the same. After Minato placed his order, Kushina affectionately hugged both boys, exclaiming, see, we truly are mother and son. Even our tastes align. Minato chose not to comment on the situation, simply settling the bill as the family awaited their ramen. How surprising. Ichiraku remarked while cooking, I had no idea that Minato and Naruto were your children. 4th Hokage. Minato turned to watch his wife and children chatting merrily, warmth filling his gaze. Indeed, I never anticipated it either. In the blink of an eye, I've become a father. It feels like just yesterday that I became a Nin. Feeling nostalgic, are we? That is not quite your style, 4th Hokage. Here is your miso ramen. As Minato accepted his bowl of ramen, he noticed it contained additional ingredients. Looking up, he saw Ichiraku serving Kushina and the children their tonkatsu ramen, which also had extra toppings. Ichiraku this. Kushina began, noticing the peculiarity as she gazed curiously at Ichiraku. In response, Ichiraku simply waved his hand dismissively, stating, just eat up. Seeing Ichiraku's reluctance to elaborate, Minato chose not to press further. Thank you, Ichiraku. Soon, the family began to enjoy their ramen beneath the warm glow of the shop's lights. This was Minato's first experience tasting Ichiraku ramen. The noodles were chewy and flavorful, instantly warming his stomach. No wonder Ichiraku ramen was so beloved in Konoha. It was a must-try for everyone. It seemed that this Otsutsuki Ichiraku possessed remarkable culinary skills. After finishing their meal, the family bid farewell to Ichiraku and headed home. Once back, Kushina instructed Minato to take Naruto and Minato to shower while she conducted a search throughout the house. Upon opening the refrigerator, her heart lightened slightly at the sight of it stocked full. She recognized the ingredients, undoubtedly prepared by Uchiha Mikoto. This realization brought her comfort, knowing that even if they were absent from this world, someone would care for Naruto and Minato. After their shower, Minato approached his father, holding the scrolls left by this world as Minato. Dad, look, these are the scrolls you left behind. Minato took the scroll that detailed the conjecture of the Rasengan. Quickly skimming through it, he nodded. It seems no matter the world, I will always invent the Rasengan. Once Minato finished boasting, he finally turned to his purpose. Dad, I've started training the Rasengan, but I also want to learn that jutsu you used today, the one where you flash around. Minato looked at Minato with surprise. You wish to learn the Flying Thunder God? Yes. Minato nodded eagerly. I found out that jutsu is called the Flying Thunder God. It's so cool how you zipped away and then back in an instant. Can I learn it too? Minato pondered briefly and decided there was no harm in it. He addressed both Minato and Naruto. How about this? Tomorrow I'll take you both to see if you have the talent for the Flying Thunder God. Naruto looked puzzled. Tomorrow? But Dad, aren't you meeting with those elders? Minato ruffled Naruto's hair, smiling. Dealing with them can be handled with shadow clones. Chapter 49. A simple and warm morning. On the following morning, a family of 4 awoke from their slumber. The first to rise were Menma Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki, who had spent the night nestled between Minato and Kushina Uzumaki. Even now, they remained somewhat dazed. For Naruto, it was the first time he had ever seen his parents since his birth. Having dined, slept, and conversed with them the previous day, it left him feeling as though it were all a dream. As for Minato, although he had lived 2 lives, the experience of having parents was entirely new to him. Thus, it was he who felt the most profound impact. Let us head out, Naruto, Minato whispered, gesturing towards the door. Naruto nodded in agreement, and the 2 quietly descended from the bed, making their way to the kitchen without rousing Minato and Kushina. What are you planning to make? Naruto inquired, curiously observing Minato. After a moment of contemplation, Minato suggested, how about we have some porridge for breakfast? Without hesitation, Naruto agreed. Yes, when we first lived together, we always had porridge in the morning. Now that Mom and Dad are here, we should have it again. Determined, Minato began preparing the porridge, while Naruto stayed close by to assist. Although Naruto lacked cooking skills, he was more than capable of handing over a spoon or fetching a bowl. Minato? Naruto? What are you up to? A gentle voice called from behind them. They turned to find Minato standing there, having awoken without them noticing, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Dad! Naruto exclaimed, leaping into Minato's embrace. Minato is making porridge. It's so delicious that I can eat a lot. Really? You eat that much? Minato chuckled, holding Naruto close before moving to inspect the bubbling pot of porridge. Minato has grown, he remarked proudly, ruffling Minato's hair. Feeling bashful from the sudden praise, Minato replied, It's nothing special. Just something I can manage. Minato set Naruto down, rolled up his sleeves, and declared, let us cook together. Minato, you continue with the porridge, and I will prepare some side dishes. Naruto raised his hands enthusiastically. I'll help out. Great. Naruto can assist. Minato smiled. And soon the kitchen was alive with the warmth of family and the joy of shared labor. What are you all doing? After a while, Kushina appeared, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Almost immediately, her nose twitched as an enticing aroma wafted toward her. What smells so good? Minato, what are you making? Rushing to the kitchen, she turned to discover that it was not Minato, but her son, Minato, who was stirring the pot. Minato? How is it you? As she stepped into the kitchen, she noticed Minato and Naruto working alongside Minato, preparing other dishes. Minato is making porridge for us, Minato said with a smile to Kushina. Really? Kushina exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement as she peered into the steaming pot. Inside, the fragrant mixture of vegetables and lean meat was bubbling invitingly, the aroma enticing her senses. Unable to resist, she swallowed hard, then gave Minato a thumbs up. You're amazing, Minato. With that, Kushina rolled up her sleeves, ready to join the culinary efforts. The atmosphere in the kitchen blossomed further into a cozy familial scene, filled with cooperation, laughter, and playful banter. All right, sit down. I'll bring the porridge over, and we can eat, Minato called, leading Kushina, Minato, and Naruto to the dining table. Before long, Minato emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot of porridge. Let us start with a bowl for you two, Kushina said, serving Minato and Naruto before filling her own bowl and Minato's. The table was filled with laughter as they enjoyed their meal, each savoring the blissful moments shared. After they finished eating, Kushina volunteered to wash the dishes, a task she eagerly accepted. Meanwhile, Minato summoned a shadow clone to head to the Hokage office to discuss matters with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan leaders. He then took Minato and Naruto to the training grounds. Upon arriving, Minato examined both boys' mastery of ninjutsu. During the assessment, he also inspected the seal on Naruto's stomach, using 2 4-symbol seals stacked together to form the 8-trigram seal. In this world, I truly am a genius. Minato's self-praise elicited playful teasing from Minato and Naruto, who mockingly exclaimed, Shame, shame, shame. Dad, how can you boast about yourself? After their playful antics, Minato began earnest instruction. Minato, regarding your desire to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, it is not impossible. However, you are still too young. I believe it would be best to wait until you are a bit older before I teach it to you. Minato's words filled Minato with disappointment, his small face reflecting his dismay. Do we really have to wait until I'm older? Of course, Minato replied, gently tapping his forehead. The Flying Thunder God is a forbidden technique, and one must be properly prepared to learn it. But Dad, you promised to test my aptitude last night. Minato protested. Minato nodded. Testing is one thing. If you pass the test, it signifies you have the potential to learn this ninjutsu. However, even with aptitude, you must wait until you are older. Besides, even if I taught you now, with your current chakra levels, you wouldn't be able to utilize the Flying Thunder God. Alright then. Chapter 50. Testing. Bluffing Menma was fully aware that the ninjutsu he had mastered was more than sufficient, given his current strength. He had already surpassed Naruto and Sasuke at the time of their graduation from the Ninja Academy. Thus, Bluffing Menma found no reason for discontent. This exemplifies the disparity between familial heritage and personal achievement. Had the Uchiha clan not faced extinction in the original world, Sasuke, under the guidance of his family, would undoubtedly have graduated from the academy with prowess that far exceeded that of his counterpart from the Shattered Clan. Alas, fate can be cruel. Once endowed with a formidable lineage, Uchiha Sasuke ultimately found himself in a position akin to Naruto Uzumaki, both becoming orphans. Furthermore, the ninjutsu passed down within their families had been appropriated by an elder. In the end, Uchiha Sasuke had to rely on Orochimaru, while Naruto Uzumaki was supported by Jiraiya. It is indeed a poignant reflection. Returning to the matter at hand, Bluffing Minato soon presented 2 kunai marked with his chakra to Bluffing Menma and Naruto Uzumaki. You too. Try to memorize the chakra on these kunai. In a moment, I will throw them to different locations, and you must find them within a short time. Upon hearing Bluffing Minato's instructions, both Bluffing Menma and Naruto focused intently on the kunai in their hands. Memorizing chakra is a simple task, for in the world of ninjas, each individual's chakra possesses a unique flavor. What they needed to do was commit this flavor to memory. Alright, I am ready. A few moments later, Bluffing Menma and Naruto returned the kunai to Bluffing Minato. He shook the kunai before them. Since you have memorized it, the test officially begins now. With that, Bluffing Minato threw both kunai into the air before Menma and Naruto. Just as Naruto thought finding the kunai would pose no challenge, Bluffing Minato swiftly formed hand seals. Then, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The 2 kunai that had soared into the air instantly transformed into a multitude of kunai, raining down like a torrential downpour. Bluffing Minato addressed the 2. The jutsu I just used will last approximately 30 seconds. If you can locate your respective kunai within that time, you will pass the first test. Naruto gasped. 30 seconds? Only 30 seconds? We have about 20 seconds left. Let's hurry. Upon hearing Bluffing Minato's words, Bluffing Menma and Naruto wasted no time and began sprinting toward the locations where the kunai had fallen, desperately attempting to find their own kunai amidst the chaos. However, surrounded by a sea of kunai, they felt as lost as headless flies. More critically, all the kunai scattered on the ground were identical, having emanated from the original 2 kunai. In other words, they were indistinguishable. The only difference lay in the fact that the shadow clone kunai would vanish once the time was up, while the genuine kunai would remain. This aimless searching will lead to failure. Bluffing Menma steeled himself. Unlike Naruto, he had lived 2 lives. He was confident in his abilities. Taking a deep breath, Bluffing Menma closed his eyes. The kunai before him were perfectly alike. Relying solely on sight would certainly confuse him. Thus, it was imperative to engage his other senses. As time ticked away, Naruto rummaged frantically through the scattered kunai. Meanwhile, Bluffing Menma found tranquility within himself. As his mind quieted, his perception of the world sharpened. There. Moments later, Bluffing Menma opened his eyes and, having pinpointed a direction, bolted forward. Bluffing Minato observed their every move. And when he saw Bluffing Menma racing toward the correct location, a look of satisfaction graced his face. However, when he turned to glance at Naruto, who remained preoccupied with searching, a wry smile crossed Bluffing Minato's lips. It seems Naruto is not suited for such meticulous tasks. Bluffing Minato had come to understand Naruto's predicament well. Due to the presence of the 9 tails within him, Naruto struggled to exert fine control over his chakra, thereby limiting many of his options. For instance, in a scenario like this, it was challenging for him to discern which kunai truly belonged to him through refined perception, a skill Bluffing Menma possessed. Of course, every cloud has a silver lining. While Naruto may not excel in precision, if he unleashed his full chakra capacity, he would surpass Bluffing Menma tenfold. Soon enough, Bluffing Menma, beaming with joy, approached Bluffing Minato, presenting the kunai he had memorized. In contrast, Naruto approached with his head hung low, clearly crestfallen. Bluffing Minato accepted the kunai from Bluffing Menma and reassured them both. This was merely a test. It is nothing to be concerned about. He then turned to Naruto. Naruto, your chakra is immense, and the influence of the 9 tails affects your control. This is understandable. Upon hearing Bluffing Minato's words, Naruto lifted his head, but if that's the case, I won't be able to learn your jutsu, Dad. Wolfing Minato crouched down and shook his head. The Flying Thunder God technique is not my invention. It was truly developed by the second Hokage. However, if you wish to learn my jutsu, Menma has recently been practicing the Rasengan, which is my original creation. Rasengan. A look of excitement spread across Naruto's face. Can I really learn the Rasengan, Dad? Of course. Wolfing Minato affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. There are no prerequisites for learning the Rasengan. Anyone can master it. Alright, then I will learn Dad's Rasengan. Revitalized, Naruto declared his determination. After comforting Naruto, Wolfing Minato turned his attention to Wolfing Menma. In terms of perception, Menma, you have barely scratched the surface. Your next task is to continuously enhance your skills, making your perception ever more swift and accurate. If you cannot achieve this, you will not be able to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Wolfing Menma nodded affirmatively. I understand, Dad. I will definitely practice diligently. Thus, during the ensuing time, Wolfing Minato repeatedly threw kunai, not only increasing their quantity, but also enhancing their distance. At the same time, he shortened the time allowed for Wolfing Menma to retrieve the kunai. As Wolfing Menma dashed off to search for the kunai, Wolfing Minato seized the opportunity to begin instructing Naruto in the art of the Rasengan. Chapter 51, Meeting. As the esteemed Hokage, Menma Namikaze, diligently trained alongside his two sons, the conference room within the Hokage building had already filled with clan leaders from various families. Prominent figures such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, Mito Kage, and other renowned jonin of Konoha also participated in this critical assembly. Upon the entrance of Minato's shadow clone, the room, save for Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions who remained steadfast in their seats, erupted in applause from the other attendees, all rising to warmly welcome their fourth Hokage back into the fold of Konoha. Please, everyone, remain calm. Minato gestured with both hands in the air, placing one hand over his heart as he explained, due to certain circumstances, I will be conducting this meeting through my shadow clone. Shadow clone, you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a smile, you must be accompanying Kushina and Naruto at this moment, correct? Indeed. Minato nodded appreciatively. I ask for your understanding as a father. Though he needn't elaborate, everyone grasped the sentiment. Yet, why did he still feel compelled to express it? As many ninjas in the room bowed their heads for various reasons, unable to meet the gaze of their revered fourth Hokage, Minato's intention had already been fulfilled. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of this dynamic, which is why he had spoken up earlier, intending to give Minato a gentle nudge. All right, Minato. Let us return to the matter at hand. Hiruzen asserted. It only took a brief moment for those under him to feel a pang of guilt. Prolonged burdening with such feelings might incite aversion and yield counterproductive outcomes. Minato, clearly cognizant of this principle, promptly responded to Hiruzen's cue. Very well. Let us commence. He then took his rightful position at the head of the table, where Hiruzen now occupied the seat previously held by Shimura Danzo. Once seated, Hiruzen continued. I believe the events concerning the fourth Hokage and his wife have already circulated among you all. This includes their relationship with Minato and Naruto, as well as the manner of their resurrection and how they arrived in our world. I trust you all possess a fair understanding. Upon Hiruzen's conclusion, the assembly instinctively nodded in agreement. Those present were the village's core, thus any news, regardless of its timing, would reach them promptly. Consequently, they comprehended that the fourth Hokage before them was not the original of their world. Yet, what significance did that hold? After all, his children now resided within their realm, rendering the distinction somewhat moot. Minato nodded in acknowledgement, stating, since you all grasp the situation, I shall be forthright. The moment he spoke, the attendees perked up, listening intently. Indeed, my wife and I have ventured here purely out of parental love and concern, which has compelled us to undertake this perilous journey. In our world, the device responsible for our transportation remains incomplete. This information was already known to Hiruzen and the clan leaders, yet the other jonin were taken aback upon hearing it. One individual stood up, addressing Minato with urgency. So, fourth Hokage, are you to leave us once more? At this inquiry, a commotion erupted among the jonin. Consequently, both Minato and Hiruzen were compelled to offer reassurances. Once calm was restored, Minato continued. It is indeed impossible to disregard this world. My children, for reasons unknown, continue to reside here. Upon hearing these words, the jonin collectively exhaled, reassured as long as the fourth Hokage was willing to lead them. Their concerns for the rationale behind his actions were secondary. Perhaps, should they encounter his children in the streets, they might extend a helping hand out of respect for their Hokage. Unbeknownst to Minato, as he observed the easing of expressions among the assembly, he proceeded, upon our return. I anticipate a significant delay before we can revisit this world. Frankly, even now, I cannot ascertain when we might suddenly return. Thus, he added, upon our departure, the village shall continue to be guided by Lord Third Hokage. Furthermore, I implore all of you and Lord Third to look after my children with great care. I entrust this matter to you all. With that, Minato rose and bowed deeply, sincerity radiating from his gesture. The attendees quickly waved their hands, insisting. No need for such formality. Having addressed the future of his children, Minato transitioned to another pressing matter. In addition, There is the issue of how to handle Elder Shimura Danzo and the rogue ninja Orochimaru. Recognizing the gravity of this topic, Hiruzen understood he could no longer feign ignorance. Danzo and Orochimaru were intricately linked to his past. Danzo, a childhood companion, had served alongside him as a guard to the second Hokage after becoming a ninja. Orochimaru, too, was a familiar figure from his youth, even his own pupil. Contemplating their fates evoked a sigh within Hiruzen. Nonetheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and inquired of Minato, "So, Minato, how do you intend to deal with them?" Under normal circumstances, Minato should not overstep in this matter. However, given that both individuals had wronged his children, he felt compelled to act. After a moment of reflection, Minato declared, "Based on the evidence I currently possess, I believe that both Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru should be sentenced to death." The room erupted in uproar at Minato's declaration. This time, not only the Jonin but also the clan leaders turned to engage in fervent discussions among themselves. Minato chose not to intervene. He remained seated, awaiting the outcome of their deliberations. Regardless of their conclusions, his resolve to punish Danzo and Orochimaru remained unwavering. Chapter 52. Escalating conflict. How unfortunate. Something has happened at home. My father has been admitted to the ICU. I only managed to write 2 chapters today, so please bear with me. I'll try to add more either tomorrow or tonight. I hope for your understanding. I am truly sorry. Death penalty? Watergate. Do you even comprehend what you were saying? Tanaka Haru glared fiercely at Namikaze Minato, questioning him. Minato remained unperturbed, slightly furrowing his brows before responding, "I am well aware of what I am saying. It is you, Elder Tanaka, who speaks on behalf of those 2. Did you perhaps take part in their actions? You were talking nonsense." In response to Minato's accusations, Haru, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bared her teeth at him. Haru. Just as Haru was about to continue her tirade, Sarutobi Hizashi, seated beside Minato, interjected sharply, silencing her. Hizashi. Haru's expression turned sorrowful as she addressed Hizashi. "The ones facing the death penalty are your childhood friend and your apprentice. Do you not intend to say anything for them?" "Say what?" Hizashi's expression grew serious. "What do you expect me to say? Should I deny that their actions were fabricated by Minato? But, enough." Hizashi slammed his palm on the conference table, rising to face Minato. "Minato, I have no desire to defend those accusations you have made against them. Furthermore, I admit that I did give my consent when they first embarked on those actions. However, the subsequent developments far surpassed my expectations, leading them to commit grave mistakes. Therefore, I believe the need for judgment extends beyond just the 2 of them. I too must stand trial." "Hizashi, you." The expressions of those present varied upon hearing Hizashi's self-imposed demand. Only Minato remained expressionless throughout. After a heated discussion, all eyes eventually turned to Minato, seated at the head of the table. Hizashi's gaze followed suit, and after a peculiar silence enveloped the room, Hizashi softly called, "Minato." Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Minato slightly adjusted his posture before declaring, "The 3rd Hokage certainly bears some responsibility, though this fault does not warrant death. We must unequivocally hold accountable the 2 individuals whose selfishness has led to such tragedies. Not only have they replicated the first Hokage's would release techniques, but Orochimaru has repeatedly conducted unrestricted experiments on our own villagers since that incident. Everyone, the very foundation of our village was established to protect us all. Yet now, it has become the most perilous of places. If we do not address this matter with the seriousness it deserves, how can I still claim to be a leader of Konohagakure? How can I be worthy of being called the 4th Hokage?" With a deep breath, Minato resolutely stated, "Therefore, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru must still face the death penalty. As for the 3rd Hokage, he too has his share of negligence in this matter. Hence, I propose to revoke his position as Hokage." "You are utterly ridiculous." Haru sprang to her feet, shouting at Minato. "Who do you think you are? Do you truly consider yourself one of us in this world? I tell you, Minato, you have no authority to issue such an order. None. Regardless of how crazed you are to eliminate Danzo or to disregard Hizashi's position as Hokage, I assure you, you have no right." After her furious outburst, Haru could no longer contain herself and stormed out, followed closely by Midokaze. As for the meeting inside, it was of no consequence. Hizashi had clearly sided with Minato. As a mere elder without much authority, what could he possibly contribute? The departure of Haru and Mito did not impede the proceedings of the meeting. Ultimately, following Minato's proposal, Hizashi's tacit agreement, and the consensus of the other ninja present, they resolved to sentence Shimura Danzo, one of the former elders of Konohagakure, and Orochimaru, a renowned disciple of the 3rd Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, to death. After the meeting concluded, Minato promptly dismissed his shadow clone. Soon, while training with Uzumaki Naruto, he received the memories transmitted from his shadow clone. Minato glanced at his side where Uzumaki Kushina awaited, and upon meeting her expectant gaze, he nodded firmly. Kushina, who had been sitting quietly, felt her determination solidify upon seeing Minato's nod. Before long, the afternoon arrived. Outside the Konoha prison, 2 figures stealthily approached. "Haru, do you think what we are doing might be a bit inappropriate?" "Shut up." Keiharu swiftly turned and punched Mito in the stomach, causing him to double over. Just as he was about to cry out, Keiharu covered his mouth deftly. I tell you, Mito, that monkey has gone completely mad. I suspect he has fallen under the jinjutsu of that brat, Namikaze Minato. And those two, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, who have long been deceased in our world, dare to come from another realm and dictate to us. Do they even have the right? Mito finally grasped the situation and incredulously looked at Keiharu, exclaiming, Wait, are you saying that you? Keiharu waved her hand dismissively. Enough chatter. Follow me. Jinjutsu. Narikomi no Jutsu. Keiharu suddenly dashed forward, forming hand seals and casting a jinjutsu on the two guards stationed at the prison entrance. In an instant, the guards collapsed, rendered unconscious by the sudden shock. With no obstacles in their way, Keiharu and Mito easily entered the prison. Danzo, Orochimaru. Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru were confined next to one another. Their chakra sealed by Kushina's sealing techniques, leaving them without any additional restraints. Keiharu? Mito? What are you doing here? What was that noise? Danzo lifted his head, surveying his two former friends. Keiharu was in no mood for pleasantries. As she unlocked Danzo's cell, she explained, Once we release you, both of you need to flee quickly. That monkey has lost his mind. He actually agreed to Minato's proposal to execute you. Chapter 53, Former Friends. Now foes, what did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to kill us? Shimura Danzo gripped the bars of his cell tightly, his single visible eye filled with disbelief. Indeed, Mito Kazumi affirmed, he is even willing to sacrifice himself just to ensure that Namikaze Minato can kill you without hesitation. Scoundrel! Danzo seethed with rage upon hearing the news. That Sarutobi Hiruzen is a wretch. Despicable, shameless, selfish, and ungrateful. Indeed, I am precisely that despicable, shameless, selfish, and ungrateful wretch. You are correct in your accusations, Danzo. Footsteps approached, and Sarutobi Hiruzen entered. The guard, who had just unlocked the cell containing Orochimaru, was startled and dropped the keys in fright. Monkey. Danzo stepped out of the cell, locking eyes with his old friend of decades. His uninjured hand was clenched and relaxed repeatedly, revealing the turmoil within him. Far from the calm facade he presented. Danzo, this may be one of the last few times I see you. I hope you will not do anything foolish again. Foolishness. At Hiruzen's words, Danzo finally released his clenched fist. He then raised his hand, pointing at Hiruzen, and shouted, Do you dare say such things? Do you think you are so noble? So valiant? Do you truly consider yourself the greatest Hokage in the history of Konoha? As Danzo's fervent accusations rang out, Hiruzen shook his head. I have never thought of myself in such a light. You are talking nonsense. Danzo stepped closer and scolded. Have you forgotten the crisis Konoha faced when you urged me to establish the Root organization? Have you forgotten who issued the orders during the initial research on wood release? Have you overlooked who tirelessly worked behind the scenes to ensure you secured the position of Hokage? And yet, Hiruzen retorted, his anger rising. After the establishment of the Root organization, you have continually instigated conflict in the ninja world. I explicitly ordered the cessation of all research related to wood release. Yet you and Orochimaru secretly experimented on the village's children. After Minato perished during the Nine Tails incident, you even sent your subordinates to assassinate me in pursuit of the Hokage title. Danzo, is this how you repay the power I entrusted to you over the years? A sneer appeared on Danzo's face. Power? What power? The power to take the blame? For all these years you sat in that position. Every time something went awry or gained a bad reputation, it was pinned on me. When have I ever wanted to argue with you? Do you think I wish to bear the burden of your mistakes? Yet you always dismissively say, I am the Hokage, as if this absolves you of any wrongdoing. As if it elevates you to some grand, shining, just figure. Danzo pounded his chest and shouted at Hiruzen, the position of Hokage rightfully belongs to me. When faced with the pursuit of the Gold and Silver brothers, I was the first to step up. But due to my hesitation, you ended up as Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will not hesitate this time. Wind release, vacuum bullet. Danzo formed hand seals and unleashed a barrage of wind bullets, striking Hiruzen unexpectedly. Danzo. Hiruzen lifted his head, gritting his teeth as he faced Danzo. You are indeed too weak. He spat. I warned you that one day you would regret your choices. As Danzo finished speaking, Orochimaru emerged from behind him, a smile on his face as he addressed his former teacher. He is just as I said. Otherwise, how could he have let me escape back then? Orochimaru, even you? Hiruzen glared at Orochimaru, feeling the abundant chakra emanating from him, betraying no signs of being sealed. Thanks to Elder Danzo's influence, I have studied numerous jutsu, particularly focusing on the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Teacher, I have made significant progress. At that moment, Danzo began to undo the bindings on his right hand and urged the trio, stop wasting time with him. Kill him and let's leave. The Umbu will be here soon if there's any commotion. Hearing Danzo's warning, Orochimaru swiftly extended his right hand, declaring, farewell, teacher. As he did, his arm transformed into a serpent, its maw wide open, lunging straight for Hiruzen's neck. Foolishness. None of you will escape today. Hiruzen cursed. Swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow river. The ground beneath him shifted, transforming into a flowing mire under Hiruzen's chakra. Danzo and Orochimaru struggled to maintain their footing, unable to threaten Hiruzen in such a state. As Hiruzen pushed forward, intent on pressing his advantage, Tsurugi Komari suddenly rose from the ground and shouted at him, "Monkey, are you truly going to kill us?" This question caused Hiruzen to momentarily halt his actions. Seizing the opportunity, both Danzo and Orochimaru launched their attacks. Danzo infused his kunai with wind chakra, while Orochimaru transformed his arm into a robust serpent once more. This time, however, a blade emerged from the serpent's mouth. Danzo hurled his kunai, while Orochimaru directed his serpent towards Hiruzen. The two strikes landed successfully. Danzo's wind-infused kunai pierced Hiruzen's chest, while Orochimaru's serpent, with its sword, pierced Hiruzen's neck. "I warned you, monkey, you are far too weak." Danzo scoffed, looking down at the fallen Hiruzen with disdain. "Indeed, I truly am. Far too weak." Hiruzen gasped, his voice barely audible amidst the chaos. What? Under the watchful eyes of Orochimaru and Danzo, the Hiruzen they believed to have struck down transformed into a pile of mud. The real Hiruzen emerged from the side. An Earth-release clone? Danzo furrowed his brow. "It seems you are living up to your title as a jutsu master, monkey. Thank you for the compliment, Danzo, but I am sorry. I have now resolved that I will not allow you to leave and wreak havoc upon Konoha. Whether or not I will bring calamity is not for you to decide." Danzo retorted coldly. Water release, water dragon bullet. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Komari and Mito Kazumi attacked simultaneously, their jutsu combining to launch at Hiruzen. Though the two elemental techniques were typically opposing, they maintained their potency in the hands of Komari and Mito Kazumi, defying the odds. Chapter 54. Friends turn foes confronted by the simultaneous onslaught of Tikaaki and Mitoiman. Sarutobi Hiruzen was compelled to form hand seals and employ Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart, to defend himself. While this technique successfully thwarted the attacks from Tikaaki and Mitoiman, it simultaneously obscured his vision of Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru. As the assault from his adversaries concluded and the Earth Flow Rampart dissipated, both Danzo and Orochimaru surged forward, weapons in hand, directly towards Hiruzen. Danzo wielded a kunai, enhanced by his wind release, transforming the originally diminutive weapon into a formidable extension of lethal intent. The kunai's newfound length and the intangible nature of the wind release rendered it nearly impossible for Hiruzen to gauge its true reach. Meanwhile, Orochimaru gripped the finely crafted blade, a relic from the illustrious Kusanagi clan, renowned for their exceptional craftsmanship. The Kusanagi swords were few in number, their bearers having seemingly vanished during past conflicts, perhaps felled in previous ninja world wars or having met misfortune due to their formidable weapons. Thus, when Hiruzen recognized the sword in Orochimaru's possession, astonishment washed over his countenance. A Kusanagi sword? This complicates matters considerably. Evading the attacks of Danzo and Orochimaru with an agile backward somersault, Hiruzen bit into his thumb mid-air, allowing crimson droplets to flow forth as he proclaimed, "Come forth, king of the monkeys, Suru." In a cloud of smoke, a towering, white-furred monkey adorned in tiger stripes materialized before them. The summoning of Sara had escalated the stakes significantly. Orochimaru's gaze fixated on the newly summoned monkey, a slight furrow creasing his brow. In contrast, Danzo displayed indifference towards the sudden appearance of the aged simian, dismissing it as merely another version of Hiruzen himself, no cause for alarm. Saru, having grown alongside Hiruzen, was well acquainted with the individuals before him. Yet, he found it unfathomable that one day, they would all stand against Hiruzen. Could it be that Hiruzen had betrayed the village? As this notion surfaced, Sara vehemently shook his head to dispel it. He understood that if anyone held an unwavering love for Konoha, it was Hiruzen, if not the foremost, then certainly among the top few. Thus, rather than entertain the idea of Hiruzen's betrayal, Sara pondered the motives of those opposing him. "I beseech you, Sara," Hiruzen exclaimed as he approached the monkey. "I never imagined our adversaries would be old friends." Tikaaki scoffed, "If they are indeed old friends, then why do you seek to eliminate Danzo?" At her accusation, Hiruzen's expression darkened. "Danzo's transgressions are unforgivable. What I am doing now is merely rectifying my past mistakes. I've had enough." Danzo interjected, his frustration palpable. Hiruzen incessantly spoke of Danzo's faults while portraying himself as a paragon of virtue. In a moment of dramatic tension, Danzo removed the shackles from his right hand and tore away the bandages from his limbs and face, revealing multiple Sharingan hidden beneath. "So many Sharingan? Danzo," Orochimaru exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he licked his lips. "How astonishing. I had no idea you possessed such power, Elder Danzo." In response to Hiruzen's inquiry and Orochimaru's admiration, Danzo merely huffed dismissively. The Uchiha clan wields such immense power, yet they squander it like fools. Hiruzen's expression darkened further. "So this is the true reason behind your long-standing vendetta against the Uchiha, and you consistently use our teacher as a pretext for your malevolence?" "Malevolence? What malevolence?" Danzo retorted, his gaze resolute as he gripped his arm, imbued with Hashirama's cells. "Everything I do is for Konoha. I shall restore its greatness under my command." With that declaration, Sara, without awaiting orders, transformed into a golden staff. Enough, Hiruzen. They have strayed too far from the righteous path. Our only course now is to prevent them from further mistakes. Danzo began forming hand seals, a smirk playing on his lips. Indeed, as the master, so too are the summons. Saru, you and Hiruzen are truly alike, full of righteousness and moral posturing. In no time, Hiruzen, Danzo, Tikaaki, and Mido were embroiled in a whirlwind of combat, unleashing a dazzling array of jutsu. Yet, unnoticed by all, Orochimaru had stealthily slipped away, seeking an escape from the chaos. Fools. Instead of fleeing, they choose to engage in conflict? Orochimaru thought, darting swiftly towards the exit of Konoha, just as he spotted the village gates. An imposing wall of earth rose abruptly before him. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Orochimaru spun around, only to find a familiar white-haired figure emerging from the adjacent street. It's been a while, Orochimaru. Where are you off to in such haste? Jiraiya? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, exhaling heavily. So, releasing us was part of Minato's plan? Truly, he is worthy of the Hokage title. Jiraiya advanced until mere meters separated them, then halted, stating, Minato informed me of your intentions to flee. I was skeptical, considering the power of Kushina's sealing jutsu, which I have experienced firsthand. Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, a remarkable sealing technique. Yet, regrettably, she is not the only adept in sealing arts. Yield now, Orochimaru. As your friend, I will advocate for you. Advocate? For what purpose? Orochimaru scoffed. You truly are a fool, Jiraiya. When have I ever required someone to speak on my behalf? With that, Orochimaru pressed a hand to the ground. Summoning technique, thousand snakes. As the smoke cleared, a colossal purple serpent reared its head, addressing Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I demand 50 sacrifices this time. Orochimaru merely chuckled. Once all is concluded, I shall deliver them to you personally. Witnessing their brazen scheme unfold, Jiraiya slammed his hand against the ground in frustration. Orochimaru, thousand snakes. You've gone too far. Chapter 55. The appearance of Uchiha as the mist dissipated, a massive toad adorned in clothing, with a pipe clenched in its mouth and a short blade sheathed at its waist, made its entrance. Could it be Orochimaru and the great serpent? Jiraiya, you truly have found me a formidable opponent. Before Fukasaku could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something, turning back in disbelief. There, atop the Hokage monument, stood a serious-looking man with golden hair, clad in ceremonial robes. Minato? How could this be? Fukasaku momentarily lost his composure upon recognizing the figure. Taking advantage of this distraction, the great serpent lunged toward Fukasaku with astonishing speed, its gaping maw aimed at him. Fukasaku, be careful. Jiraiya's warning jolted Fukasaku into action, narrowly evading the serpent's attack. After a series of agile leaps, Fukasaku reached a safe spot and inquired of Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what is the situation with Minato over there? Jiraiya understood Fukasaku's agitation. After all, only Minato could summon Fukasaku at will. Jiraiya, being Minato's mentor, was the reason he could summon Fukasaku now. Otherwise, even if Jiraiya's true summoning beasts were the two sage toads, Fukasaku might not have responded to his call. That Minato. Jiraiya murmured, to be honest. I am just as puzzled as you are. You foul toad. I will reduce you to a mere dried specimen. Fukasaku longed to reminisce with Minato. But he knew that defeating this incessantly chattering serpent was paramount to realizing that desire. Therefore, he drew his short blade and coldly declared, perfect. I was just in need of a snakeskin wallet. Before his words faded, Fukasaku lunged at the great serpent with his blade. At that moment, Jiraiya leaped into the air, clasping his hands together to unleash his signature technique, the unruly lion's mane, ensnaring Orochimaru. Just as Jiraiya aimed to capitalize on his advantage and capture Orochimaru, the Orochimaru bound by Jiraiya's hair suddenly transformed into a puddle of mud. The real Orochimaru, concealed in the shadows, launched an attack against Jiraiya. With no other choice, Jiraiya retracted his hair and activated the Earth-style, Needle Earth concealment to momentarily shield himself. Seeing his initial strike thwarted, Orochimaru attempted to retreat. But Jiraiya would not allow him such an escape. Disengaging his hair, Jiraiya formed hand seals and brought his hands to his mouth. Fire release. Fireball technique. A massive fireball, exuding intense heat, hurtled toward Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru formed seals and countered. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce, turbulent gust erupted from his mouth, powerful enough to extinguish Jiraiya's fireball completely. At the village gate, a fierce battle raged between Orochimaru and Jiraiya, while in the prison, Sarutobi Hiruzen single-handedly subdued Shimura Danzo and his cohorts. However, with Tsunade, a skilled medical ninja, on Danzo's side, Hiruzen found himself in a dire state after prolonged combat. Monkey, you have aged. You are no longer fit for the position of Hokage, and that worthless Minato is even less so. I advise you to pass this position to someone more capable. Danzo taunted, a malicious grin gracing his face. After receiving medical treatment, Danzo spoke with newfound confidence. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, panting heavily and covered in wounds, was in a pitiful state, as disheveled as one could be. All of this was observed by Minato and the other members of the Uchiha clan hidden in the shadows. Upon hearing Danzo's brazen taunts, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward and addressed Minato. "Fourth Hokage, let us take action. We can no longer endure Danzo's humiliation of our Uchiha clan." Fugaku's words prompted Minato to glance back at him. The Uchiha clan members stood with eyes ablaze, barely able to restrain their fury. Minato placed a hand on Fugaku's shoulder. "Then, Fugaku, I entrust everything to you." With the fourth Hokage's endorsement, the Uchiha clan finally seized this moment. Without needing Fugaku's command, they erupted forth, brandishing their weapons in a cacophony of battle cries. Minato had never witnessed such fervor before, and he gazed at Fugaku, astonished, feeling the weight of Minato's gaze. Fugaku could only offer an awkward smile, seeking to conceal his own apprehensions. "Fourth Hokage, you understand our clan's plight. We have been suppressed for far too long." Minato merely raised a hand, indicating that Fugaku need not elaborate. He was well aware of the Uchiha clan's circumstances. Meanwhile, Danzo, eager to capitalize on his advantage over Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned to see a raucous cheer rising from the Uchiha members charging forth, their clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's emblem. "Uchiha? How could they be here?" Danzo's question went unanswered as one Uchiha, leading the charge, shouted, "I can't hold back any longer. Fire release, great fire annihilation." Flames erupted from the Uchiha's mouth, spreading in a fan shape toward the distance. Just as the inferno threatened to engulf Sarutobi Hiruzen, a figure swiftly appeared beside him, whisking him away before he could react. Shursui, Hiruzen finally perceived who had saved him. In response to Hiruzen's call, Uchiha Shursui nodded gently and declared, "The Uchiha clan follows the fourth Hokage's orders to deal with Danzo and his companions." "Is that so?" Hiruzen sighed, lamenting his inability to sway them back to reason. "Shursui, do you think I am a failed Hokage?" Shursui shook his head. "This is the path they have chosen. It has nothing to do with you, Lord Third." The moment they chose to forsake the will of fire and turn against their comrades, their fate was sealed. Indeed, Hiruzen sighed deeply, realizing that Shursui had grasped the truth that had eluded him. "No," Shursui countered, "you, Lord Third, are merely lost. After all, it was you who imparted the will of fire to me. No one understands it better than you. I believe that even without my reminder, you would come to understand everything. It is simply a matter of time." Chapter 056, Uchiha, Madara. As numerous ninjas from the Uchiha clan engaged in battle, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade Koharu, and Mito Gate-in quickly found themselves in dire straits. After all, they were no longer in their prime. Competing in stamina with the Uchiha's youthful warriors, who were in their 20s and 30s, was a challenge they could not meet. Tsunade, with Tsunade Koharu and Mito Gate-in succumbing to the Uchiha's might, only Shimura Danzo remained, desperately holding on. Cursed Orochimaru. It was only at this moment that Danzo realized their team's sole young member, Orochimaru, had vanished without a trace. "Danzo, stand down. You have no chance of victory." Uchiha Shursui stepped forward, his short blade pointed unceremoniously at Danzo. "No chance of victory?" Hearing Shursui's words, a mocking smile spread across Danzo's face. "You know who I am, don't you? Do you think I have lingered here all this time merely for the sake of those two useless fools?" The sudden insult from Danzo left Tsunade Koharu and Mito Gate-in's faces darkened with indignation. They had risked everything, even the stigma of betraying their village, to rescue Danzo, only to be called worthless by him. "Danzo, you..." The fallen Tsunade Koharu struggled to rise, intending to chastise the unreasonable Danzo, but was swiftly knocked back down by a kick from an Uchiha behind her. The force of the blow nearly knocked the breath out of her. Uchiha Shursui regarded the self-assured Danzo with disbelief, wondering what gave him the audacity to speak so boldly. Before arriving, Shursui had thoroughly researched the man before him. Unlike the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose background was vastly different, Danzo had always been a close subordinate rather than a true disciple of the second Hokage. While Danzo, Tsunade Koharu, and Mito Gate-in might have been considered disciples in name, they were more akin to the most trusted aides of the second Hokage, who had only 3 true disciples: the third Hokage, the inconspicuous Akimichi Torafu, and his own grandfather, Uchiha Kagami. During the second Hokage's tenure, he had prioritized strengthening the bonds between various clans in the village. Thus, bringing in 3 youths from prominent families was undoubtedly in line with his intentions. However, Danzo and his companions were merely superficial disciples who had received a few teachings, lacking any genuine master-student relationship. Returning to the present, since Danzo had no powerful clan backing him and his strength was vastly inferior to the Uchiha, it left only one possibility. Not good. Menma and Naruto. Uchiha Shursui's sudden shout startled both his fellow Uchiha and the resting Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What did you say?" Hiruzen quickly inquired. Despite the presence of the fourth Hokage and Kushina, the significance of Menma and Naruto had not diminished. In fact, it had only increased. Thus, upon hearing Shursui's urgent call of Menma and Naruto's names, Hiruzen disregarded his injuries and rushed to Shursui's side. "Where are Naruto and Menma?" Shursui grasped Hiruzen's shoulder, his face etched with anxiety. "They are currently being watched over by Kushina and Minato. But isn't the fourth with us?" One of the Uchiha interjected. "Haraha." Just as Shursui was about to continue, Danzo suddenly burst into laughter. So you finally caught on? Hiruzen, I told you, you're getting old. Your mind is no sharper than a young Uchiha's. Both Hiruzen and Shursui glared at Danzo in outrage, with Shursui retorting, if I'm not mistaken. You've been stalling for time to allow your root members to seize Menma and Naruto, haven't you? Foolish. Danzo sneered, shaking his head. He then spread his arms wide and bellowed. How foolish you all are. Do you truly think that with Minato and Kushina present, Konoha is safe? Wrong. You are gravely mistaken. I tell you, it is precisely because of their presence that Konoha has fallen into true peril. As Danzo's words echoed, the space behind him distorted, and a man wearing a tiger-striped mask emerged from the rift. In the next instant, Menma Namikaze appeared alongside Uchiha Fugaku before Hiruzen and the others. Is it really the fourth? Minato mused, a hint of disbelief lingering in his tone. I didn't believe White Zetsu when he told me you would show up. It seems I must engage you once more. Minato's expression turned serious, his gaze fixed warily on the sudden intruder, while Danzo raised a hand, smiling as he introduced. Allow me to present the true mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? That is impossible. The expressions of Minato and his companions shifted from confusion to astonishment, and finally to sheer terror. This cannot be. Hiruzen asserted decisively. Uchiha Madara was believed to have perished in the Valley of the End during his battle with the first Hokage. Hey, you there, the little brat. You are the current leader of the Uchiha clan, aren't you? Before Hiruzen could finish, the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara pointed at Uchiha Fugaku. Before Fugaku could comprehend the significance of the question, Madara continued. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan developed a forbidden technique known as Izanagi to maximize their combat potential. As the clan leader, you must be aware of this, right? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fugaku responded. Izanagi is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, wherein the user sacrifices one eye's eternal light to activate it. Once cast, it alters any unfavorable events, transforming them into favorable outcomes. It is said that Izanagi can even change the course of death. Hiruzen finally grasped the implication, gazing in disbelief at Uchiha Madara standing before them, murmuring. So, during the Valley of the End battle, the first Hokage believed he had slain Uchiha Madara. But in reality, Madara must have used Izanagi to alter the fact of his own death, and is still alive to this day. Chapter 57. Escalation of conflict. Do not be deceived. Just when everyone had lost their fighting spirit, even Sarutobi Hiruzen began to question his life. Wolfing Shuemin suddenly shouted, pulling everyone back to reality, clutching his kunai tightly. Wolfing Shuemin fixed his determined gaze on the so-called Uchiha Madara and declared, though I have never met the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara, could the Uchiha Madara who established the village alongside the first Hokage truly be such a coward, hiding himself completely? Wolfing Shuemin continued. I do not know who you are or why you instigated the Nine Tails attack, resulting in the deaths of Naruto's parents. But this ends now. Before he could finish his words, Wolfing Shuemin vanished, appearing behind Uchiha Madara and Shimura Danzo. Without hesitation, he thrust his kunai into their bodies. However, the situation left Wolfing Shuemin momentarily stunned. He saw that the kunai he had plunged into Shimura Danzo had indeed pierced his body, inflicting injury. Yet, just a breath later, Danzo appeared unharmed. Wounds inflicted by Sarutobi Hiruzen previously had also completely healed. As for Uchiha Madara, the sight was even more perplexing. Wolfing Shuemin's kunai, along with his arm, passed directly through Madara's body, as if the so-called Uchiha Madara standing before him were merely an insubstantial illusion. However, as Wolfing Shuemin's arm fully traversed Madara's form, Madara suddenly reached out and grasped Wolfing Shuemin's arm, leaving him astonished. A technique capable of controlling one's own body? In an instant, Wolfing Shuemin deduced the nature of this so-called Uchiha Madara. He swiftly reappeared beside Uchiha Fugaku. Observing the disheartened Wolfing Shuemin, Shimura Danzo wore a smug smile. Oh, Wolfing. Tell me, with the planner of the Nine Tails attack present here, who do you think he has come for? Before Wolfing Shuemin could respond, Danzo continued. It's the Nine Tails. Currently, Konoha possesses two Nine Tails. Once they are unleashed, ahahaha. Watching the completely deranged Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito came and were left speechless. Especially Tsunade and Mito, who were astonished that Danzo had lost his mind. Hadn't he just proclaimed his intentions to make Konoha great again and lead the village to prosperity? How could he wish to destroy Konoha the moment Uchiha Madara appeared? It's an illusion, right? From behind Wolfing Shuemin, Uchiha Shursui stepped forward, his eyes bearing the distinct patterns of the Sharingan. Oh, a Manjikyu Sharingan? How surprising. I did not expect anyone in the Uchiha clan to awaken such power. Uchiha Madara scrutinized Uchiha Shursui's Manjikyu Sharingan, though he displayed a dismissive attitude. Had he effortlessly controlled Danzo without a sound? Such formidable genjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed, simultaneously activating his own Manjikyu Sharingan. Two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan? This could prove troublesome. But fear not, I shall leave this to you. With that, Uchiha Madara turned to depart, patting Danzo on the shoulder as he did so. Receiving his orders, Danzo grinned malevolently and charged toward Uchiha Fugaku and his allies. As the conflict erupted between Danzo and the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara activated his Manjikyu Sharingan Jutsu and vanished from the space. Wolfing Shuemin witnessed Uchiha Madara's departure and called out to Uchiha Fugaku, "Fugaku, I entrust this to you." Without waiting for a response, he dispelled his shadow clone. Soon, while at home with his children, Wolfing Shuemin received alarming news from his shadow clone. The messages transformed his earlier joy into a chilling intent to kill. Kushina, take good care of Naruto and the others. With that, Wolfing Shuemin swiftly retrieved his Hokage cloak, emblazoned with the words "Fourth Hokage." Just as he donned the garment, a group of masked ninjas stormed into their home. "You bastards! How dare you vandalize my house?" Kushina, initially worried by Wolfing Shuemin's earlier words, was taken aback when a multitude of intruders burst into their home, disregarding any semblance of courtesy. These ruffians wreaked havoc on their home, but what would come next? Where would they live? Where would their two children stay? Earlier that day, while Wolfing Shuemin trained with their children, Uzumaki Kushina had visited the small house Naruto once lived in, a space no larger than their living room. How could a mother, Uzumaki Kushina, tolerate the thought of her son living in such conditions? Thus, when she realized their home was being destroyed, golden chains sprouted from her back. Under her control, the chains pierced through the bodies of the invading root ninjas like skewers through candied fruit. In a single strike, the intruding ninjas were utterly vanquished. "You scoundrels!" After dispatching the ninjas, Kushina was still unsatisfied. She raised her hands, forming a cross seal. The next moment, she bellowed, multiple shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, the once empty living room instantly filled with Uzumaki Kushina clones, all with white eyes and wild red hair. Each clone shouted and dashed out of the house with astonishing speed. Before the last of the clones had even exited, Wolfing Menma and Uzumaki Naruto heard the screams echoing from outside. Prompted by the cacophony, Wolfing Menma leaned toward Uzumaki Naruto and whispered, "Hey, remember to never make mom angry." Uzumaki Naruto nodded vigorously. "Don't worry. I'm the most obedient." Truth be told, before Naruto uttered those words, Wolfing Menma had felt quite confident. After all, despite his youthful demeanor, he was still a man in his 20s. Surely, dealing with a doting mother would be a piece of cake. Yet, inexplicably, just as Uzumaki Naruto boasted of his impeccable behavior, a shiver of foreboding ran down Wolfing Menma's spine. An ominous sense of impending doom loomed. Just as Wolfing Menma pondered what might be amiss, a pair of iron fists struck mercilessly upon the heads of Wolfing Menma and Uzumaki Naruto. Both clutched their swollen heads, casting innocent glances towards Kushina. "You too. Don't think I can't hear you just because you're whispering about me." Chapter 58, Uchiha Obito vs. Namikaze Minato. Under the relentless assault of numerous shadow clones created by Kushina, the ninjas from the Root organization swiftly succumbed to defeat. Those who fought desperately until the end were ruthlessly dealt with by Kushina, while those who recognized their inability to overcome her were spared from fatal blows. Instead, she ensnared them with sealing techniques, ensuring that not a single drop of chakra could escape their bodies. Have they truly been vanquished? It seems I have arrived a moment too late. Yet, these individuals are remarkably inept, much like Shimura Danzo. After dispatching all the ninjas from the Root organization, Kushina was preparing to inspect her accomplishments alongside Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto when a low, chilling voice echoed from behind them. Instinctively, Kushina, Naruto, and Minato turned to see a figure clad in a mask, draped as if resembling a corpse, standing atop the rooftop. Uchiha Obito. Upon recognizing the figure, Minato immediately identified his true identity. In a flash, Minato appeared beside the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, though in truth, he was Uchiha Obito. With a glance at Minato, Obito remarked, "Has Danzo been dealt with so swiftly? Truly a waste of space." Minato chose not to respond to Obito's words, allowing him to mistakenly believe that Danzo had been eliminated, thereby increasing his psychological pressure, a situation that would undoubtedly work to Minato's advantage. As Minato confronted Obito, the ever-watchful eyes of Minato's son, Naruto, scrutinized Obito with confusion. Why was this man here at such a critical moment? Although Obito's strength could be likened to a late-game minor boss, was it not supposed to be later? Yet now, both Naruto and himself were merely 3 years old. How could Obito have appeared so soon? If he were to act, how could they possibly retaliate? Despite Minato and Kushina's presence, Naruto was acutely aware that Kushina harbored the Nine Tails within her. This meant that should either Kushina or Naruto be captured by Obito. Damn it. Minato gritted his teeth, instinctively moving closer to Kushina, shielding her behind him. Although his actions would ultimately bear no fruit, every movement was meticulously observed by Obito. Upon witnessing Minato's protective gesture, Obito scoffed. "To Jinchuriki, you say? What do you suppose would happen to Konoha if I unleashed them?" "Not a chance," Minato retorted sharply, interrupting Obito. He then hurled a kunai directly at Obito, but as expected, it passed straight through Obito's form. Kamui. Minato was well aware of Obito's ocular abilities and everything related to him. However, as he glanced back at Kushina's tense expression and Minato's confrontation with Obito, he sensed an inexplicable feeling emanating from them. It was an uncertain, elusive sensation, yet it suggested that Minato and Kushina might soon transcend their world. This strange feeling intensified with the passage of time. Understanding that Minato and Kushina were on the verge of departure, he hesitated to divulge Obito's identity. Speaking of it might lead to his demise at the hands of Obito, who could appear out of nowhere. Damn it, my strength. It is still insufficient. If only I could be invincible upon my entrance. Minato clenched his fists in frustration, mirroring Naruto's feelings. Unlike Minato, however, Naruto was enveloped in a swirling orange chakra, and his formerly azure eyes had turned crimson under the Nine-Tails influence. Naruto. Kushina's alarmed voice broke through as she noticed Naruto's transformation, causing Minato to instinctively glance back. Seizing the opportunity of Minato's distraction, Obito lunged toward Kushina. Minato, ever vigilant, immediately began forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. He unleashed a massive fireball, aiming to protect Kushina. To avoid injury, Obito activated Kimui, shifting himself into his own dimension. Although he evaded Minato's attack, he inadvertently passed through Minato and Kushina, positioning himself behind them. Once stabilized, Obito turned to face Minato, his single visible eye narrowing with intrigue. At such a young age, you've already mastered ninjutsu to this extent? Impressive. Just as Obito finished his remark, Minato appeared behind him, sensing the shift in the air. Reacting swiftly, Obito activated Kimui once more to evade Minato's kunai. Yet, as he turned to seize Minato, he was met with the realization of his own folly. True to form, as Obito believed victory was within his grasp, Minato reappeared, this time behind him, delivering a merciless Rasengan to Obito's back. The impact left Obito grievously wounded. And in that moment, Minato inscribed a Flying Thunder God seal upon Obito's back. Minato's prowess evoked admiration from his ally, as he acknowledged, truly remarkable, Uchiha Obito. And you as well, Namikaze Minato. Damn it. Obito cursed under his breath, hastily retreating. Minato sought to press his advantage, but suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped him. And Kushina found herself caught in the same phenomenon. Chapter 59, Departure. Alright, everyone, we are approaching the conclusion of the first volume. To be honest, this is my first attempt at writing such a daily narrative. It's both enjoyable and challenging. However, the results seem to be quite satisfactory. Next, we shall transition into the realm of the Ninja Academy. Since there won't be much happening there, I plan to expedite the pace a bit to ensure their swift graduation. Additionally, I would like to inquire if any of you have specific requests regarding class divisions or other matters. Please feel free to share your thoughts. I will carefully consider them and incorporate those that are feasible. Lastly, I previously mentioned in Chapter 11 that Menma had some unusual physical traits. In the last chapter, Menma's ability to sense the departure of Minato and Kushina was a manifestation of this. This can be regarded as a boost for Menma. After all, I stated that they lack the Nine-Tails and a system, yet I never claimed he was devoid of enhancements, did I? I have been contemplating the nature of the space-related enhancement for Minato Menma, yet I realized that collective brainstorming would yield better results than solitary reflection. Thus, I invite all to share ideas on what kind of enhancement Menma should possess and its potential functions. That concludes my remarks. Until we meet again at the Academy. Minato and Kushina gazed at the changes in their son with a mixture of surprise and concern, while Obito Uchiha observed their peculiarities with keen interest. However, he was perplexed about the nature of these transformations. What he did understand was that he could no longer remain in this place. If Minato were to strike him again, he would stand no chance. With that thought, Obito straightened up and declared, in that case, I will temporarily entrust the Nine-Tails to you. Without waiting for Minato and Kushina's reaction, he activated Kamui, drawing himself into the void, thus departing from Konoha. As Obito vanished, Minato turned to Kushina. Upon seeing her resolute nod, he finally lowered his guard and returned to his family's side. Minato, you. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi and members of other clans arrived. They noticed the unusual circumstances surrounding Minato and Kushina, prompting Hiruzen to inquire about the situation. Minato exchanged a glance with Kushina and, feeling a sense of resignation, replied, It seems our time here has come to an end. Hiruzen was taken aback, exclaiming, What? So soon? Minato nodded and, once again forming hand seals, created a shadow clone. Kushina mirrored his actions, producing her own clone. Minato addressed Hiruzen and the others. I wonder if our shadow clones will dissipate upon our departure. If they do, I kindly ask you, Third Hokage, to take charge of Konoha once more. Me? Hiruzen shook his head. I no longer possess that authority. However, Jiraiya is still in Konoha. Perhaps he can assist. Jiraiya-sensei? Minato smiled wryly. He is not the type to be constrained by titles or positions. However, we seem to have no other options left. In their final moments, Minato continuously conversed with the clan leaders, urging them to look after his and Kushina's children once they had departed. As a mother, Kushina was naturally reluctant to part from her children. Yet, they had yet to discover a means to remain in this world for an extended period. Even the circumstances of Menma's arrival remained a mystery. In these fleeting moments, Kushina held both Naruto and Menma tightly, imparting countless instructions on what to eat, what to avoid, what to do, and what not to do. She particularly emphasized that if they encountered any trouble, they should seek out Aunt Makoto. Finally, with a heavy heart, Kushina looked at Menma, lamenting, What a pity. I had hoped to arrange your betrothal before we left. To be candid, Menma had been engulfed in sorrow and melancholy at the thought of their departure. He was uncertain when they might reunite. However, upon hearing Kushina's desire to finalize his betrothal, he felt an overwhelming urge for her to leave immediately. Of course, he said this, but deep down, he truly could not bear the thought. Third Hokage, Fugaku, Kakashi, Hiruzen, I entrust everything to you. Naruto, Menma, you must be good, eat well, and rest properly. Menma, when we return, I shall arrange your betrothal. With a blinding flash of light, Minato and Kushina vanished before everyone's eyes. The very next moment, their shadow clones dissipated into smoke. Even the shadow clones cannot remain? Hiruzen sighed deeply at the sight of their disappearance. Though Minato and Kushina's presence lasted but a day, the events that unfolded were numerous and significant. Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru, and Tsunade had made their appearances, and now an enigmatic figure claiming to be Uchiha Madara had emerged. Hiruzen sighed again, remarking, "What a tumultuous time." Just as Hiruzen finished speaking, Jiraiya jumped down from the rooftop, carrying his large scroll. He scanned the area, failing to find Minato, and inquired, "Old man, where's Minato? I just saw him a moment ago." Hiruzen was too preoccupied to respond to Jiraiya's question, but Nara Shikaku stepped in to clarify the situation, introducing Menma and Naruto to him. In conclusion, Shikaku also briefed Jiraiya about the masked man, Uchiha Madara. Is that so? Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Uchiha Madara? And he is after the Nine Tails? With that, Jiraiya approached Menma and Naruto, examining the identical children before introducing himself. Nice to meet you both. I am your father's mentor. Jiraiya. After Menma and Naruto introduced themselves, Jiraiya led them away to a home he had not visited in many years. Their original residence had been destroyed by root ninjas, rendering it uninhabitable and prone to collapse. Therefore, Hiruzen urged Jiraiya to take Menma and Naruto to safety while the rest remained to convene regarding the events of the night. Before departing, Menma overheard Hiruzen and Jiraiya discussing that Danzo had, under the assault of the Uchiha clan, ultimately resorted to the Four Symbols seal, sealing himself along with the prison. Upon hearing this, Menma couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. The once formidable Danzo had sealed a bridge before his demise, only for that bridge to vanish and be replaced by a prison. Additionally, there is Orochimaru, a figure truly deserving of his longevity until Boruto's era, and remarkably formidable at that. In the end, Jiraiya allowed Orochimaru to escape, and as for his current whereabouts, further investigation is required. Following that, any developments remain unknown to Wind and Wave, as when Sarutobi Hiruzen convened a meeting, Wind and Wave had already succumbed to slumber at Jiraiya's residence. However, starting the following day, Wind and Wave noticed a significant increase in their guards. Not only were there visible watchers, but numerous concealed individuals trailed them as well. Under such circumstances, Wind and Wave steeled themselves emotionally for yet another farewell to their parents, continuing their training under the tutelage of Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha. What? You inquire why Jiraiya did not instruct them? This is because upon awakening the next morning, Wind and Wave discovered only a letter left by Jiraiya. As for his whereabouts, Wind and Wave had no inkling. According to the message Jiraiya bequeathed, he had set out to locate Orochimaru. Truly, he is the master of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, as certain matters from their early days persist even into the time of Naruto and Sasuke. To elaborate, Itachi Uchiha was primarily assigned to mentor Naruto Uzumaki and, of course, Sasuke Uchiha. Meanwhile, Shisui Uchiha was brought forth by Fugaku Uchiha to instruct Wind. In the entirety of Konoha, aside from Menma Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique, if one speaks of the fastest speed and the most adept at body flicker technique, it would undoubtedly be Shisui Uchiha. Now, Wind and Wave were devoid of their previous playful spirits. Following the events of the previous night, they had come to comprehend the gravity of their current predicaments. Naruto was oblivious to the identity of the masked man. He only knew that it was because of that individual that his biological parents perished during the Nine-Tails rampage. Moreover, it was also due to that person that he and Wind had returned to their former companionship. Thus, Naruto vowed that once he had honed his skills, he would assuredly bring that masked man to his knees. As for Wind, his intentions were rather straightforward. He aspired to train himself into the mightiest warrior, then capture Orochimaru to resurrect Lindora through the impure world reincarnation technique. Ultimately, he envisioned confronting Obito Uchiha, who would be apprehended, and directly inflicting upon him unthinkable retribution. Wind swore that he would not allow Obito to spiral into despair, nor would he allow himself to live a life of torment. If it came to that, he would take his own life. The old man is undergoing surgery today and lacks the spirit to write. Taking a day off, kisses.